Section 17 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in May 2022. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. The German Professor, by Gustav Freytag, 1816 to 1895. Gustav Freytag, one of the foremost of German novelists, was born July 13, 1816, in Kreuzburg, Silesia, where his father was a physician. He studied alternately at Breslau and Berlin, at which latter university he was given the degree of a Doctor of Philosophy in 1838. In 1839 he settled as a Privatdozent at the University of Breslau, where he lectured on the German language and literature until 1844, when he resigned his position to devote himself to literature. He removed to Leipzig in 1846, and the following year to Dresden, where he married. In 1848 he returned to Leipzig to edit with Julian Schmidt the weekly journal Die Grenzboten, which he conducted until 1861, and again from 1869 to 1870. In 1867 he became liberal member for Erfurt in the North German Reichstag. In 1870, on the breaking out of the Franco-Prussian War, he was attached to the staff of the Crown Prince, later the German Emperor Frederick III, and remained in service until after the Battle of Sedan. Subsequently to 1870, his journalistic work was chiefly for the newly established weekly periodical Im Neuen Reich. In 1879 he retired from public life and afterward lived in Wiesbaden, except for the summer months, which he spent on his estate Siebleben near Gotha. He died at Wiesbaden April 30, 1895. All of Freytag's earliest work, with the single exception of a volume of poems published in 1845 under the title In Breslau, is dramatic. His first production was a comedy, Die Brautfahrt, The Wedding Journey, published in 1844, which, although it was awarded a prize offered by the Royal Theatre in Berlin, found but indifferent popular favor, as did its successor, the one-act tragedy Die Gelehrte, The Scholar. With his next play, Die Valentine, 1846, Freytag, however, was signally successful. This was followed the year after by Graf Waldemar. He attained his highest dramatic success with the comedy Die Journalisten, The Journalists, which appeared in 1853, and since its first production in 1854 has maintained its place as one of the most popular plays on the German stage. But one other play followed, the tragedy Die Fabier, The Fabii, which appeared in 1859. He had begun in the meantime his career as a novelist with his most famous novel Soll und Haben, Debit and Credit, which was published in 1855 and met with an immediate and unbounded success. The appearance of this first novel, furthermore, was most significant, for it marked at the same time an era both in German literature and in its author's own career, in that it introduced into the one, in its most recent phase, one of the profoundest problems of modern life in Germany, and unmistakably pointed out, in the other, the direction which he was subsequently to follow. This latter statement has a twofold bearing. It is not only that as a writer of novels Freytag did his most important and lasting work, but that the whole of this work was in a manner the development of a similar tendency. Although as different as need be in environment, all of his subsequent novels embody inherently the characteristics of Debit and Credit, for like it, they are all well-defined attempts to depict the typical social conditions of the period in which they move, and their characters are the carefully considered types of their time. Freytag, with a philosophic seriousness of purpose, perhaps characteristically German, is writing not only novels but the history of civilization in his early work. Later on, the didactic purpose to a certain extent overshadows the rest, and although he never loses his power of telling a story, it is the history in the end that is paramount. Debit and Credit is a novel of the century, and it takes up the great problem of the century, the position of modern industrialism in the social life of the day. Its principal center of action is the business house of the wholesale grocer T.O. Schröter, who is an admirable embodiment of the careful, industrious, and successful merchant. In sharp contradistinction to him is the Baron von Rothsattel, the representative of earlier conditions in the organization of the state, which made the nobleman preeminently a social force. Freytag's polemic is not only the dignity of labor under present conditions, but the absolute effeteness of the old order of things that despised it. The real hero of the story is Anton Wohlfahrt, who begins his commercial career as a youth in the house of T.O. Schröter and ends, after some vicissitudes, as a member of the firm. Mercantile life has nowhere been better described in its monotony, its interests and its aspirations, as the story is developed, and although at first sight no field could be more barren in literary interest, there is in reality no lack of incident and action, whose inevitable sequence makes the plot. Anton's career in the house of Schröter is interrupted by his connection with the Baron von Rothsattel, who has, through his want of a business training and his lack of a knowledge of men, fallen into the hands of a Jew money-lender, by whom he is persuaded to mortgage his land in order to embark in a business undertaking which it is presumed will increase his fortune. His meal fails, however, and he is involved in difficulties from which he is unable to extricate himself. Anton, the intimate friend of the family, is therefore persuaded by the Baroness to undertake the management of matters, and after vainly endeavoring to induce his principal to interest himself in the affair, sacrifices his position to accompany the family to their dilapidated estate in a distant province. The Baron will tolerate no interference, however, and Anton finally returns to the house of Schröter and is reinstated in the business. Lenore, the Baron's daughter, the first cause of Anton's interest, meantime becomes engaged to the young nobleman Fink, who has been an associate of Anton's in the office of T.O. Schröter, has but recently returned from the United States, and who first advances funds for the improvement of the estate, and ultimately purchases it. Fink acts his part in the author's philosophy as a contrast to the Baron von Rothsattel. Although a nobleman, he has adapted himself to the conditions of the century, and is free from any hallucinations of his hereditary rank, even while he is perfectly awake to its traditions. He has entered upon a commercial career not from choice, but from necessity, but he has accepted his fate and has made successful use of his opportunities. Anton marries the sister of T.O. Schröter and becomes a partner in the business. Fink is, however, really the one who gains the princess in this modern tale, and is plainly to have the more important share as an actual social force in the future. The old feudal nobility has played its part on the stage of the world, and being so picturesque and full of romantic opportunity, its loss is doubtless to be regretted. The tamer realities of the modern industrial state have succeeded it. As Freytag solves the problem in Soll und Haben, it is the man who works, the man of the industrial classes alone, to whom the victory belongs in the modern social struggle, be his antecedents bourgeois or aristocratic. Freytag's second great novel, Die verlorene Handschrift, The Lost Manuscript, which appeared in 1864, concerns itself with another phase of the same problem. This time, however, instead of the merchant and man of affairs, it is the scholar about whom the action centers. Felix Werner, professor of philology, has come upon unmistakable traces of the lost books of Tacitus, whose recovery is the object of his life. In his search for the manuscript in an old house in the country, he finds his future wife Ilse, one of the finest types in all German literature of the true German woman, both while at home a maid in her father's house, and subsequently as the professor's wife in the university town. Werner, in his scholarly absorption, unwittingly neglects his wife, whose beauty has attracted the attention of the prince, and there is a series of intrigues which threaten seriously to involve the innocent Ilse, until the prince's evil intentions become evident even to the unsuspecting Werner. The covers of the lost manuscript are actually discovered at last, but the book itself has vanished. In this second novel, Freytag displays a more genial humor, unsuspected in the author of Debitant Credit, but apparent enough in The Journalists. The professorial life is admirably drawn with all its lights and shadows, and its motives and ambitions, its peculiar struggles and strivings, have never been more understandingly treated. The story, however, even more than Debitant Credit, displays the author's weaknesses of construction. The plot is so confused by digressions that the main thread is sometimes lost sight of, and the tendency to philosophical generalization, which as a German is to some extent the author's birthright, reaches in these pages an appalling exemplification. What had been an extraordinary novel pruned of these defects is still not an ordinary novel with them, and as a picture of German university life from the point of view of the professor, the lost manuscript stands unrivaled in literature. Again, the thesis in this second novel is the dignity of labor, and the nobleman fares no better at the author's hands than in the mercantile environment of the first. These two novels, which outside of Germany are Freytag's best claim to attention, were followed by the 4 volumes of Bilder aus der deutschen Vergangenheit, Pictures from the German Past, 1859 to 62, a series of studies of German life from different epochs of its history, intended to illustrate the evolution of modern conditions through their successive stages from the remote past. Freytag's early work as a university docent had particularly fitted him for this sort of writing, and some of his best is contained in these books. More important still, however, was his next great work, the long series of historical novels, Die Ahnen, The Ancestors, 1872–80, an ambitious plan born of the stirring events of the Franco-Prussian War and the resultant awakening of the new spirit of nationality, to trace the development of the German people from the earliest time down to the present day. To carry out this purpose, he accordingly selects a typical German family, which he describes under the characteristic conditions of each period, with the most conscientious attention to manners and customs and social environment. The same family thus appears from generation to generation under the changing conditions of the different epochs of German history, and the whole forms together the consecutive Kulturgeschichte of the nation. This whole long series of The Ancestors stands as a monument of careful research into the most minute factors of German life in their time of action. Freytag's antiquarianism is not of the dilettante kind that is content to masquerade modern motives in ancient garb and setting. He was fully conscious of all the elements of his problem, and he sought to reproduce the intellectual point of view of his actors, and to account for their motives of action, as well as to picture accurately their material environment. It is in his super-conscientiousness in these directions that the inherent weakness of the novels of this series lies. They are too palpably reconstructions with a purpose. Their didacticism is wrapped around them like a garment, and much of the time that is all that is visible upon the surface. As the series advances, this fault grows upon them. They are in reality of very unequal interest. Ingo and Ingraban are the sprightliest in action, and have been as a consequence the most widely read of these later works, many of which are, in part at least, far too serious of purpose to play their part conspicuously well as novels. The novels of The Ancestors are a culmination of Freytag's literary evolution. As a playwright he will no doubt be forgotten except for The Journalists, in which he has, however, left an imperishable play, which German critics have not hesitated to call the best comedy of the century. The two novels of modern life from his middle period form together his greatest work, although here, and particularly in The Lost Manuscript, he has overweighted his material with abstract discussion, in which his perspective has sometimes all but disappeared. Subsequently, both the Bilder and Die Ahnen show his decided predilection for historical studies. The struggle in his own case was between the scholar and the man of letters, in which the scholar eventually won possession of the field. Freytag's other work includes Die Technik des Dramas, The Technique of the Drama, 1863, A Consideration of the Principles of Dramatic Construction, The Life of his friend Karl Malti, 1870, and Der Kronprinz und die Deutsche Kaiserkrone, The Crown Prince and the German Imperial Crown, 1889, written after the death of Frederick III, with whom Freytag had had personal relations. To accompany the collected edition of his works, 1887–88, he wrote a short autobiography, Erinnerungen aus meinem Leben, Recollections from my life. The German Professor, from The Lost Manuscript. Professors' wives also have trouble with their husbands. Sometimes when Ilse was seated in company with her intimate friends, with Madame Raschke, Madame Strovelius, or little Madame Günther, at one of those confidential coffee parties which they did not altogether despise, many things would come to light. The conversation with these intellectual women was certainly very interesting. It is true, the talk sometimes passed lightly over the heads of the servants, and sometimes housekeeping troubles ventured out of the pond of pleasant talk like croaking frogs. To Ilse's surprise, she found that even Flaminia Strovelius could discourse seriously about preserving little gherkins, and that she sought closely for the marks of youth in a plucked goose. The merry Madame Günther aroused horror and laughter in more experienced married women, when she asserted that she could not endure the crying of little children, and that from the very first she would force her child, which she had not yet got, to proper silence by chastisement. Thus conversation sometimes left greater subjects to stray into this domain. And when unimportant subjects were reviewed, it naturally came about that the men were honored by a quiet discussion. At such time it was evident that although the subject under consideration was men in general, each of the wives was thinking of her own husband, and that each silently carried about a secret bundle of cares, and justified the conclusion of her hearers that that husband, too, must be difficult to manage. Madame Raschke's troubles could not be concealed. The whole town knew them. It was notorious that one market day her husband had gone to the university in his dressing-gown, in a brilliant dressing-gown, blue and orange, with a Turkish pattern. His students, who loved him dearly and were well aware of his habits, could not succeed in suppressing a loud laugh, and Raschke had calmly hung the dressing-gown over his pulpit, held his lecture in his shirt-sleeves, and returned home in one of the students' overcoats. Since that time Madame Raschke never let her husband go out without herself inspecting him. It also appeared that all these 10 years he had not been able to learn his way about the town, and she dared not change her residence, because she was quite sure that her professor would never remember it, and always return to his old home. Strovelius also occasioned much anxiety. Ilse knew about the last and greatest cause, but it also came to light that he expected his wife to read Latin proof-sheets, as she knew something of that language. Besides, he was quite incapable of refusing commissions to amiable wine merchants. At her marriage, Madame Strovelius had found a whole cellar full of large and small wine casks, none of which had been drawn off, while he complained bitterly that no wine was ever brought into his cellar. Even little Madame Günther related that her husband could not give up night work, and that once, when he wandered with a lamp among his books, he came too near the curtain, which caught fire. He tore it off, and in so doing burnt his hands, and burst into the bedroom with blackened fingers in great alarm, and resembling Othello more than a mineralogist. Raschke was wandering about in the ante-room. Here too was confusion. Gabriel had not yet returned from his distant errand. The cook had left the remains of the meal standing on a side table till his return, and Raschke had to find his greatcoat by himself. He rummaged among the clothes and seized hold of a coat and a hat. As he was not so absent-minded as usual to-day, a glance at the despised supper reminded him just in time that he was to eat a fowl, so he seized hold of the newspaper which Gabriel had laid ready for his master, hastily took one of the chickens out of the dish, wrapped it in the journal, and thrust it in his pocket, agreeably surprised at the depth and capaciousness it revealed. Then he rushed past the astonished cook and out of the house. When he opened the door of the étage, he stumbled against something that was crouching on the threshold. He heard a horrible growling behind him, and stormed down the stairs and out of doors. The words of the friend whom he had left now came into his mind. Werner's whole bearing was very characteristic, and there was something fine about it. It was strange that in a moment of anger Werner's face had acquired a sudden resemblance to a bulldog's. Here the direct chain of the philosopher's contemplations was crossed by the remembrance of the conversation on animals' souls. It is really a pity that it is still so difficult to determine an animal's expression of soul. If we could succeed in that, science would gain. For if we could compare in all their minutiae the expression and gestures of human beings and higher animals, we might make most interesting deductions from their common peculiarities and their particular differences. In this way, the natural origin of their dramatic movements, and perhaps some new laws, would be discovered. While the philosopher was pondering thus, he felt a continued pulling at his coat-tails. As his wife was in the habit of giving him a gentle pull when he was walking next her, absorbed in thought, and they met some acquaintance, he took no further notice of it, but took off his hat, and bowing politely towards the railing of the bridge, said, "Good evening." These common and original elements in the mimic expression of human beings and higher animals might, if rightly understood, even open out new vistas into the great mystery of life. Another pull. Raschke mechanically took off his hat. Another pull. "Thank you, dear Aurelia, I did bow." As he spoke, the thought crossed his mind that his wife would not pull at his coat so low down. It was not she, but his little daughter Bertha, who was pulling, for she often walked gravely next him, and, like her mother, pulled at the bell for bows. "That will do, my dear," said he, as Bertha continued to snatch and pull at his coat-tails. "Come here, you little rogue," and he absently put his hand behind him to seize the little tease. He seized hold of something round and shaggy. He felt sharp teeth on his fingers, and turned with a start. There he saw in the lamplight a reddish monster with a big head, shaggy hair, and a little tassel that fell back into his hind legs in lieu of a tail. His wife and daughter were horribly transformed, and he gazed in surprise on this indistinct creature, which seated itself before him and glared at him in silence. "A strange adventure!" exclaimed Raschke. "What are you, unknown creature?" "Presumably a dog. Away with you." The animal retreated a few steps. Raschke continued his meditations. If we trace back the expression and gestures of the affections to their original forms in this manner, one of the most active laws would certainly prove to be the endeavour to attract or repel the extraneous. It would be instructive to distinguish, by means of these involuntary movements of men and animals, what is essential and what conventional. "Away, dog! Do me a favour and go home. What does he want with me? Evidently he belongs to Werner's domain. The poor creature will assuredly lose itself in the town under the dominion of an idée fixe." Meantime, Speihan's attacks were becoming more violent, and now he was marching in a quite unnatural and purely conventional manner on his hind legs, while his forepaws were leaning against the professor's back, and his teeth were actually biting into the coat. A belated shoemaker's boy stood still and beat his leathern apron. Is not the master ashamed to let his poor apprentice push him along like that? In truth, the dog behind the man looked like a dwarf pushing a giant along the ice. Raschke's interest in the dog's thoughts increased. He stood still near a lantern, examined and felt his coat. This coat had developed a velvet collar and very long sleeves, advantages that the philosopher had never yet remarked in his greatcoat. Now the matter became clear to him. Absorbed in thought, he had chosen a wrong coat, and the worthy dog insisted on saving his master's garment and making the thief aware that there was something wrong. Raschke was so pleased with this sagacity that he turned round, addressed some kind words to Speihan, and made an attempt to stroke his shaggy hair. The dog again snapped at his hand. "You are quite right to be angry with me," replied Raschke. "I will prove to you that I acknowledge my fault." He took off the coat and hung it over his arm. "Yes, it is much heavier than my own." He walked on cheerfully in his thin coat, and observed with satisfaction that the dog abandoned the attacks on his back. But instead, Speihan sprang up upon his side, and again bit at the coat and the hand, and growled unpleasantly. The professor got angry with the dog, and when he came to a bench on the promenade, he laid down the coat, intending to face the dog seriously and drive him home. In this manner he got rid of the dog, but also of the coat. For Speihan sprang upon the bench with a mighty bound, placed himself astride the coat, and met the professor, who tried to drive him away with hideous growling and snarling. "It is Werner's coat," said the professor, "and it is Werner's dog. It would be wrong to beat the poor creature because it is becoming violent in its fidelity, and it would be wrong to leave the dog and the coat." So he remained standing before the dog and speaking kindly to him, but Speihan no longer took any notice of the professor. He turned against the coat itself, which he scratched, rummaged, and bit. Raschke saw that the coat could not long endure such rage. "He is frantic, or mad," said he suspiciously. "I shall have to use force against you after all, poor creature." And he considered whether he should also jump upon the seat and push the mad creature by a violent kick into the water, or whether it would be better to open the inevitable attack from below. He resolved on the latter course, and looked round to see whether he could anywhere discover a stone or a stick to throw at the raging beast. As he looked, he observed the trees and the dark sky above him, and the place seemed quite unfamiliar. "Has magic been at work here?" he exclaimed with amusement. He turned politely to a solitary wanderer who was passing that way. "Would you kindly tell me in what part of the town we are? And could you perhaps lend me your stick for a moment?" "Indeed," angrily replied the person addressed, "those are very suspicious questions. I want my stick myself at night. Who are you, sir?" The stranger approached the professor menacingly. "I am peaceable," replied Raschke, "and by no means inclined to violent attacks. A quarrel has arisen between me and the animal on this seat for the possession of a coat, and I should be much obliged to you if you would drive the dog away from the coat. But I beg you not to hurt the animal any more than is absolutely necessary." "Is that your coat there?" asked the man. "Unfortunately, I cannot give you an affirmative answer," replied Raschke conscientiously. "There must be something wrong here," exclaimed the stranger, again eyeing the professor suspiciously. "There is indeed," replied Raschke. "The dog is out of his mind, the coat is exchanged, and I do not know where we are." "Close to the valley gate, Professor Raschke," answered the voice of Gabriel, who hastily joined the group. "Excuse me, but what brings you here?" "Capital!" exclaimed Raschke joyously. "Pray take charge of this coat and this dog." Gabriel gazed in amazement at Speihan, who was now lying on the coat and bending his head before his friend. Gabriel threw down the dog and seized the coat. "Why, that is our great coat!" exclaimed he. "Yes, Gabriel," said the professor, "that was my mistake, and the dog has shown marvellous fidelity to the coat." "Fidelity?" exclaimed Gabriel indignantly as he drew a parcel out of the coat pocket. "It was greedy selfishness, sir. There must be some food in this pocket." "Yes, true," exclaimed Raschke. "It is all the chicken's fault. Give me the parcel, Gabriel. I must eat the fowl myself, and we might bid each other good night now with mutual satisfaction, if you would just show me my way a little among these trees." "But you must not go home in the night air without an overcoat," said Gabriel considerately. "We are not far from our house. The best way would really be for you to come back with me, sir." Raschke considered and laughed. "You are right, Gabriel. My departure was awkward, and today an animal's soul has restored a man's soul to order." "If you mean this dog," said Gabriel, "it would be the first time he ever did anything good. I see he must have followed you from our door, for I put little bones there for him of an evening." "Just now he seemed not to be quite in his right mind," said the professor. "He is cunning enough when he pleases," continued Gabriel mysteriously, "but if I were to speak of my experiences with this dog—" "Do speak, Gabriel," eagerly exclaimed the philosopher. "There is nothing so valuable concerning animals as a truthful statement from those who have carefully observed them." "I may say that I have done so," confirmed Gabriel with satisfaction, "and if you want to know exactly what he is, I can assure you that he is possessed of the devil. He is a thief, he is embittered, and he hates all mankind." "Ah, indeed," replied the professor, somewhat disconcerted. "I see it is much more difficult to look into a dog's heart than into a professor's." Speihan crept along silent and suppressed, and listened to the praises that fell to his lot, while Professor Raschke, conducted by Gabriel, returned to the house by the park. Gabriel opened the sitting-room door and announced, "Professor Raschke." Ilse extended both her hands to him. "Welcome, welcome, dear Professor Raschke," and led him to her husband's study. "Here I am again," said Raschke cheerfully, "after wandering as in a fairy tale. What has brought me back were two animals who showed me the right way, a roast fowl and an embittered dog." Felix sprang up. The men greeted one another warmly, shaking hands, and, after all misadventures, spent a happy evening. When Raschke had gone home late, Gabriel said sadly to his mistress, "This was the new coat. The fowl and the dog have put it in a horrible plight." End of section 17.
Section 18 of Library, The World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by Friedrich Froebel. 1782 to 1852, by Nora Archibald Smith. It was Froebel who said, "The clearer the thread that runs through our lives backward to our childhood, the clearer will be our onward glance to the goal." And in the fragment of autobiography he has left us, he illustrates forcibly the truth of his own saying. The motherless baby who plays alone in the village pastor's quiet house, the dreamy child who wanders solitary in the high-walled garden, the thoughtful lad, neglected, misunderstood, who forgets the harsh realities of life in pondering the mysteries of the flowers, the contradictions of existence, and the dogmas of orthodox theology, who decides in early boyhood that the pleasures of the senses are without enduring influence, and therefore on no account to be eagerly pursued. These presentments of himself, which he summons up for us from the past, show the vividness of his early recollections and indicate the course which the stream of his life is to run. The coldness and injustice of the new mother, who assumed control of the household when he was 4 years old, his isolation from other children, the merely casual notice he received from the busy father absorbed in his parish work, all tended to turn inward the tide of his mental and spiritual life. He studied himself, not only because it was the bent of his nature, but because he lacked outside objects of interest. And to this early habit of introspection, we owe many of the valuable features of his educational philosophy. Whoever has learned thoroughly to understand one child has conquered a spot of firm ground on which to rest while he studies the world of children. And because the great teacher realized this truth, because he longed to give to others the means of development denied to himself, he turns for us the heart leaves of his boyhood. It would appear that Froebel's characteristics were strongly marked and unusual from the beginning, called by everyone a moonstruck child in Oberweisbach, the village of his birth. He was just as unanimously considered an old fool when, crowned with the experience of 70 years, he played with the village children on the green hills of Thuringia. The intensity of his inward life, the white heat of his convictions, his absolute blindness to any selfish idea or aim, his enthusiasm, the exaltation of his spiritual nature, all furnish so many cogent reasons why the people of any day or of any community should have failed to understand him and scorned what they could not comprehend. It is the old story of the seers and the prophets repeated as many times as they appear, for these colossal souls, as Emerson said, require a long focal distance to be seen. At 10 years old, the sensitive boy was fortunately removed from the uncongenial atmosphere of the parental household, and in his uncle's home he spent 5 free and happy years, being apprenticed at the end of this time to a forester in his native Thuringian woods. Then followed a year's course in the University of Jena, and 4 years spent in the study of farming, in clerical work of various kinds, and in land surveying. All these employments, however, Froebel himself felt to be merely provisional, for like the hazel wand in the diviner's hand, his instinct was blindly seeking through these restless years the wellspring of his life. In Frankfurt, where he had gone intending to study architecture, destiny touched him on the shoulder, and he turned and knew her. Through a curious combination of circumstances, he gained employment in Herr Gruner's model school, and it was found at once that he was what the Germans loved to call a teacher by the grace of God. The first time he met his class of boys, he tells us that he felt inexpressibly happy. The hazel wand had found the waters and was fixed at last. From this time on, all the events of his life were connected with his experience as a teacher, impelled as soon as he had begun his work by a desire for more effective methods. He visited Yverdon, then the center of educational thought, and studied with Pestalozzi. He went again in 1808, accompanied by 3 pupils, and spent 2 years there, alternately studying and teaching. There was a year of lectures at Göttingen after this, and one at the University of Berlin, accompanied by unceasing study and research both in literary and scientific lines. But in the fateful year 1813, this quiet student life was broken in upon, for impelled by strong moral conviction, Froebel joined Baron von Lutzow's famous volunteer corps, formed to harass the French by constant skirmishes and to encourage the smaller German states to rise against Napoleon. No thirst for glory prompted this action, but a lofty conception of the office of the educator. How could any young man capable of bearing arms, Froebel says, become a teacher of children whose fatherland he had refused to defend? How could he, in after years, incite his pupils to do something noble, something calling for sacrifice and unselfishness, without exposing himself to their derision and contempt. The reasoning was perfect, and he made practice follow upon the heels of theory as closely as he had always done since he became master of his fate. After the Peace of Paris, he settled down for a time to a quiet life in the Mineralogical Museum at the University of Berlin, his duties being the care, arrangement, and investigation of crystals. Surrounded thus by the exquisite formations whose development according to law is so perfect, whose obedience to the promptings of an inward ideal so complete, he could not but learn from their unconscious ethics to look into the depths of his own nature, and there recognize more clearly the purpose it was intended to work out. In 1816, he quietly gave up his position, and taking as pupils 5 of his nephews, 3 of whom were fatherless, he entered upon his life work, the first step in which was the carrying out of his plan for a universal German educational institute. He was without money, of course, as he had always been and always would be. His hands were made for giving, not for getting. He slept in a barn on a wisp of straw while arranging for his first school at Gresham. But outward things were so little real to him in comparison with the life of the spirit that bodily privation seemed scarcely worth considering. The school at Karlsruhe, to which he soon removed, the institutions later established in Wartensee and Willisau, the orphanage in Bergdorf, all were most successful educationally, but, it is hardly necessary to say, were never a source of profit to their head and founder. Through the 20 succeeding years, busy as he was in teaching, in lecturing, and writing, he was constantly shadowed by dissatisfaction with the foundation upon which he was building. A nebulous idea for the betterment of things was floating before him, but it was not until 1836 that appeared to his eyes as a definite truth. This definite truth, the discovery of his old age, was of course the kindergarten. And, from this time until the end, all other work was laid aside, and his entire strength given to the consummate flower of his educational thought. The first kindergarten was opened in 1837 at Blankenberg, where a memorial school is now conducted, and in 1850, the institution in Marienthal for the training of kindergartners was founded, Froebel remaining at its head until his death 2 years after. With the exception of that remarkable book, The Education of Man, 1826, his most important literary work was done after 1836, Pedagogics of the Kindergarten, the first great European contribution to the subject of child study, appearing from 1837 to 1840 in the form of separate essays, and the Mutter and Kostlieder, Mother Play, in 1843. Many of his educational aphorisms and occasional speeches were preserved by his great disciple, the Baroness von Marenhaus-Bülow, in her Reminiscences of Froebel. And though 2 most interesting volumes of his correspondence have been published, there remain a number of letters, as well as essays and educational sketches, not yet rendered into English. Froebel's literary style is often stiff and involved, its phrases somewhat labored, and its substance exceedingly difficult to translate with spirit and fidelity. Yet, after all, his mannerisms are of kind of which one easily becomes accustomed, and the kernel of his thought, when reached, is found well worth the trouble of removing a layer of husk. He had always an infinitude of things to say, and they were all things of purpose and of meaning. But in writing as well as in formal speaking, the language to clothe the thought came to him slowly and with difficulty. Yet it appears that in friendly private intercourse he spoke fluently, and one of his students reports that in his classes he was often overpowering and sublime. The stream of his words, pouring forth like fiery rain. It is probable that in daily life, Froebel was not always an agreeable housemate, but he was a genius, a reformer, and an unworldly enthusiast, believing in himself and in his mission with all the ardor of a heart centered in one fixed purpose. He was quite intolerant of those who doubted or disbelieved in his theories, as well as of those who, believing, did not carry their faith into works. The people who stood nearest him and devoted themselves to the furthering of his ideas slept on no bed of roses, certainly, but although he sometimes sacrificed their private interests to his cause, it must not be forgotten that he first laid himself and all that he had upon the same altar. His nature was one that naturally inspired reverence and loyalty, and drew from his associates the most extraordinary devotion and self-sacrifice. Then, as now, women were peculiarly attracted by his burning enthusiasm, his prophetic utterances, and his lofty views of their sex and its mission. And then, as now, the almost fanatical zeal of his followers is perhaps to be explained by the fact that he gives a new world view to his students, one that produces much the same effect upon the character as the spiritual exaltation called experiencing religion. He was twice married, in each case to a superior woman of great gifts of mind and character, and both helpmates joyfully took up a life of privation and care that they might be associated with him and with his work. Those memorable words spoken of, our Washington, heaven left him childless, that a nation might call him father, are even more applicable to Froebel, for his wise and tender fatherhood extends to all the children of the world. When he passed through the village streets of his own country, little ones came running from every doorstep, the babies clinging to his knees and the older ones hanging about his neck and refusing to lead the dear playmaster, as they called him. So the kindergartners love to think of him today, the tall, spare figure, the long hair, the wise, plain, strong-featured face, the shining eyes, and the little ones clustering about him as they clustered about another teacher in Galilee, centuries ago. Froebel's educational creed cannot here be cited at length, but some of its fundamental articles are: the education of the child should begin with its birth and should be threefold, addressing the mental, spiritual, and physical natures. It should be continued as it has begun, by appealing to the heart and the emotions as the starting point of the human soul. There should be sequence, orderly progression, and one continuous purpose throughout the entire scheme of education, from kindergarten to university. Education should be conducted according to nature and should be a free, spontaneous growth, a development from within, never a prescription from without. The training of the child should be conducted by means of the activities, needs, desires, and delights, which are the common heritage of childhood. The child should be led from the beginning to feel that one life thrills through every manifestation of the universe, and that he is a part of all that is. The object of education is the development of the human being in the totality of his powers as a child of nature, a child of man, and a child of God. These principles of Froebel's, many of them the products of his own mind, others the pure gold of educational currency, upon which he has but stamped his own image, are so true and so far-reaching that they have already begun to modify all education and are destined to work greater magic in the future. The great teacher's place in history may be determined, by and by, more by the wonderful uplift and impetus he gave to the whole educational world than by the particular system of child culture, in connection to which he is best known today. Judged by ordinary worldly standards, his life was an unsuccessful one, full of trials and privations, and empty of reward. His death blow was doubtless struck by the prohibition of kindergartens in Prussia in 1851, an edict which remained 9 years in force. His strength had been too sorely tried to resist this final crushing misfortune, and he passed away the following year. His body was borne to the grave through a heavy storm of wind and rain that seemed to symbolize the vicissitudes of his early days, while, as a forecast of the future, the sun shone out at the last moment, and the train of mourners looked back to see how the low mound irradiated with glory. In Thuringia, where the great child lover was born, the kindergartens, his best memorials, cluster thickly now, and on the face of the cliffs that overhang the bridle path across the Glockner Mountain may be seen in great letters the single word Froebel, hewn deep into the solid rock. The Right of the Child, from Reminiscences of Friedrich Froebel by Baroness B. von Marenholtz-Bülow. Copyright 1877 by Mary Mann. Reprinted by permission of Lee and Shepherd Publishers, Boston. All that does not grow out of one's inner being, all that is not one's own original feeling and thought, or that, at least, does not awaken that, oppresses and defaces the individuality of man instead of calling it forth, and nature becomes thereby a caricature. Shall we never cease to stamp human nature, even in childhood, like coins, to overlay it with foreign images or foreign superscriptions, instead of letting it develop itself and grow into form according to the law of life planted in it by God the Father, so that it may be able to bear the stamp of the divine and become an image of God? This theory of love is to serve as the highest goal and pole star of human education, and must be attended to in the germ of humanity, the child, and truly in his very first impulses. The conquest of self-seeking egoism is the most important task of education, for selfishness isolates the individual from all communion and kills the life-giving principle of love. Therefore, the first object of education is to teach to love, to break up the egoism of the individual, and to lead him from the first stage of communion in the family through all the following stages of social life to the love of humanity, or to the highest self-conquest by which man rises to divine unity. Women are to recognize that childhood and womanliness, the care of childhood and the life of women, are inseparably connected, that they form a unit, and that God and nature have placed the protection of the human plant in their hands. Hitherto, the female sex could take only a more or less passive part in human history, because great battles in the political organization of nations were not suited to their powers. But at the present stage of culture, nothing is more pressingly required than the cultivation of every human power for the arts of peace and the work of higher civilization. The culture of individuals, and therefore of the whole nation, depends in great part upon the earliest care of childhood. On that account, women, as one half of mankind, have to undertake the most important part of the problems of the time, problems that men are not able to solve. If but one half of the work be accomplished, then our epoch, like all others, will fail to reach the appointed goal. As educators of mankind, the women of the present time have the highest duty to perform, while hitherto they have been scarcely more than the beloved mothers of human beings. But I will protect childhood, that it may not, as in earlier generations, be pinioned, as in a straitjacket, in garments of custom and ancient prescription that have become too narrow for the new time. I shall show the way and shape the means, that every human soul may grow of itself, out of its own individuality. But where shall I find allies and helpers if not in women, who as mothers and teachers may put my idea in execution. Only intellectually active women can and will do it. But if these are to be loaded with the ballast of dead knowledge that can take no root in the unprepared ground, if the fountains of their own original life are to be choked up with it, they will not follow my direction or understand the call of the time for the new task of their sex, but will seek satisfaction in empty superficiality. To learn to comprehend nature in the child is not that to comprehend one's own nature and the nature of mankind. And in this comprehension, is there not involved a certain degree of comprehension of all things else? Women cannot learn and take into themselves anything higher and more comprehensive. It should therefore at least be the beginning, and the love of childhood should be awakened in the mind, and in a wider sense this is the love of humanity, so that a new, free generation of men can grow up by right care. Evolution. From the Mottos and Commentaries of Mother Play. Copyright 1895 by D. Appleton and Company. What shall we learn from our yearning look into the heart of the flower and the eye of the child? This truth: whatever develops, be it into flower or tree or man, is from the beginning implicitly that which it has the power to become. The possibility of perfect manhood is what you read in your child's eye, just as the perfect flower is prophesied in the bud, or the giant oak in the tiny acorn. A presentiment that the ideal of genetic human being slumbers, dreams, stirs in your unconscious infant. That it is, O Mother, which transfigures you as you gaze upon him. Strive to define to yourself what is that generic ideal which is wrapped up in your child. Surely, as your child, or, in other words, as child of man, he is destined to live in the past and future, as well as in the present. His earthly being implies a past heaven. His birth makes a present heaven. In his soul he holds a future heaven. This threefold heaven, which you also bear within you, shines out on you through your child's eyes. The beast lives only in the present. Of past and future he knows naught, but to man belong not only the present, but also the future and the past. His thought pierces the heaven of the future, and hope is born. He learns that all human life is one life, that all human joys and sorrows are his joys and sorrows, and through participation enters the present heaven, the heaven of love. He turns his mind towards the past, and out of retrospection rests a vigorous faith. What soul could fail to conquer an invincible trust in the pure, the good, the holy, the ideal human, the truly divine, if it would look with single eye into its own past, into the past of history? Could there be a man in whose soul such a contemplation of the past would fail to blossom into devout insight, into self-conscious and self-comprehending faith? Must not such a retrospect unveil the truth? Must not the beauty of the unveiled truth allure him to divine doing, divine living? All that is high and holy in human life meets in that faith which is born of the unveiling of a heaven that has always been, in that hope born of a vision of the heaven that shall be, in that love which creates a heaven in the eternal now. These three heavens shine out upon you through your child's eye. The presentiment that he carries these three heavens within him transfigures your countenance as you gaze upon him. Cherish this premonition, for thereby you will help him to make his life a musical chord wherein are blended the three notes of faith, hope, and love. These celestial virtues will link his life with the divine life through which all life is one, with the God who is the supernal fountain of life, light, and love. Higher and more important than the cultivation of man's outer ear is the culture of that inner sense of harmony whereby the soul learns to perceive sweet accord in soundless things and to discern within itself harmonies and discords. The importance of wakening the inner ear to this music of the soul can scarcely be exaggerated. Learning to hear it within, the child will strive to give it outer form and expression. And even if in such effort he is only partially successful, he will gain thereby the power to appreciate the more successful effort of others, thus enriching his own life by the life of others. He solves the problem of development. How else were it possible within the quickly fleeting hours of mortal life to develop our own being in all directions, to fathom its depths, scale its heights, measure its boundaries? What we are, what we would be, we must learn to recognize in the mirror of all other lives. By the effort of each and the recognition of all, the divine man is revealed in humanity. Against the bright light which shines on the smooth white wall is thrust a dark object, and straightway appears the form which so delights the child. This is the outward fact. What is the truth which through this fact is dimly hinted to the prophetic mind? Is it not the creative and transforming power of light, that power which brings form and color out of chaos and makes the beauty which gladdens our hearts? Is it not more than this, a foreshadowing, perhaps, of the spiritual fact that our darkest experiences may project themselves in forms that will delight and bless, if in our hearts shines the light of God? The sternest crags, the most forbidding chasms, are beautiful in the mellow sunshine, while the fairest landscape loses all charm and indeed ceases to be when the light which created it is withdrawn. Is it not thus also with our lives? Yesterday, touched by the light of enthusiastic emotion, all our relationships seem beautiful and blessed. Today, when the glow of enthusiasm has faded, they oppress and repulse us. Only the conviction that is the darkness within us, which makes the darkness without, can restore the lost peace of our souls. Be it therefore, O Mother, your sacred duty to make your darling early feel the working both of the outer and inner light. Let him see in one the symbol of the other, and tracing light and color to their source in the sun, may he learn to trace the beauty and meaning of his life to their source in God. Translation of Susan E. Blow. The Laws of the Mind, from the Letters of Froebel. I am firmly convinced that all the phenomena of the child world, those which delight us as well as those which grieve us, depend upon fixed laws as definite as those of the cosmos, the planetary system, and the operations of nature, and it is therefore possible to discover them and examine them. When once we know and have assimilated these laws, we shall be able powerfully to counteract any retrograde and faulty tendencies in the children, and to encourage at the same time all that is good and virtuous. For the children, from the Letters of Froebel. I wish you could have been here this evening and seen the many beautiful and varied forms and lovely patterns which freely and spontaneously develop themselves from some systematic variations of a simple ground form, in stick playing. No one would believe, without seeing it, how the child's soul, the child life, develops when treated as a whole, and in the sense of forming a part of the great connected life of the world by some skilled kindergarten teacher, nay, even by one who is only simple-hearted, thoughtful, and attentive, nor how it blooms into delicious harmonies like a beautifully tinted flower. Oh, if I could only shout aloud with 10,000 lung power the truth that I now tell you in silence. Then would I make the ears of 100,000 men ring with it. What keenness of sensation, what a soul, what a mind, what force of will and active energy, what dexterity and skill of muscular movement and of perception, and what calm and patience will not all these things call out in the children? How is it that parents are so blind and deaf when they profess to be so eager to work for the welfare, the health, and peace of their children? No, I cannot understand it, and yet a whole generation has passed since this system first delivered its message, first called for educational amendment, first pointed out where the need for it lay, and showed how it could be satisfied. If I were not afraid of being taken for an idiot or an escaped lunatic, I would run barefoot from one end of Germany to the other and cry aloud to all men, set to work at once for your children's sake on some universally developing plan, aiming at unity of life purpose, and through that, at joy and peace. But what good would it do? A Kurtman and a Ramsauer, in their stupidity or maliciousness, make it their duty to stigmatize my work as sinful, when I am but quietly corresponding with just my own friends and sympathizers. For they say, I am destroying all pleasure in life for the parents. Who could be so silly as I, amongst sane men who acknowledge that parents have a right to enjoy life? I, who perpetually call to these parents in tones of imperative demand. Come, let us live for our children. Kommt, lasst uns unseren Kindern leben. Motives from The Education of Man, by permission of Josephine Jarvis, the translator, and A. Lovell and Company, publishers. Only in the measure that we are thoroughly penetrated by the pure, spiritual, inward, human relations, and are faithful to them even in the smallest detail in life, do we attain to the complete knowledge and perception of the divine human relation. Only in that measure do we anticipate them so deeply, vividly, and truly, that every yearning of our whole being is thereby satisfied, at least receives its whole meaning, and is changed from a constantly unfulfilled yearning to an immediate rewarded effort. How we degrade and lower the human nature which we should raise, how we weaken those whom we should strengthen, when we hold up to them an inducement to act virtuously, even though we place this inducement in another world. If we employ an outward incentive, though it be the most spiritual, to call forth better life, and leave undeveloped the inner, spontaneous, and independent power of representing pure humanity which rests in each man, we degrade our human nature. But how wholly different everything is if man, especially in boyhood, is made to observe the reflex action of his conduct, not on his outward more or less agreeable position, but on his inner, spontaneous or fettered, clear or clouded, satisfied or dissatisfied condition of spirit and mind. The experiences which proceed from this observation will necessarily more and more awaken the inner sense of man, and then true sense, the greatest treasure of boy in man, comes into his life. Aphorisms. I see in every child the possibility of a perfect man. The child soul is ever bubbling fountain in the world of humanity. The plays of childhood are the heart leaves of the whole future life. Childish unconsciousness is rest in God. From each object of nature and of life, there goes a path toward God. Perfect human joy is also worship, for it is ordered by God. The first groundwork of religious life is love, love to God and man, in the bosom of the family. Childhood is the most important stage of the total development of man and of humanity. Women must make of their educational calling a priestly office. Isolation and exclusion destroy life. Union and participation create life. Without religious preparation in childhood, no true religion and no union with God is possible for men. The tree germ bears within itself the nature of the whole tree. The human being bears in himself the nature of all humanity, and is not therefore humanity born anew in each child? In the children lies the seed corn of the future. The lovingly cared for, and thereby steadily and strongly developed human life, also the cloudless child life, is of itself a Christ-like one. In all things works one creative life, because the life of all things proceeds from one God. Let us live with our children, so shall their lives bring peace and joy to us, so shall we begin to be and to become wise. What boys and girls play in earliest childhood will become, by and by, a beautiful reality of serious life, for they expand into stronger and lovelier youthfulness by seeking on every side appropriate objects to verify the thoughts of their inmost souls. This earliest age is the most important one for education, because the beginning decides the manner of progress and the end. If national order is to be recognized in later years as a benefit, childhood must first be accustomed to law and order, and therein find the means of freedom. Lawlessness and caprice must rule in no period of life, not even in that of the nursling. The kindergarten is the free republic of childhood. A deep feeling of the universal brotherhood of man. What is it but a true sense of our close filial union with God? Man must be able to fail in order to be good and virtuous, and he must be able to become a slave in order to be truly free. My teachers are the children themselves, with all their purity, their innocence, their unconsciousness, and their irresistible claims, and I followed them like a faithful, trustful scholar. A story told at the right time is like a looking glass for the mind. I wish to cultivate men who stand rooted in nature, with their feet in God's earth, whose heads reach toward and look into the heavens, whose hearts unite the richly formed life of earth and nature with the purity and peace of heaven, God's earth and God's heaven. The Menagerie, photogravure from a painting by T.R. Sunderland. What boys and girls play in earliest childhood will become by and by a beautiful reality of serious life, for they expand into stronger and lovelier youthfulness by seeking on every side appropriate objects to verify the thoughts of their inmost souls. Froebel. End of section 18. Section 19 of Library the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15 by Various. Froissart, 1337 to 1410, by George Mclean Harper. Froissart is the artist of chivalry. On his pages are painted with immortal brilliancy the splendid shows, the coronations, weddings, tourneys, marches, feasts, and battles of the English and French knighthood just before the close of the Middle Ages. I intend, he says in the prologue of his chronicle, to treat and record history in matter of great praise, to the end that the honorable emprises and noble adventures and deeds of arms, which have come about from the wars of France and England, may be notably enregistered and placed in perpetual memory, whereby chevaliers may take example to encourage them in well-doing. Chivalry, in the popular understanding, is the fine flower of feudalism, its bloom of poetic and heroic life. But in reality it was artificial, having grown from an exaggerated respect for certain human qualities, at the expense of others, fully as essential, and indeed no less beautiful. Courage is good, but it is not rare, and the love of fighting for fighting's sake is made possible only by disregarding large areas of life to which war brings no harvest of happiness, and over which it does not even cast the glamour of romance. The works of civilized communities, agriculture, industry, commerce, art, learning, religion, were nearly at a standstill in the middle of the 14th century, when Europe was turned into a playground for steel-clad barbarians. This perversion of nature could not last. The wretched 100 Years' War had run but half its course, when the misery and disgust among the real people, who thought and wrought, drove them to such despairing efforts as the Jacquerie in France and the Wat Tyler's rebellion in England. It was the English archers, as Froissart reluctantly admits, and not the knights, who won the Battle of Poitiers. Gunpowder and cannon a few years later doomed the man-at-arms, and the rise of strong monarchies crowded out the feudal system. The thunder of artillery, which echoes faintly in the last pages of Froissart, is like a parting salvo to all the pageantry the volume holds. From cannonball and musket shot, the glittering procession has found refuge there. Into the safe retreat of those illuminated parchments, all the banners and pennons, lances, crests, and tapestries, knights and horses unto clanking mail, had time, and but just time, to withdraw. We find them there, fresh as when they hurried in, the colors bright, the trumpets blowing. Jean Froissart was born in Valenciennes in Hainault in 1337, the year of his birth almost coinciding with Chaucer's. He tells us in his long autobiographical poem, L'Espinette Amoureuse, that he was fond of play when a boy, and delighted in dances, carols, and poems, and had a liking for all those who loved dogs and birds. In the school where he was sent, he says, there were little girls whom he tried to please by giving them rings of glass, and pins, and apples, and pears. It seemed to him a most worthy thing to acquire their favor, and he wondered when it would be his turn to fall really in love. Much of this poem, which narrates tediously the love affair that was not long in coming, is probably fictitious, but there is no doubt of the accuracy of his description of himself in the opening lines, as fond of pleasure, prone to gallantry, and susceptible to all the bright faces of romance. From Love in Arms, he says, we are often told that all joy and every honor flow. He informs us elsewhere that he was no sooner out of school than he began to write, putting into verse the wars of his time. In 1361, he went to England, where Edward III was reigning with Philippa, his queen, a daughter of the Count of Hainault. His passport to the favor of his great countrywoman was a book, the result of these rhymings, covering the period from the Battle of Poitiers, 1356, to the time of his voyage. This volume is not known to exist, nor any copy of it. The Queen made him a clerk of her chamber. He had abundant opportunity in England to gratify his curiosity and fill his notebook, for the court was full of French noblemen, lately come over as hostages for King John of France, who was captured at the Battle of Poitiers. In 1365, he took letters of recommendation from the Queen to David Bruce, King of Scotland, whom he followed for 3 months in his progress through that realm, spending a fortnight in the castle of William Douglas, and making everywhere diligent inquiry about the recent war of 1345. In his delightful little poem, The Debate Between the Horse and the Greyhound, beginning, Froissart from Scotland was returning. We have a lifelike figure of the inquisitive young chronicler, pushing unweariedly from inn to inn on a tired horse and leading a footsore dog. Between his 30th and his 34th year, he was sometimes in England and sometimes in various parts of the continent. In August 1369, while he was abroad, his patroness, Queen Philippa, died. She had encouraged him to continue his researches and writings, and he had presented her with the second volume, in prose, which has come down to us as a part of the Chronicle. He admits that his work was an expansion of the Chronicle of Jean le Bel, Canon of Saint Lambert at Liège, for he says, "As all great rivers are made by the gathering together of many streams and springs, so the sciences also are extracted and compiled by many clerks. What one knows, the other does not." On hearing of the Queen's death, Froissart settled in his own country of Hainault. There he won favor from princes, as was his custom, by giving them manuscripts of his chronicle, which was growing apace. By the middle of 1373, we find him become a churchman and provided with a living, in which he remained 10 years, compiling fresh history and correcting what he had already written and put in circulation. A little later, 1376 to 1383, he made a more thorough revision of his chronicle, going so far as to modify its spirit, which had been favorable to English character and policy, and make it more agreeable to partisans of France. Although Froissart was not a Frenchman, his writings are all in the French language, which was, of course, his native tongue. About the beginning of 1384, he was made a canon of the church at Chimay, a small town near the French frontier, and in this region he observed the military movements then going on there, and recorded them immediately in Book 2 of his chronicle. 4 years of quiet were, however, too much for his noble and energetic spirit, and in 1388, hearing that the Count Gaston de Foix in the Pyrenees was a man likely to know many details of the English wars in Gascony and Guyenne, he set out to visit him, taking among other presents a book of his poetry and 2 couples of hounds. When he still had 10 days to travel, he met a gentleman of Foix, with whom he journeyed the rest of the way, beguiling the time with talk about the sieges the various towns upon their route had suffered. At the words which he spoke I was delighted, for they pleased me much, and right well did I retain them all. And as soon as I had dismounted at the hostelries along the road which we traveled together, I wrote them down, at evening as in the morning, to have a better record of them in times to come, for there is nothing so retentive as writing. Count Gaston received him hospitably, and filled his 3 months' sojourn with stories of great events. Then Froissart visited many towns of Provence and Languedoc. These peregrinations furnished much of the material for Book 3. Little more is known of his life, except with respect to a visit to England, in which he made in 1394, and which enabled him to collect material for a large part of Book 4, the last in the Chronicle. He is supposed to have died at Chimay, later than 1400, and perhaps, as tradition asserts, in 1410. It is an engaging picture, this of a genial, sharp-eyed, somewhat worldly churchman, riding his grey horse over hill and dale in quest of knowledge. We can fancy him arriving at his inn of an evening, and at once asking the obsequious host what knight or other great person dwells in the neighborhood. He loses no time before calling at the castle, and is gladly admitted when he tells his well-known name. He is ready to pay for any historical information with a story from his own collection. He is welcome everywhere, and for his part does not regret the time thus spent nor the money, several fortunes by his own count, for he has the light heart of the true traveler. It is always sunshine where he goes. The clangor of arms and the blare of trumpets hover ever above the horizon. Around the corner of every hill sits a fair castle by a shining river. From town to town, from province to province, his love of listening draws him on. To realize the charm of journeying in those days, we must remember that the local customs and qualities were almost undisturbed by communication. Two French cities, only a score of miles apart, would offer different from each other, as much as Nuremberg does from Venice. And I tell you for a truth, we read, that to make these chronicles, I have gone in my time much through the world, both to fulfill my pleasure by seeing the wonders of the earth and to inquire about the arms and adventures that are written in this book. So to horse, good canon of Chimay, throw aside books. There is news of fighting in the south. After the battle, soldiers will talk. There have been deeds of courage and romance. Hasten thither, while the tale of them is new. If he were not so celebrated as a chronicler, Froissart would be known as one of the last of the wandering minstrels. He had the roving foot. He lived by charming the rich into generosity with his recitals, and he wrote much poetry, which is little read, except where it has some autobiographical interest. We possess the long poems, L'Espionnet au Maurice, Le Boisson de Jeunesse, Le Dé de Florine, and several shorter pieces, with fragments of his once famous versified romance, Mclean. His great prose work, while professing to be a history, in distinction from the chronicles of previous writers, is, however, not an orderly narration, nor is it a philosophical treatment of political causes and effects. It is a collection of pictures and stories, without much unity, except the constant purpose of exhibiting the prowess of knighthood. There is not much indication even of partisanship or patriotic feeling. Froissart generally gives due meed of praise to the best knight in every bout, the best battalion in every encounter, regardless of sides. The subjects treated are so numerous and disparate that no general idea of them can be given. They cover the time from 1326 to 1394 and lead us through England, Scotland, Flanders, Hainault, France, Italy, Spain, and northern Africa. Among the most interesting passages are the story of King Edward's campaign against the Scots, his march through France, the Battle of Crécy, the Siege of Calais, Wat Tyler's rebellion, which Froissart, the well-fed parasite, treats with an odd and inconsistent mingling of horror and contempt, the Jacquerie, which he says was the work of peasant dogs, the scum of the earth, the Battle of Poitiers, with a fine description of the Black Prince waiting at table on poor captured King John, and the rise and fall of Philip van Artevelde. Froissart's chronicle used to be regarded as authoritative history, but as might have been expected from his mode of inquiry, it is full of geographical, chronological, and other errors. Getting his information by ear, he wrote proper names phonetically, or turned them into something resembling French. Thus Worcester becomes Worcester, Seymour, Simon, Sutherland, Surlant, Walter Tyler, Vaucher-Tullier, Edinburgh, Hadamburg, Stirling, Etemerlin. The persons from whom he got his material were generally partisans, either of France or of England, and often told him their stories years after the events, so that although he tried to be impartial himself and to offset one witness by another, he seldom heard a judicial account of a battle or a quarrel. He seems to have consulted few written records, though he might easily have seen the state papers of England and Hainault. It is useless to blame him, however, for the writing of mere history was not his purpose. With all his fine devotion to his life work, a devotion which is the more admirable when we consider his pleasure-loving nature, with all his attention to fairness, His great concern was not so much to instruct as to delight. First himself, secondly the great people of his age, and lastly posterity, on whom he ever and anon cast a shrewd and longing glance. To please his contemporaries, he several times revised his work. Posterity has nearly always preferred what might be called the first edition, which is the most unconscious and entertaining, though the least precise. But if we must deny him much of the value as a political historian, which was once attributed to him, we may still regard him as a great authority for the general aspect of life in the 14th century. Manners, customs, morals, as well as armor and dress, are no doubt correctly portrayed in his book. We learn from it what was deemed virtue and what vice. We learn that although religion was sincerely professed by the upper classes, it was not very successfully practiced and had amazingly little effect upon morals. We are struck, for instance, with the absence of imagination or sympathy, which permitted people to witness the horrible tortures inflicted on prisoners and criminals, although their minds were frequently filled with visions of supernatural beings. Froissart unconsciously makes himself, too, a medium for studying human character in his time. By his negative morality, his complacent recording of crimes, his unconcerned mention of horrors, yet from his bringing up as a poet and his scholarly associations and his connection with the church, it is likely he was a gentler man than 9/10 of the knights and squires and men-at-arms about him. There is an indifference colder even than cynicism in his failure to remark on the sufferings of the poor, which was so awful in his age. It is the result of class prejudice and seems deliberate. The burned village, the trampled grain field, the cowering women, the starved children, the rotting corpses, the mangled forms of living and agonizing foot soldiers. All these consequences of war he sees and occasionally mentions, yet they hardly touch him. But he is forever mourning the death of stricken knights as if it were a woeful loss. Yet for all his association with the governing class, we never find ourselves thinking of him as anything but a commoner raised to fortune by genius and favor. He has not the distinction of Joinville, who was a nobleman in the conventional sense and also in the truest sense. Froissart's merit, then, is not that he is a great political historian, nor even a great historian of the culture of his time. He did not see accurately enough to be the first, nor broadly and deeply and independently enough to be the second. But kindly nature made him something else, and enabled him to win that name which honoreth most and most endureth. She gave him the painter's eye, the poet's fancy, and it is as the artist of chivalry he lives today. His chronicle may be often false to historical fact. It may not display a broad and sympathetic intelligence or a generous impatience of conventionality, but it does please, it does enthrall. It is one of those books without moral intent, like the Arabian Nights, which the boys of all ages will persist in reading, and which men delight in if they love good pictures and good storytelling. No more lasting colors have come down to us from Venetian painters than those which rush out from the words on his pages. His scenes do not take shape in our minds as etchings or engravings, but smile themselves into being, like oil paintings, sunlight, the glint of steel, red and yellow banners waving, white horses galloping over the sand, flashing armor, glittering spurs, the shining faces of eager men. Fill with glory this great pictorial wonder book of the Middle Ages. End of section 19. Section 20 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by Froissart, Part 1. The Invasion of France by King Edward III and the Battle of Crécy. From the Chronicles, translation of John Bourchier, Lord Berners. How the King of England rode through Normandy. When the King of England arrived in the Hogue Saint-Vaast, the king issued out of his ship, and the first foot that he set on the ground, he fell so rudely that the blood brast out of his nose. The knights that were about him took him up and said, Sir, for God's sake enter again into your ship, and come not a land this day, for this is but an evil sign for us. Then the king answered quickly and said, Wherefore? This is a good token for me, for the land desireth to have me. Of the which answer all his men were right joyful. So that day and night the king lodged on the sands, and in the meantime discharged the ships of their horses and other baggages. There the king made 2 marshals of his host, the one the Lord Godfrey of Harcourt, and the other the Earl of Warwick, and the Earl of Arundel Constable. And he ordained that the Earl of Huntingdon should keep the fleet of ships with 100 men of arms and 400 archers. And also he ordained 3 battles, one to go on his right hand, closing to the seaside, and the other on his left hand, and the king himself in the midst, and every knight to lodge all in one field. Thus they set forth as they were ordained, and that they went by the sea, took all the ships that they found in their ways, and so long they went forth, what by sea and what by land, that they came to a good port, and to a good town called Barfleur, the which incontinent was won, for they within gave up for fear of death. Howbeit, for all that, the town was robbed, and much gold and silver there found, and rich jewels. There was found so many riches, that the boys and villains of the host set nothing by good furred gowns. They made all the men of the town to issue out and go into the ships, because they would not suffer them to be behind them, for fear of rebelling again. After the town of Barfleur was thus taken and robbed without running, then they spread abroad in the country and did what they list, for there was naught to resist them. At last they came to a great and a rich town called Cherbourg. The town they won and robbed it, and brent part thereof. But into the castle they could not come. It was so strong and well furnished with men of war. Of the great assembly that the French king made to resist the King of England. Thus, by the Englishmen was brent, exiled, robbed, wasted, and pilled the good plentiful country of Normandy. Then the French king sent for the Lord John of Hainault, who came to him with a great number. Also the king sent for other men of arms, dukes, earls, barons, knights, and squires, and assembled together the greatest number of people that had been seen in France 100 years before. He sent for men into so far countries that it was long or they came together, wherefore the King of England did what list in the mean season. The French king heard well what he did, and sware and said how they should never return again unfought withal, and that such hurts and damages as they have done shall be dearly revenged. Wherefore he had sent letters to his friends in the empire, to such as were farthest off, and also to the gentle king of Bohemia, and to the Lord Charles his son, who from thenceforth was called King of Almaine. He was made king by the aid of his father and the French king, and had taken on him the arms of the empire. The French king desired them to come to him with all their powers, to the intent to fight with the King of England, who brent and wasted his country. These princes and lords made them ready with great number of men and arms, of Almains, Bohemians, and Luxemburgers, and so came to the French king. Also King Philip sent to the Duke of Lorraine, who came to serve him with 300 spears. Also there came the Earl of Somme and Sommers, the Earl of Saarbrück, the Earl of Flanders, the Earl William of Namur, every man with a fair company. Ye have heard here before of the order of the Englishmen, how they went in 3 battles, the marshals on the right hand and on the left, the king and the Prince of Wales his son in the midst. They rode but small journeys, and every day took their lodgings between noon and 3 of the clock, and found the country so fruitful that they needed not to make no provision for their host, but all only for wine, and yet they found reasonably sufficient thereof. It was no marvel, though, they of the country were afraid, for before that time they had never seen men of war, nor they wist not what war or battle meant. They fled away as far as they might hear speaking of the Englishmen, and left their houses well stuffed, and granges full of corn. Thou wist not how to save and keep it. The King of England and the Prince had in their battle 3,000 men of arms and 6,000 archers, and 10,000 men afoot, beside them that rode with the marshals. Then the king went toward Caen, the which was a greater town and full of drapery and other merchandise, and rich burgesses, noble ladies and damosels, and fair churches, and specially 2 great and rich abbeys, one of the Trinity, another of St. Stephen, and on the one side of the town one of the fairest castles of all Normandy, and captain therein was Robert of Wargny, with 300 Genoese. And in the town was the Earl of Eu and of Guines, constable of France, and the Earl of Tankerville, with a good number of men of war. The King of England rode that day in good order and lodged all his battles together that night, 2 leagues from Caen, in a town with a little haven called Astrahan. That thither came also all his navy of ships with the Earl of Huntingdon, who was governor of them. The constable and other lords of France that night watched well the town of Caen, and in the morning armed them with all of them of the town. Then the constable ordained that none should issue out, but keep their defenses on the walls, gate, bridge, and river, and left the suburbs void, because they were not closed, for they thought they should have enough to do to defend the town, because it was not closed but with the river. They of the town said how they would issue out, for they were strong enough to fight with the King of England. When the constable saw their good wills, he said, In the name of God be it, ye shall not fight without me. Then they issued out in good order, and made good face to fight, and to defend them, and with their lives in adventure. Of the battle of Caen, and how the Englishmen took the town. The same day the Englishmen rose early and apparelled them, ready to go to Caen. The king heard mass before the sun rising, and then took his horse, and the prince his son, with Sir Godfrey of Harcourt, marshal and leader of the host, whose counsel the king much followed. Then they drew toward Caen with their battles in good array, and so approached the good town of Caen. When they of the town, who were ready in the field, saw these 3 battles coming in good order, with their banners and standards waving in the wind, and the archers, the which they had not been accustomed to see, they were sore afraid and fled away toward the town without any order or good array. For all that the constable could do, then the Englishmen pursued them eagerly. When the constable and the Earl Tankerville saw that, they took a gate at the entry and saved themselves and certain with them, for the Englishmen were entered into the town. Some of the knights and squires of France, such as knew the way to the castle, went thither, and the captain there received them all, for the castle was large. The Englishmen in the chase slew many, for they took none to mercy. Then the constable and the Earl of Tankerville, being in the little tower at the bridge foot, looked along the street and saw their men slain without mercy. They doubted to fall in their hands. At last they saw an English knight with one eye, called Sir Thomas Holland, and 5 or 6 other knights with him. They knew them, for they had seen them in Prusse, in Grenade, and in other voyages. Then they called to Sir Thomas, and said how they would yield themselves prisoners. Then Sir Thomas came thither with his company, and mounted up into the gate, and there found the said lords with 25 knights with them, who yielded them to Sir Thomas, and he took them for his prisoners, and left company to keep them, and then mounted again on his horse and rode into the streets, and saved many lives of ladies, damosels, and cloisterers from defoiling, for the soldiers were without mercy. It fell so well the same season for the Englishmen that the river, which was able to bear ships, at that time was so low that men went in and out beside the bridge. They of the town were entered into their houses, and cast down into the street stones, timber, and iron, and slew and hurt more than 500 Englishmen, wherewith the king was sore displeased. At night, when he heard thereof, he commanded that the next day all should be put to the sword, and the town burnt. But then Sir Godfrey of Harcourt said, Dear sir, for God's sake assuage somewhat your courage, and let it suffice you that ye have done. Ye have yet a great voyage to do, or ye come before Calais, whither ye purpose to go. And sir, in this town there is much people who will defend their houses, and will cost many of your men their lives, or ye have all at your will, whereby, peradventure, ye shall not keep your purpose to Calais, the which should redound to your wrack. Sir, save your people, for ye shall have need of them, or this month pass. For I think verily your adversary, King Philip, will meet with you to fight, and ye shall find many straight passages and rencounters. Wherefore your men, and ye had more, shall stand you in good stead. And, sir, without further slaying, ye shall be lord of this town. Men and women will put all that they have to your pleasure. Then the king said, Sir Godfrey, you are our marshal. Ordain everything as ye will. Then Sir Godfrey with his banner rode from street to street, and commanded in the king's name none to be so hardy to put fire in any house, to slay any person, nor to violate any woman. When they of the town heard that cry, they received the Englishmen into their houses and made them good cheer, and some opened their coffers and bade them take what then list, so they might be assured of their lives. Howbeit, there were done in the town many evil deeds, murders, and robberies. Thus the Englishmen were lords of the town 3 days and won great riches, the which they sent by barks and barges to Saint Savoy by the river of Osterheim, 2 leagues thence, whereas all their navy lay. Then the king sent the Earl of Huntingdon with 200 men of arms and 400 archers, with his navy and prisoners and riches that they had got, back again into England. And the king bought of Sir Thomas Holland the Constable of France and the Earl of Tankerville, and paid for them 20,000 nobles. The next day the king departed, burning and wasting all before him, and at night lodged in a good village called Grandvilliers. The next day the king passed by Darges. There was none to defend the castle, wherefore it was soon taken and burnt. Then they went forth, destroying the country all about, and so came to the castle of Poix, where there was a good town and 2 castles. There was nobody in them but 2 fair damosels, daughters to the lord of Poix. They were soon taken, and had been violated, and 2 English knights had not been, Sir John Condis and Sir Basset, They defended them and brought them to the king, who for his honor made them good cheer and demanded of them whither they would faintest go. They said, to Corbie, and the king caused them to be brought thither without peril. That night the king lodged in the town of Blois. They of the town and of the castle spake that night with the marshals of the host, to save them in their town from brenning, and they to pay a certain sum of florins the next day as soon as the host was departed. This was granted them, and in the morning the king departed with all his host, except a certain that were left there to receive the money that they of the town had promised to pay. When they of the town saw the host depart, and but a few left behind, then they said they would pay never a penny, and so ran out and set on the Englishmen, who defended themselves as well as they might, and sent after the host for succor. When Sir Raymond Corbin and Sir Thomas Holland, who had the rule of the rear guard, heard thereof, they returned and cried, Treason! Treason! And so came again to Poirward, and found their companions still fighting with them of the town. Then anon, they of the town were nigh all slain, and the town brent, and the two castles beaten down. Then they returned to the king's host, who was then at Aleins, and there lodged, and had commanded all manner of men on pain of death to do no hurt to the town of Arson. For there the king was minded to lie a day or two, to take advice how he might pass the river of Somme, for it was necessary for him to pass the river, as ye shall hear after. How the French king followed the King of England in Bosphornois. Let us speak of King Philip, who was at Saint Denis, and his people about him, and daily increased. Then on a day he departed, and rode so long that he came to Coppeville, 3 leagues from Amiens, and there he tarried. The King of England, being at Amiens, wist not where for to pass the river of Somme, the which was large and deep, and all bridges were broken, and the passages well kept. Then, at the king's commandment, his 2 marshals with 1,000 men of arms and 2,000 archers went along the river to find some passage, and passed by Long Pré, and came to the bridge of Remy, the which was well kept with a great number of knights and squires and men of the country. The Englishmen alighted afoot and assailed the Frenchmen from the morning till it was noon. But the bridge was so well fortified and defended that the Englishmen departed without winning of anything. Then they went to a great town called Fontaines, on the river of Somme, the which was clean robbed and brent, for it was not closed. Then they went to another town called Long and Portheau. They could not win the bridge. It was so well kept and defended. Then they departed and went to Picardy, and found the town, the bridge, and the castle so well fortified that it was not likely to pass there. The French king had so well defended the passages, to the intent that the King of England should not pass the river of Somme, to fight with him at his advantage, or else to famish him there. When these 2 marshals had assayed in all places to find passage and could find none, they returned again to the king, and shewed him how they could find no passage in no place. The same night the French king came to Amiens with more than 100,000 men. The King of England was right pensive, and the next morning heard mass before the sun rising, and then dislodged. And every man followed the marshal's banners, and so rode in the country of Venue, approaching to the good town of Abbeville, and found a town thereby, whereunto was come much people of the country in trust of a little defence that was there. But the Englishmen anon won it, and all that they were within slain, and many taken of the town and of the country. The king took his lodging in a great hospital that was there. The same day the French king departed from Amiens and came to Arras about noon, and the Englishmen were departed thence in the morning. The Frenchmen found there great provision that the Englishmen had left behind them, because they departed in haste. There they found flesh ready on the broaches, bread and pastries in the ovens, wine in tuns and barrels, and the tables ready laid. There the French king lodged and tarried for his lords. That night the King of England was lodged at Ouisemont. At night, when the two marshals were returned, who had that day overrun the country to the gates of Abbeville and to St. Valery, and made a great skirmish there, then the king assembled together his council and made to be brought before him certain prisoners of the country of Ponthieu and of Venue. The king right courteously demanded of them if there were any among them they knew any passage beneath Abbeville, that he and his host might pass over the river of Somme. If he would shew him thereof, he should be quit of his ransom, and 20 of his company for his love. There was a varlet called Gaboriau, who stepped forth and said to the king, Sir, I promise you on the jeopardy of my head, I shall bring you to such a place, whereas ye and all your host shall pass the river of Somme without peril, there being certain places in the passage, that ye shall pass 12 men about 2 times between day and night. Ye shall not go in the water to the knees, but when the flood cometh, the river then waxes so great that no man can pass. But when the flood is gone, the which is 2 times between day and night, then the river is so low that it may be passed without danger both a horseback and afoot. The passage is hard in the bottom, with white stones, so that all your carriage may go surely. Therefore the passage is called Blanche Tac. And ye make ready to depart betimes. Ye may be there by the sun rising. The king said, If this be true that ye say, I quit thee thy ransom and all thy company, and moreover shall give thee 100 nobles. Then the king commanded every man to be ready at the sound of the trumpet to depart. Of the Battle of Blanche Tac. The King of England slept not much that night, for at midnight he arose and sounded his trumpet. Then incontinent they made ready carriages and all things, and at the breaking of the day they departed from the town of Ouisemont, and rode after the guiding of Gaboriau, so that they came by the sun rising to Blanche Tac. But as the flood was up, so that they might not pass, so the king tarried there till it was prime. Then the ebb came. The French king had his couriers in the country, who brought him word of the demeanor of the Englishmen. Then he thought to close the King of England between Abbeville and the river of Somme, and so to fight with him at his pleasure. And when he was at Amiens, he had ordained a great baron of Normandy, called Sir Godemar du Fay, to go and keep the passage of Blanche Tac, where the Englishmen must pass, or else in none other place. He had with him 1,000 men of arms and 6,000 afoot, with the Genoese. So they went by Saint-Riquier in Ponthieu, and from thence to Croteau, whereas the passage lay. And also he had with him a great number of men of the country, and also a great number of them of Montreuil, so that they were 12,000 men one and other. When the English host was come thither, Sir Grandeur du Fay arranged all his company to defend the passage. The King of England let not for all that, but when the flood was gone, he commanded his marshals to enter into the water in the name of God and St. George. Then they were hardy and courageous, entered on both parties, and many a man reversed. There were some of the Frenchmen of Artois and Picardy that were as glad to joust in the water as on the dry land. The Frenchmen defended so well the passage at the issuing out of the water that they had much to do. The Genoese did them great trouble with their crossbows. On the other side, the archers of England shot so wholly together that the Frenchmen were fain to give place to the Englishmen. There was a sore battle, and many a noble feat of arms done on both sides. Finally, The Englishmen passed over and assembled together in the field. The king and the prince passed, and all the lords. Then the Frenchman kept none array, but departed, he that might best. When Sir Galdós saw that discomfiture, he fled and saved himself. Some fled to Abbeville, and some to Saint-Ricaires. They that were there afoot could not flee, so that they were slain a great number of them of Abbeville, Montreuil, Roux, and of Saint-Ricaires. The chase endured more than a great league, and as yet all the Englishmen were not past the river, and certain couriers of the King of Bohemia and of Sir John of Hainault came on them that were behind, and took certain horses and carriages and slew divers, or they could take the passage. The French king the same morning was departed from Arranes, trusting to have found the Englishmen between him and the river of Somme. But when he heard how that Sir Godmer du Fay and his company were discomfited, he tarried in the field and demanded of his marshals what was best to do. They said, Sir, ye cannot pass the river but at the bridge of Abbeville, for the flood is come in at Blanc-Tac. Then he returned and lodged at Abbeville. The King of England, when he was past the river, he thanked God, and so rode forth in like manner as he did before. Then he called Gobernagace, and did quit him his ransom and all his company, and gave him 100 nobles and a good horse. And so the king rode forth fair and easily, and thought to have lodged in a great town called Noyelles. But when he knew that the town pertained to the Countess d'Auvel, sister to the Lord Robert of Artois, the king assured the town and country as much as pertained to her, and so went forth, and his marshals rode to Courtois on the seaside and brent the town, and found in the haven many ships and barks charged with wines and Poitou, pertaining to the merchants of Saintonge and of Rochelle. They brought the best thereof to the king's host. Then one of the marshals rode to the gates of Abbeville, and from thence to Saint-Ricaires, and after the town of Rue Saint-Esprit. This was on a Friday, and both battles of the marshals returned to the king's host about noon, and so lodged altogether near to Crécy in Poitou. The King of England was well informed how the French king followed after him to fight. Then he said to his company, Let us take here some plot of land, for we will go no farther till we have seen our enemies. I have good cause here to abide them, for I am on the right heritage of the queen my mother, the which land was given at her marriage. I will challenge it of mine adversary, Philip of Valois, and because that he had not the 8th part in number of men as the French king had, therefore he commanded his marshals to choose a plot of ground somewhat for his advantage, and so they did, and thither the king and his host went. Then he sent his couriers to Abbeville to see if the French king drew that day into the field or not. They went forth and returned again, and said how they could see none appearance of his coming. Then every man took their lodging for that day, and to be ready in the morning at the sound of the trumpet in the same place. This Friday, the French king tarried still in Abbeville, abiding for his company, and sent his 2 marshals to ride out to see the dealing of the Englishmen. And at night they returned, and said how the Englishmen were lodged in the fields. That night the French king made a supper to all the chief lords that were there with him, and after supper the king desired them to be friends each to other. The king looked for the Earl of Savoy, who should come to him with 1,000 spears, for he had received wages for 3 months of them at Troyes in Champagne. End of section 20. Section 21 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by Froissart, Part 2. Of the Order of the Englishmen at Crécy. On the Friday, as I said before, the King of England lay in the fields, for the country was plentiful of wines and other victual, and if need had been, they had provision following in carts and other carriages. That night the king made a supper to all his chief lords of his host, and made them good cheer. And when they were all departed to take their rest, then the king entered into his oratory and kneeled down before the altar, praying God devoutly that if he fought the next day, that he might achieve the journey to his honor. Then about midnight he laid him down to rest, and in the morning he rose betimes and heard mass, and the prince his son with him. And the most part of his company were confessed and houseled. And after the mass said, he commanded every man to be armed and to draw to the field to the same place before appointed. Then the king caused a park to be made by the woodside behind his host, and there were set all carts and carriages, and within the park were all their horses, for every man was afoot, and into this park there was but one entry. Then he ordained 3 battles. In the first was the young Prince of Wales, with him the Earl of Warwick and Oxford, the Lord Godfrey of Harcourt, Sir Raymond Cottam, Sir Thomas Holland, the Lord Stafford, the Lord of Mahone, the Lord Delaware, Sir John Chandos, Sir Bartholomew de Burgess, Sir Robert Neville, the Lord Thomas Clifford, the Lord Bourchier, the Lord de Latimer, and divers other knights and squires that I cannot name. They were 800 men of arms and 2,000 archers, and 1,000 of other with the Welshmen. Every lord drew to the field appointed under his own banner and pennon. In the second battle was the Earl of Northampton, the Earl of Arundel, the Lord Ross, the Lord Lucy, the Lord Willoughby, the Lord Bassett, the Lord of St. Auban, Sir Lewis Tufton, the Lord of Moulton, the Lord of Lascelles, and divers other. About 800 men of arms and 1,200 archers. The third battle had the king. He had 700 men of arms and 2,000 archers. Then the king leaped on a hobby, with a white rod in his hand, one of his marshals on the one hand, and the other on the other hand. He rode from rank to rank, desiring every man to take heed that day to his right and honor. He spake it so sweetly and with so good countenance and merry cheer, that all such as were discomfited took courage in the seeing and hearing of him. And when he had thus visited all his battles, it was then 9 of the day. Then he caused every man to eat and drink a little, and so they did at their leisure. And afterward they ordered again their battles. Then every man lay down on the earth, and by him his salet and bow, to be more fresher when their enemies should come. The order of the Frenchmen of Crécy, and how they beheld the demeanor of the Englishmen. This Saturday, the French king rose betimes and heard mass in Abbeville in his lodging in the Abbey of St. Peter, and he departed after the sun rising. When he was out of the town 2 leagues, approaching towards his enemies, some of his lords said to him, Sir, in it were good that ye ordered your battles, and let all your footmen pass somewhat on before, that they be not troubled with the horsemen. Then the king sent 4 knights, the Morn of Berzeville, the Lord of Noyers, the Lord of Beaujeu, and the Lord of Aubigny, to ride to view the English host. And so they rode so near that they might well see part of their dealing. The Englishmen saw them well and knew well how they were come hither to view them. They let them alone, and made no countenance toward them, and let them return as they came. And when the French king saw these 4 knights return again, he tarried till they came to him and said, Sirs, what tidings? These 4 knights, each of them looked on each other, for there was none would speak before his companion. Finally the king said to the Moine, who pertained to the king of Bohemia, and had done in his days so much that he was reputed for one of the valiantest knights of the world, Sir, speak you. And he said, Sir, I shall speak, sith it pleaseth thee, under the correction of my fellows. Sir, we have ridden and seen the behaving of your enemies. Know ye for truth, they are rested in 3 battles abiding for you. Sir, I will counsel you as for my part, saving your displeasure, that you and all your company rest here and lodge for this night. For, or they be behind of your company be come hither, or be your battles be set in good order, it will be very late, and your people be weary and out of array, and ye shall find your enemies fresh and ready to receive you. Early in the morning you may order your battles at more leisure, and advise your enemies at more deliberation, and to regard well what way ye will assail them. For, sir, surely they will abide you. Then the king commanded that it should be so done. Then his 2 marshals, one rode before another behind, saying to every banner, Tarry and abide here in the name of God and St. Denis. They that were foremost tarried, but they that were behind would not tarry, but rode forth, and said how they would go in no wise abide till they were as far forward as the foremost. And when they before saw them come on behind, then they rode forward again, so that the king, not his marshals, could not rule them. So they rode without order or good array, till they came in sight of their enemies, and as soon as the foremost saw them, they reculed them back, without good array, whereof they behind had marvel and were abashed, and thought that the foremost company had been fighting. Then they might have had leisure and room to have gone forward, if they had list. Some went forth, and some abode still. The commons, of whom all the ways between Abbeville and Cressy were full, when they saw that they were near to their enemies, they took their swords and cried, Down with them! Let us slay them all. There is no man, though he were present at the journey, that could imagine or shew the truth of the evil order that was among the French party, and yet they were a marvelous great number. That I write in this book I learned it specially of the Englishmen, who well beheld their dealing, and also certain knights of St. John of Hainault, who was always about King Philip, shewed me as they knew. Of the Battle of Cressy, August 26, 1346. The Englishmen, who were in 3 battles lying on the ground to rest them, as soon as they saw the Frenchmen approach, they rose upon their feet fair and easily without any haste, and arranged their battles. The first, which was the Prince's battle, the archers there stood in manner of a hearse, and the men of arms in the bottom of the battle. The Earl of Northampton, the Earl of Arundel, with the second battle, were on a wing in good order, ready to comfort the Prince's battle, if need were. The lords and knights of France came not to the assembly together in good order, for some came before and some came after, in such haste at evil order that one of them did trouble another. When the French king saw the Englishman, his blood changed, and said to his marshals, Make the Genoese go on before, and begin the battle, in the name of God and St. Denis. There were of the Genoese crossbows about 15,000, but they were so weary of going afoot that day, 6 leagues armed with their crossbows, that they said to their constables, We be not well ordered to fight this day, for we be not in the case to do any great deed of arms. We have more need of rest. These words came to the Earl of Alençon, and said, A man is well at ease to be charged with such a sort of rascals, to be faint and fail now at most need. Also the same reason there fell a great rain and an eclipse with a terrible thunder, and before the rain there came flying over both battles a great number of crows for fear of the tempest coming. Then anon the air began to wax clear, and the sun to shine fair and bright, the which was right in the Frenchmen's eyes, and on the Englishmen's backs. When the Genoese were assembled together and began to approach, they made a great leap and cried to abash the Englishmen. But they stood still and stirred not for all that. Then the Genoese again, the second time, made another leap and a fell cry, and stepped forward a little, and the Englishmen removed not 1 foot. Thirdly, again they leaped and cried, and went forth till they came within shot. Then they shot fiercely with their crossbows. Then the English archers stepped forth 1 pace, and let fly their arrows so wholly together and so thick, that it seemed snow. When the Genoese felt the arrows piercing through heads, arms, and breasts, many of them cast down their crossbows, and did cut their strings and returned discomfited. When the French king saw them fly away, he said, "Slay these rascals, for they shall let and trouble us without reason." Then you should have seen the men of arms dash in among them and kill a great number of them. And ever still the Englishmen shot whereas they saw thickest press. The sharp arrows ran into the men of arms, and into their horses, and many fell, horse and men, among the Genoese. And when they were down, they could not relieve again. The press was so thick that one overthrew another. And also among the Englishmen there were certain rascals that went afoot with great knives, and they went in among the men of arms, and slew and murdered many as they lay on the ground, both earls, barons, knights, and squires, whereof the King of England was after displeased, for he had rather they had been taken prisoners. The valiant King of Bohemia, called Charles of Luxembourg, son to the noble Emperor Henry of Luxembourg, for all that he was nigh blind, when he understood the order of the battle, he said to them about him, "Where is the Lord Charles my son?" His men said, "Sir, we cannot tell. We think he be fighting." Then he said, "Sirs, ye are my men, my companions and friends in this journey. I require you bring me so far forward that I may strike 1 stroke with my sword." They said they would do his commandment, and to the intent that they should not lose him in the press, they tied all their reins of their bridles each to other, and set the king before to accomplish his desire. And so they went on their enemies. The Lord Charles of Bohemia, his son, who wrote himself King of Almaine, and bare the arms, he came in good order to the battle. But when he saw that the matter went awry on their party, he departed, I cannot tell you which way. The king his father was so far forward that he strake a stroke with his sword, yea, and more than 4, and fought valiantly, and so did his company. And they adventured themselves so forward that they were there all slain. And the next day they were found in the place about the king, and all their horses tied each to other. The Earl of Alençon came to the battle right ordinately and fought with the Englishmen, and the Earl of Flanders also on his part. These 2 lords with their companies close to the English archers, and came to the prince's battle, and there fought valiantly long. The French king would fain have come thither, when he saw their banners, but there was a great hedge of archers before him. The same day, the French king had given a great black courser to Sir John of Hainault, and he made the Lord Thierry of Senseville to ride on him and to bear his banner. The same horse took the bridle in the teeth and brought him through all the colours of the Englishmen, and as he would have returned again, he fell in a great dyke and was sore hurt, and had been there dead. And his page had not been, who followed him through all the battles, and saw where his master lay in the dyke, and had none other let but for his horse. For the Englishmen would not issue out of their battle for taking of any prisoner. Then the page alighted and relieved his master. Then he went not back again the same way that they came. There was too many in his way. This battle between Broye and Cressy this Saturday was right cruel and fell, and many a feat of arms done that came not to my knowledge. In the night divers knights and squires lost their masters, and sometime came on the Englishmen, who received them in such wise that they were ever nigh slain. For there was none taken to mercy, nor to ransom. For so the Englishmen were determined. In the morning, the day of the battle, certain Frenchmen at Almain perforce opened the archers of the prince's battle, and came and fought with the men of arms hand to hand. Then the second battle of the Englishmen came to succor the prince's battle, the which was time, for they had as then much ado. And they with the prince sent a messenger to the king, who was on a little windmill hill. Then the knight said to the king, Sir, the Earl of Warwick and the Earl of Oxford, Sir Raymond Claughon and other, such as he about the prince your son, are fiercely fought withal, and are sore handled. Wherefore they desire you, that you in your battle will come and aid them. For if the Frenchmen increase, as they doubt they will, your son and they shall have much ado. Then the king said, Is my son dead, or hurt, or on the earth felled? No, sir, quoth the knight, but he is hardly matched, wherefore he hath need of your aid. Well, said the king, return to him, and to them that sent you hither, and say to them that they send no more to me for any adventure that falleth, as long as my son is alive. And also say to them that they suffer him this day to win his spurs. For if God be pleased, I will this journey be his and the honor thereof, and to them that be about him. Then the knight returned again to them, and shewed the king's words, the which greatly encouraged them, and rejoined in that they had sent to the king as they did. Sir Godfrey of Harcourt would gladly that the Earl of Harcourt, his brother, might have been saved, for he heard say by them they saw his banner, how that he was there in the field on the French party. But Sir Godfrey could not come to him betimes, for he was slain, or he could come at him, and so was also the Earl of Arran, his nephew. In another place, the Earl of Alençon and the Earl of Flanders fought valiantly, every lord under his own banner. But finally they could not resist against the puissance of the Englishmen, and so they were also slain, and divers other knights and squires. Also the Earl Louis of Blois, nephew to the French king, and the Duke of Lorraine fought under their banners, but at last they were closed in among a company of Englishmen and Welshmen, and there was slain for all their prowess. Also there was slain the Earl of Auxerre, the Earl of St. Paul, and many other. In the evening, the French king, who had left about him no more than 80 person, one and other, whereof Sir John of Hainault was one, who had remounted once the king, for his horse was slain with an arrow. Then he said to the king, Sir, depart hence, for it is time. Lose not yourself wilfully. If ye have loss at this time, ye shall recover it again another season. And so he took the king's horse by the bridle, and led him away in a manner perforce. Then the king rode till he came to the castle of Broye. The gate was closed, because it was by that time dark. Then the king called the captain, who came to the walls, and said, Who is that calleth there this time of night? Then the king said, Open your gate quickly, but this is the fortune of France. The captain knew then that it was the king, and opened the gate, and let down the bridge. Then the king entered, and he had with him but 5 barons, Sir John of Hainault, Sir Charles of Montmorency, the Lord of Beaujeu, the Lord d'Aubigny, and the Lord of Monsault. The king would not tarry there, but drank and departed thence about midnight, and so rode by such guides as knew the country, till he came in the morning to Amiens, and there he rested. This Saturday the Englishmen never departed from their battles, for chasing of any man, but kept still their field, and ever defended themselves against all such as came to assail them. This battle ended about evensong time. End of section 21. Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. James Anthony Froude, 1818 to 1894, by Charles Frederick Johnson. James Anthony Froude, English historian and essayist, was born April 23, 1818, and died October 20, 1894. His father was a clergyman, and the son was sent to Westminster School and to Oriel College, Oxford. In 1842, he became a Fellow of Exeter, and 2 years later he was ordained a deacon, an office which he did not formally lay down until many years later. Although his earliest publications, Shadows of the Clouds and Nemesis of Faith, showed that he had come to hold, and what perhaps is more to the point, dared to express, views hardly compatible with the character of a docile and unreasoning neophyte. These books were severely censured by the authorities and cost him, to the great benefit of the world, an appointment he had received of teacher in Tasmania. He resigned his fellowship and took up the profession of letters, writing much for Fraser and the Westminster, and becoming for a short period the editor of the former. His magnum opus is his History of England from the fall of Wolsey to the defeat of the Spanish Armada, in 12 volumes, from 1856 to 1870. His other principal publications are The English in Ireland in the 18th Century, 1874, Caesar, 1879, Bunyan, 1880, Thomas Carlyle, First 40 Years of His Life, 1882, Life in London, 1884, Short Studies on Great Subjects, 1882, 4 series, The Two Chiefs of Dunboy, 1889, The English in the West Indies, 1889, The Divorce of Catherine of Aragon, 1892, The Life and Letters of Erasmus, 1892, English Seamen in the 16th Century, 1892, and The Council of Trent, Shadows of the Clouds, The Nemesis of Faith, and The Two Chiefs of Dunboy are in the form of fiction, and though they, especially the last, contain some charming descriptive passages and evince some of Froude's power of character sketching, they serve on the whole to prove that he was not a novelist. The fortunes of his group of people are of less absorbing interest to him than questions of social and racial ethics. There is nothing more annoying than to have an essayist stand behind a storyteller and interrupt him from time to time with acute philosophical comments on ultimate causes. The characters of Morty and Sylvester Sullivan are admirably contrasted character types, but both they and the English Colonel Goering are a trifle stagey and stiff in their joints. The murders of the two chiefs, Morty Sullivan and Colonel Goering, are dramatically told, but Froude's deficient sense of humor, or at least of that quality of humor, which gives a subtle sense of congruity, results in an attempt to combine the elements of the tale and the didactic society in impossible proportions. He is an essayist and historian, not a novel writer. Froude stands before the English reading public prominent in three characteristics. First, as a technical prose artist, in which regard he is entitled to be classed with Ruskin, Newman, and Pater. Less enthusiastic and elaborately ornamental than the first, less musically and delicately fallacious than the second, and less self-conscious and phrase-caressing than the third, but carrying a solider burden of thought than all three. Second, as a historian of the modern school, which aims by reading the original records to produce an independent view of historical periods. Third, as the most clear-sighted and broad-minded of those whose position near the center of the Oxford movement and intimacy with the principal actors gave them an insight into its inner nature. There can be but one opinion of Froude as a master of English. In some of his early work there are traces of the manner of Macaulay in the succession of short assertive sentences, most of which an ordinary writer would group as limiting clauses about the main assertion. This method gives a false appearance of vigor and definiteness. It makes easy reading by relieving the mind from the necessity of weighing the modifying propositions, but it is entirely unadapted to nice modulations of thought. Froude very soon avoided the vices of Macaulayism and attained a narrative style which must be regarded as the best in an age which has paid more attention than any other to the art of telling a story. In descriptive historical narrative he is unrivaled, because he is profoundly impressed not only with the dramatic qualities, but with the real significance of a scene. Unlike Macaulay, to whom the superficial theatrical elements appeal, a reading of Macaulay's description of the trial of Warren Hastings and Froude's narrative of the killing of Thomas Becket or of the execution of Mary Queen of Scots will bring out at once Froude's radical superiority in both conception and execution. This is not the place to debate the question of Froude's historical accuracy, further than to remark that he was an industrious reader of historical documents, and by nature a seeker after the truth. If a profound conviction of the harmfulness of ecclesiasticism colored the light with which he illuminated the records of the past, we must remember that history is at best largely the impressions of historians, and that, if it be true that Froude does present one side, it is the side on which the warnings to posterity are most distinctly inscribed. A reading of the controversy between Froude and Freeman, in the calmer light of the present, leads to the conclusion that the suppressio verte with which Froude was charged is not a suggestio falsi, but an artistic selection of the characteristic. He felt a certain contempt for the minute and meaningless fidelity to the record, which is not writing history, but editing documents. He possessed, too, among his other literary powers, the rare one of being able to individualize the man whose life he studies and of presenting the character so as to be consistent and human. This power fills his history and sketch with rare personalities. Thomas Becket, Henry III, Henry VIII, Queen Catherine, Mary Queen of Scots, and Elizabeth are more than historical portraits in the ordinary sense. They are conceptions of individuals, vivified by the artistic sense. Whether or not they are true to the originals as reflected in the contemporary documents, they are at least human possibilities, and therefore truer than the distorted automata that lie in state on the pages of some historians. A human character is so exceedingly complex and so delicately balanced with contradictory elements that it is probable that no two persons ever estimate it exactly alike. Besides, prominent historical personages become in the popular imagination invested with exaggerated attributes, and it is not likely that men will ever agree even as to which of them was the hero and which the villain of the drama. It was to be expected that Froude should be violently assailed by those who accepted a traditional view of Henry VIII and of Mary. It was inevitable that he should differ from them, because he had more than a view. He had a conception. His historical personages are certainly possibilities, because they are human, and the traditional figures are either monsters or saints, and humanity, at least Teutonic humanity, does not produce unadulterated saints nor unrelieved monsters. While Froude's historical work has been criticized for lack of minute accuracy in details, his book on Carlyle has been criticized for the opposite fault, of quoting too fully and literally from letters and journals, matter never intended for the public, and of a nature not only to wound living persons, but to create an erroneous impression of the writer. The habit of expressing himself in pithy and pungent personalities seems to have been, with Carlyle, a sort of intellectual exercise, and should not necessarily be taken as an index of morose ill temper. A very delicate literary tact was necessary to his literary executor, in selecting from the matter put in his hands that which would combine to make a true picture of a crude and powerful genius without making him appear to the ordinary reader a selfish, woeful man. Froude's idea of the duty of an editor of contemporary biography seems to have been that it was limited to careful publication of all the available material, as memoirs pour servir. Such miscellaneous printing may, in the end, serve truth, but at the time it arouses resentment. It resulted, however, in the production of a book far preferable to the non-committal, evasive, destructively laudatory biography of a public man, of which every year brings a new specimen. It is at least honest, if not tactful. Froude's early connection with the Oxford movement and his work on the lives of the saints first called his attention to the study of historical documents, and to the large amount of fiction with which truth is diluted in them. His further research is among the authorities recently made accessible for the history of the destruction of the monasteries, impressed on him the fact that an assumption of spiritual authority is as dangerous to those who assume it as to those over whom it is assumed, exactly as physical slavery is in the end as harmful to the masters as it is to the slaves. He saw that ecclesiasticism had been profoundly hostile to morals, and he judged the present by the past till he really believed that the precious fruits of the Reformation would be lost if the ritualists obtained control of the Church. He persuaded himself that under such influence, civilization would ebb, the great moral lights be extinguished, over the world would creep an unintelligent darkness, under which men would be portioned anew twixt the priest and the soldier. It is perhaps too much to expect of a man of the imaginative temperament of Froude, to whom the abominations of the Church, from the 12th to the 16th century, were as real as if he had witnessed them, to retain judicial calmness under the vituperation with which he was assailed. But his profound distrust of the medieval Church certainly does give an air of partisanship to his strictures on its modern ineffectual revival. He forgot that great principles of justice and toleration are now so embodied in law and fixed in the hearts of the English-speaking people that society is protected, and the evils of spiritual tyranny are restricted to the few who are willing to abase their intellects to it, that the corroding evil of conventual life is minimized by healthy outside influences, and that the most advanced modern ritualist would prove too good a Christian to light an auto de fe. It was but natural that he should forget this, for he was a strong man in the center of the conflict, and independence was the core of his being. The strength of independence is shown by the fact that though young and profoundly sensitive to the attraction of a character like Newman's, he was from the first able to resist the fascination which that remarkable man exerted over all with whom he came in contact. The pure spiritual nature possesses a mysterious power over young men, so great that they often yield to its counterfeit. Newman was the true priest, and Froude recognized his genius and that his soul was an adumbration of the divine. But he felt instinctively the radical unsoundness of Newman's thought, and would not follow, though an angel led. Others fell off for prudential reasons, but Froude was indifferent to these, and obedient to a conviction the strength of which must be estimated by the depth of his feeling for character. Froude was sometimes criticized for writing history under the influence of personal feeling. It is difficult to see how a readable history can be written except by one who at least takes an interest in the story. But whether the capacity for feeling makes a man a less trustworthy historian depends upon how far this emotional susceptibility is controlled by intellectual insight and just views of the law under which society develops. That Froude was an absolutely perfect historian, no one would claim. He was too intensely human to be perfect. It is safe to say that the perfect historian will not exist until Shakespeare and Bacon reappear combined in one man. For the great historian must be both scholar and artist. As scholar he must possess, too, both the acquisitive and organizing intellect. He must both gather facts and interpret them. He must have the artistic sense which selects from the vast mass of fact that which is significant. This power of artistic selection is, of course, influenced by his unconscious ideals, by his conception of the relative importance of the forces which move mankind, and of the ultimate goal of progress. His philosophy directs his art, and his art interprets in the light of his philosophy. It may be admitted that Froude possesses a larger share of the artistic than of the philosophic qualities necessary to the great historian. At times his hatred of ecclesiasticism becomes almost a prejudice. In his writings on Irish and colonial questions, he evinces the Englishman's love of the right, but sometimes, unfortunately, the Englishman's inability to do justice to other races in points which distinguish them from his own. In some expressions he seems to distrust democracy, in much the same unreasoning way in which Mr. Ruskin distrusts machinery. He had imbibed something of Mr. Carlyle's belief in the strong man, though he, no more than Carlyle, can show how the strong, just ruler can be produced or selected. But a more serious deficiency in Froude's philosophy arises from his imperfect conception of the method of evolution which governs all organizations, civil and religious, so that they continually throw off short-lived varieties, and history becomes a continual giving way of the old order to the new. To fear, as Froude seems to, lest a survival may become a governing type, is as unreasonable as to fear that old men will live forever. Certainly he would have taken a juster, saner view of the English Reformation, had he been convinced that all the collisions between the moral laws and the rebellious wills of men, which are the burden of the years, are in the end obliterated in the slow onward movement of the race. But then perhaps his history would have lost in interest what it might have gained in philosophic breadth and balance. For it cannot be denied that feeling has given his narrative that most valuable quality, life. The general recognition of Froude's power, and the growing conviction that he was far nearer right than the theological school he so cordially detested, was vindicated by his appointment as professor of history at Oxford to succeed Freeman, one of the severest critics of his historical fairness. He lived to deliver but 3 courses of lectures, one of which has been published in that delightful volume, The Life and Letters of Erasmus. The others, English Seamen of the 16th Century, Lectures on the Council of Trent, and a very able paper on Job, in short studies on great subjects, even if taken by themselves, would cause us to form a high opinion of the scope and range of Froude's powers. Those to whom brilliancy is synonymous with unsoundness may perhaps continue to call him merely a brilliant writer, but the general verdict will be that his brilliancy is the structural adornment of a well-fitted framework of thought. End of section 22. Section 23 of Library, the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by James Anthony Froude, Part 1. The Growth of England's Navy, from English Seamen in the 16th Century. Jean-Paul, the German poet, said that God had given to France the empire of the land, to England the empire of the sea, and to his own country the empire of the air. The world has changed since Jean-Paul's days. The wings of France have been clipped. The German Empire has become a solid thing. But England still holds her watery dominion. Britannia does still rule the waves. And in this proud position, she has spread the English race over the globe. She is peopling New Englands at the Antipodes. She has made her queen Empress of India, and is in fact a very considerable phenomenon in the social and political world which all acknowledge her to be. And all this she has achieved in the course of 3 centuries, entirely in consequence of her predominance as an ocean power. Take away her merchant fleets, take away the navy that guards them, her empire will come to an end. Her colonies will fall off like leaves from a withered tree, and Britain will become once more an insignificant island in the North Sea. For the future students in Australian and New Zealand universities to discuss the fate of in their debating societies. How the English Navy came to hold so extraordinary a position is worth reflecting on. Much has been written on it, but little, as it seems to me, which touches the heart of the matter. We are shown the power of our country growing and expanding, but how it grew, why, after a sleep of so many 100 years, the genius of our Scandinavian forefathers suddenly sprang again into life. Of this, we are left without explanation. The beginning was undoubtedly the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. Down to that time, the sea sovereignty belonged to the Spaniards, had been fairly won by them. The conquest of Granada had stimulated and elevated the Spanish character. The subjects of Ferdinand and Isabella, of Charles V and Philip II, were extraordinary men and accomplished extraordinary things. They stretched the limits of the known world. They conquered Mexico and Peru. They planted their colonies over the South American continent. They took possession of the great West Indian islands, and with so firm a grasp that Cuba, at least, will never lose the mark of the hand which seized it. They built their cities as if for eternity. They spread to the Indian Ocean and gave their monarch's name to the Philippines. All this they accomplished in half a century, and, as it were, they did it with a single hand. With the other, they were fighting Moors and Turks and protecting the coasts of the Mediterranean from the corsairs of Tunis and Constantinople. They had risen on the crest of the wave, and with their proud, non-civet Orpus, were looking for new worlds to conquer, at a time when the bark of the English water dogs had scarcely been heard beyond their own fishing grounds, and the largest merchant vessels sailing from the port of London were scarce bigger than a modern coasting collier. And yet within the space of a single ordinary life, these insignificant islanders had struck the scepter from the Spaniard's grasp and placed the ocean crown on the brow of their own sovereign. How did it come about? What Cadmus had sown dragon's teeth in the furrows of the sea? For the race to spring from, who manned the ships of Queen Elizabeth, who carried the flag of their own country round the globe, and challenged and fought the Spaniards on their own coasts and in their own harbors. The English sea power was the legitimate child of the Reformation. It grew, as I shall show you, directly out of the new despised Protestantism. Matthew Parker and Bishop Jewell, the judicious hooker himself, excellent men as they were, would have written and preached to small purpose without Sir Francis Drake's cannon to play an accompaniment to their teaching. And again, Drake's cannon would not have roared so loudly and so widely without seamen already trained in heart and hand to work his ships and level his artillery. It was to the superior seamanship, the superior quality of English ships and crews, that the Spaniards attributed their defeat. Where did these ships come from? Where and how did these mariners learn their trade? Historians talk enthusiastically of the national spirit of a people rising with a united heart to repel the invader, and so on. But national spirit could not extemporize a fleet or produce trained officers and sailors to match the conquerors of Lepanto. One slight observation I must make here at starting, and certainly with no invidious purpose. It has been said confidently, it has been repeated, I believe by all modern writers, that the Spanish invaded, suspended in England the quarrels of creed, and united Protestants and Roman Catholics in defense of their queen and country. They remind us especially that Lord Howard of Effingham, who was Elizabeth's admiral, was himself a Roman Catholic. But was it so? The Earl of Arundel, the head of the House of Howard, was a Roman Catholic, and he was in the Tower praying for the success of Medina Sidonia. Lord Howard of Effingham was no more a Roman Catholic than, I hope I am not taking away their character, than the present Archbishop of Canterbury or the Bishop of London. He was a Catholic, but an English Catholic, as those reverend prelates are. Roman Catholic he could not possibly have been, nor anyone who on that great occasion was found on the side of Elizabeth. A Roman Catholic is one who acknowledges the Roman bishop's authority. The Pope had excommunicated Elizabeth, had pronounced her deposed, had absolved her subjects from their allegiance, and forbidden them to fight for her. No Englishman who fought on that great occasion for English liberty was, or could have been, in communion with Rome. Loose statements of this kind, lightly made, fall in with the modern humor. They are caught up, applauded, repeated, and pass unquestioned into history. It is time to correct them a little. The Death of Colonel Goering, from Two Chiefs of Dunboy. Fatally mistaking what was intended for a friendly warning, the colonel conceived that there was someone in the forge whom the smith wanted to conceal. "I may return or not," he said, "but I must first have a word with these strangers of yours. We can meet as friends for once, with nothing to dispute over." Minahan made no further attempt to prevent him from going in. If gentlemen chose to have their quarrels, he muttered between his teeth, it was no business of his. Goering pushed open the door and entered. By the dim light, for the shutter that had been thrown back had been closed again, and the only light came from a window in the roof. He made out 3 figures standing together at the further end of the forge. In one of them, though he tried to conceal himself, He instantly recognized his visitor of the previous evening. "You here, my man," he said. "You left my house 2 hours ago. Why are you not on your way home?" Sylvester, seeing he was discovered, turned his face full round, and in a voice quietly insolent, replied, "I fell in with some friends of mine on the road. We had a little business together, and it is good luck that has brought your honor to us while we are talking. For the gentlemen here have a word or two they would like to be saying to ye, Colonel, before ye leave them." "To me?" said Goering, turning from Sylvester to the 2 figures, whose faces were still covered by their cloaks. "If these gentlemen are what I suppose them to be, I am glad to meet them, and will hear willingly what they have to say." "Perhaps less willingly than you think, Colonel Goering," said the taller of the 2, who rose and stepped behind him to the door, which he closed and barred. Goering, looking at him with some surprise, saw that he was the person whom he had met on the mountains, and had afterwards seen at the funeral at Derreen. The 3rd man rose from a bench, on which he had been leaning, lifted his cap and said, "There is an old proverb, sir, that short accounts make long friends. There can be no friendship between you and me, but the account between us is of very old standing. I have returned to Ireland only for a short stay. I am about to leave it, never to come back. A gentleman and a soldier like yourself cannot wish that I should go while that account is still unsettled. Our fortunate meeting here this morning provides us with an opportunity." It was Morty's voice that he heard, and Morty's face that he saw as he became accustomed to the gloom. He looked again at the pretended messenger from the carded curate, and he then remembered the old Sylvester who had brought the note from Lord Fitzmaurice to the agent from Kenmare. In an instant the meaning of the whole situation flashed across him. It was no casual re-encounter. He had been enticed into the place where he found himself, with some sinister and perhaps deadly purpose. A strange fatality had forced him again and again into collision with the man of whose ancestral lands he had come into possession. Once more, by a deliberate and treacherous contrivance, he and the chief of the O'Sullivans had been brought face to face together, and he was alone, without a friend within call of him, unless his tenant, who, as he could now see, had intended to give him warning, would interfere further in his defense. And of this he knew Ireland well enough to be aware that there was little hope. He supposed that they intended to murder him. The door, at which he involuntarily glanced, was fastened by this time with iron bolts. He was a man of great personal strength and activity, but in such a situation neither would be likely to avail him. Long inured to danger, and ready at all moments to meet whatever peril might threaten him, he calmly faced his adversary and said, "This meeting is not accidental, as you would have me believe. You have contrived it. Explain yourself further." "Colonel Goering," said Morty Sullivan, "you will recall the circumstances under which we last parted. Enemy as you are, and always have been to me and mine, I will do you the justice to say that on that occasion you behaved like a gentleman and a man of courage. But our quarrel was not fought out. Persons present interfered between us. We are now alone, and can complete what was then left unfinished." "Whether I did well or ill, sir," the colonel answered, "in giving you the satisfaction which you demanded of me at the time you speak of, I will not now say. But I tell you that the only relations which can exist between us at present are those between a magistrate and a criminal who has forfeited his life. If you mean to murder me, you can do it. You have me at advantage. You can thus add one more to the list of villainies with which you have stained an honorable name. If you mean that I owe you a reparation for personal injuries, such as the customs of Ireland allow one gentleman to require from another, this, as you well know, is not the way to ask for it. but I acknowledge no such right. When I last encountered you, I but partly knew you. I now know you altogether. You have been a pirate on the high seas. Your letters of marque do not cover you, for you are a subject of the king and have broken your allegiance. Such as you are, you stand outside the pale of honorable men, and I shall degrade the uniform I wear if I were to stoop to measure arms with you. The sallow olive of Marty's cheek turned livid. He clutched the bench before him till the muscles of his hands stood out like knots of rope. You are in my power, Colonel, he said. Do not tempt me too far. If my sins have been many, my wrongs are more. It must be this or worse. One word from me, and you are a dead man. He laid 4 pistols on the smith's tool chest. Take a pair of them, he said. They are loaded alike. Take which you please. Let us stand on the opposite sides of this hovel, and so make an end. If I fall, I swear on my soul you shall have no hurt from any of my people. My friend Connell is an officer of mine, but he holds a commission besides in the Irish Brigade. There is no better born gentleman in Kerry. His presence here is your sufficient security. You shall return to Dunboy as safe from harm as if you had the Viceroy's bodyguard about you, or your own boat's crew that shot down my poor fellows at Gangarif. To this I pledge you my honor. Your honor, said Gering, your honor. And you tempted me here by a lying tale, sent by the lips of yonder skulking rascal. That alone, sir, were there nothing else, would have sufficed to show what you are. A significant click caught the ear of both the speakers. Looking round, they saw Sylvester had cocked a pistol. Drop that, said Morty, or by God, kinsman of mine though you be, I will drive a bullet through the brain of you. Enough of this, sir, he said, turning to Gering. Time passes, and this scene must end. I would have arranged it otherwise, but you yourself know that by this alone I could have brought you to the meeting. Take the pistols, I say, or by the bones of my ancestors that lie buried under Dunboy Castle yonder, I will call in my men from outside, and they shall strip you bare, and score such marks on you as the quartermaster leaves on the slaves that you hire to fight your battles. Prince Charles will laugh when I tell him in Paris how I served one at least of the hounds that chased him at Culloden. The forge in which this scene was going on was perfectly familiar to Gering, for he had himself designed it and built it. There was the ordinary broad open front to the road, constructed of timber, which was completely shut. The rest of the building was of stone, and in the wall at the back there was a small door leading into a field, and thence into the country. Could this door be opened, there was a chance, though but a faint one, of escape. A bar lay across, but of no great thickness. The staple into which it ran was slight. A vigorous blow might shatter both. Sylvester caught the direction of Gering's eye, caught its meaning, and threw himself in the way. The colonel snatched a heavy hammer, which stood against the wall. With the suddenness of an electric flash, he struck Sylvester on the shoulder, broke his collarbone, and hurled him back senseless, doubled over the anvil. A second stroke, catching the bar in the middle, shattered it in two, and the door hung upon the latch. Morty and Connell, neither of whom had intended foul play, hesitated, and in another moment Gering would have been free and away. Connell, recovering himself, sprang forward and closed with him. The colonel, who had been the most accomplished wrestler of his regiment, whirled him round, flung him with a heavy fall on the floor, and had his hand on the latch when, half stunned as he was, Connell recovered his feet, drew a skein, and rushed at Colonel Gering again. So sudden it all was, so swift the struggle, and so dim the light, that from the other end it was hard to see what was happening. Wrenching the skein out of Connell's hands, and with the hot spirit of battle in him, Colonel Goring was on the point of driving it into his assailant's side. "Shoot, Morty, shoot, or I am a dead man," Connell cried. Morty, startled and uncertain what to do, had mechanically snatched up a pistol when Sylvester was struck down. He raised his hand at Connell's cry. It shook from excitement, and locked together as the two figures were, he was as likely to hit friend as foe. Again Connell called, and Morty fired and missed, and the mark of the bullet is still shown in the wall of the smithy as a sacred reminiscence of a fight for Irish liberty. The second shot went true to its mark. Connell had been beaten down, though unwounded, and Goring's tall form stood out above him in clear view. This time Morty's hand did not fail him. A shiver passed through Goring's limbs. His arms dropped. He staggered back against the door, and the door yielded, and he fell upon the ground outside. But it was not to rise and fly. The ball had struck him clean above the ear and buried itself in the brain. He was dead. Scientific method applied to history. From Short Studies on Great Subjects. Historical facts can only be verified by the skeptical and the inquiring, and skepticism and inquiry nip like a black frost the eager credulity in which legendary biographies took their rise. You can watch such stories as they grew in the congenial soil of belief. The great saints of the 5th, 6th, and 7th centuries who converted Europe to Christianity were as modest and unpretending as true, genuine men always are. They claimed no miraculous powers for themselves. Miracles might have been worked in the days of their fathers. They, for their own parts, relied on nothing but the natural powers of persuasion and example. Their companions, who knew them personally in life, were only a little more extravagant. Miracles and portents vary in an inverse ratio with the distance of time. St. Patrick is absolutely silent about his own conjuring performances. He told his followers, perhaps, that he had been moved by his good angel to devote himself to the conversion of Ireland. The angel of metaphor becomes, in the next generation, an actual seraph. On a rock in the county of Down there is, or was, a singular mark, representing rudely the outline of a foot. From that rock, where the young Patrick was feeding his master's sheep, a writer of the 6th century tells us that the angel Victor sprang back to heaven after delivering his message, and left behind him the imprinted witness of his august visit. Another 100 years pass, and legends from Hegesippus are imported into the life of the Irish apostle. St. Patrick and the Druid enchanter contend before King Leogaire on Tara Hill, as Simon Magus and St. Peter contended before the Emperor Nero. Again a century, and we are in a world of wonders where every human lineament is lost. St. Patrick, when a boy of 12, lights a fire with icicles. When he comes to Ireland, he floats thither upon an altar stone which Pope Celestine had blessed for him. He conjures a Welsh marauder into a wolf, makes a goat cry out in the stomach of a thief who had stolen him, and restores dead men to life, not once or twice, but 20 times. The wonders with which the atmosphere is charged gravitate towards the largest concrete figure which is moving in the middle of them, till at last, as Gibbon says, the 66 lives of St. Patrick, which were extant in the 12th century, must have contained at least as many thousand lies. And yet of conscious lying there is very little, perhaps nothing at all. The biographers wrote in good faith and were industrious collectors of material. Only their notions of probability were radically different from ours. The more marvelous a story, the less credit we give to it. Warned by experience of carelessness, credulity, and fraud, we disbelieve everything for which we cannot find contemporary evidence. And from the value of that evidence, We subtract whatever may be due to prevalent opinion or superstition. To the medieval writer, the more stupendous the miracle, the more likely it was to be true. He believed everything which he could not prove to be false, and proof was not external testimony, but inherent fitness. So much for the second period of what is called human history. In the first, or mythological, there is no historical groundwork at all. In the next, or heroic, we have accounts of real persons, but handed down to us by writers to whom the past was a world of marvels, whose delight was to dwell upon the mighty works which had been done in the old times, whose object was to elevate into superhuman proportions the figures of the illustrious men who had distinguished themselves as apostles or warriors. They thus appear to us like their portraits in stained glass windows, represented rather in a transcendental condition of beatitude than in the modest and checkered colors of real life. We see them not as they were, but as they appeared to an adoring imagination, and in a costume of which we can only affirm with certainty that it was never worn by any child of Adam on this plain, prosaic earth. For facts as facts, there is as yet no appreciation. They are shifted to and fro, dropped out of sight or magnified, or transferred from owner to owner, manipulated to suit or decorate a preconceived and brilliant idea. We are still in the domain of poetry, where the canons of the art require fidelity to general principles and allow free play to fancy in details. The Virgins of Raphael are no less beautiful as paintings, no less masterpieces of workmanship, though in no single feature either of facial form or costume they resemble the historical mother of Christ, or even resemble one another. At the next stage we pass with the chroniclers into history proper. The chronicler is not a poet like his predecessor. He does not shape out consistent pictures with a beginning, a middle, and an end. He is a narrator of events, and he connects them together on a chronological string. He professes to be relating facts. He is not idealizing. He is not singing the praises of the heroes of the sword or the crosier. He means to be true in the literal and commonplace sense of that ambiguous word, and yet in his earlier phases take him in what part of the world we please. Take him in ancient Egypt or Assyria, in Greece or in Rome, or in modern Europe. He has but a step in advance of his predecessor. He is excellent company. He never moralizes, never bores you with philosophy of history or political economy. He never speculates about causes. But, on the other hand, he is uncritical. He takes unsuspectingly the materials which he finds ready to his hand, the national ballads, the romances, and the biographies. He transfers to his pages whatever catches his fancy. The more picturesque an anecdote, the more unhesitatingly he writes it down, though in the same proportion it is the less likely to be authentic. Romulus and Remus suckled by the wolf, Curtius jumping into the gulf, our English Alfred spoiling the cakes, or Bruce watching the leap of the spider. Stories of this kind he relates with the same simplicity with which he records the birth in his own day, in some outlandish village, of a child with two heads, or the appearance of the sea serpent or the flying dragon. Thus the chronicle, however charming, is often nothing but poetry taken literally and translated into prose. It grows, however, and improves insensibly with the growth of the nation. Like the drama, it develops from poor beginnings into the loftiest art, and becomes at last perhaps the very best kind of historical writing which has yet been produced. Herodotus and Livy, Froissart and Hall and Holinshed are as great in their own departments as Sophocles or Terence or Shakespeare. We are not yet entirely clear of portents and prodigies. Superstition clings to us as our shadow, and is to be found in the wisest as well as the weakest. The Romans, the most practical people that ever lived, a people so preeminently effective that they have printed their character indelibly into the constitution of Europe. These Romans, at the very time they were making themselves the world's masters, allowed themselves to be influenced in the most important affairs of state by a want of appetite in the sacred chickens, or the color of the entrails of a calf. Take him at his best. Man is a great fool. It is likely enough that we ourselves habitually say and practice things which 1,000 years hence will seem not a jot less absurd. Cato tells us that the Roman augurs could not look one another in the face without laughing, and I have heard that bishops in some parts of the world betray sometimes analogous misgivings. In able and candid minds, however, stuff of this kind is tolerably harmless, and was never more innocent than in the case of the first great historian of Greece. Herodotus was a man of vast natural powers, inspired by a splendid subject and born at the most favorable time. He grew to manhood surrounded by the heroes of Marathon and Salamis and Plataea. The wonders of Egypt and Assyria were, for the first time, thrown open to the inspection of strangers. The gloss of novelty was not yet worn off, and the impressions falling fresh on an eager, cultivated, but essentially simple and healthy mind. They were qualities and conditions combined which produced one of the most delightful books which was ever written. He was an intense patriot, and he was unvexed with theories, political or moral. His philosophy was like Shakespeare's, a calm, intelligent insight into human things. He had no views of his own, which the fortunes of Greece or other countries were to be manipulated to illustrate. The world as he saw it was a well-made, altogether promising and interesting world, and his object was to relate what he had seen and what he had heard and learnt, faithfully and accurately. His temperament was rather believing than skeptical, but he was not idly credulous. He can be critical when occasion requires. He distinguishes always between what he had seen with his own eyes and what others told him. He uses his judgment freely and sets his readers on their guard against uncertain evidence. And there is not a book existing which contains in the same space so much important truth which survives the sharpest test that modern discoveries can apply to it. The same may be said in a slightly less degree of Livy and of the best of the late European chroniclers. You had the same freshness, the same vivid perception of external life, the same absence of what philosophers call subjectivity, the projection into the narrative of the writer's own personality, his opinions, thoughts, and theories. Still, in all of them, however vivid, however vigorous the representation, there is a vein of fiction largely and perhaps consciously intermingled. In a modern work of history, when a statesman is introduced as making a speech, the writer at any rate supposes that such a speech was actually made. He has found an account of it somewhere, either in detail or at least in outline or epitome. The boldest fabricator would not venture to introduce an entire and complete invention. This was not the case with the older authors. Thucydides tells us frankly that the speeches which he interweaves with his narrative were his own composition. They were intended as dramatic representations of the opinions of the factions and parties with which Greece was divided, and they were assigned to this person or to that, as he supposed them to be internally suitable. Herodotus had set Thucydides the example, and it was universally followed. No speech given by any old historian can be accepted as literally true, unless there is a specific intimation to that effect. Deception was neither practiced nor pretended. It was a convenient method of exhibiting characters and situations, and it was therefore adopted without hesitation or reserve. End of section 23. Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by various. Selected excerpts by James Anthony Froude, Part 2. The Death of Thomas Becket, from Short Studies on Great Subjects. The knights were introduced. They advanced. The archbishop neither spoke nor looked at them, but continued talking to a monk who was next to him. He himself was sitting on a bed. The rest of the party present were on the floor. The knights seated themselves in the same manner, and for a few moments there was silence. Then Becket's black, restless eye glanced from one to the other. He slightly noticed Tracy, and Fitzurse said a few unrecorded sentences to him, which ended with, "God help you." To Becket's friends, the words sounded like insolence. They may have meant no more than pity for the deliberate fool, who was forcing destruction upon himself. Becket's face flushed. Fitzurse went on. "We bring you the commands of the king beyond the sea. Will you hear us in public or in private?" Becket said he cared not. "In private, then," said Fitzurse. The monks thought afterwards that Fitzurse had meant to kill the archbishop where he sat. If the knights had entered the palace, thronged as it was with men, with any such intention, they would scarcely have left their swords behind them. The room was cleared, and a short altercation followed, of which nothing is known save that it ended speedily in high words on both sides. Becket called in his clergy again, his lay servants being excluded, and bade Fitzurse go on. "Be it so," Sir Reginald said. "Listen, then, to what the king says. When the peace was made, he put aside all his complaints against you. He allowed you to return, as you desired, free to your see. You have now added contempt to your other offenses. You have broken the treaty. You have allowed your pride to tempt you to defy your lord and master to your own sorrow. You have censured the bishops by whose administration the prince was crowned. You have pronounced an anathema against the king's ministers, by whose advice he is guided in the management of the empire. You have made it plain that if you could, you would take the prince's crown from him. Your plots and contrivances to attain your ends are notorious to all men. Say then, will you attend us to the king's presence, or there answer for yourself? For this we are sent." The archbishop declared that he had never wished any hurt to the prince. The king had no occasion to be displeased if crowds came about him in the towns and cities, after having been so long deprived of his presence. If he had done any wrong, he would make satisfaction, but he protested against being suspected of intentions which had never entered his mind. Fitzurse did not enter into an altercation with him, but continued. "The king commands further that you and your clerks repair without delay to the young king's presence, and swear allegiance, and promise to amend your faults." The archbishop's temper was fast rising. "I will do whatever may be reasonable," he said. "But I tell you plainly, the king shall have no oaths from me, nor from any one of my clergy. There has been too much perjury already. I have absolved many, with God's help, who had perjured themselves. I will absolve the rest when he permits." "I understand you to say that you will not obey," said Fitzurse, and went on in the same tone. "The king commands you to absolve the bishops whom you have excommunicated without his permission. Absque licentia sui." "The Pope sentenced the bishops," the archbishop said. "If you are not pleased, you must go to him. The affair is none of mine." Fitzurse said it had been done at his instigation, which he did not deny, but he proceeded to reassert that the king had given his permission. He had complained at the time of the peace of the injury which he had suffered in the coronation, and the king had told him that he might obtain from the Pope any satisfaction to which he liked to ask. If this was all the consent which the king had given, the pretense of his authority was inexcusable. Fitzurse could scarce hear the archbishop out with patience. Aye, said he. Will you make the king out to be a traitor, then? The king gave you leave to excommunicate the bishops when they were acting by his own order. It is more than we can bear to listen to such monstrous accusations. John of Salisbury tried to check the archbishop's impudent tongue, and whispered to him to speak to the knights in private. But when the passion was on him, no mule was more ungovernable than Becket. Drawing to a conclusion, Fitzurse said to him, "Since you refuse to do any of these things which the king requires of you, his final commands are that you and your clergy shall forthwith depart out of this realm, and out of his dominions, never more to return. You have broken the peace, and the king cannot trust you again." Becket answered wildly that he would not go. Never again would he leave England. Nothing but death should now part him from his church. Stung by the reproach of ill faith, he poured out the catalogue of his own injuries. He had been promised restoration, and instead of restoration, he had been robbed and insulted. Ernulf de Broc had laid an embargo on his wine. Robert de Broc had cut off his mule's tail, and now the knights had come to menace him. De Morville said that if he had suffered any wrong, he had only to appeal to the council, and justice would be done. Becket did not wish for the council's justice. "I have complained enough," he said. "So many wrongs are daily heaped upon me that I could not find messengers to carry the tale of them. I am refused access to the court. Neither one king nor the other will do me right. I will endure it no more. I will use my own powers as archbishop, and no child of man shall prevent me." "You will lay the realm under interdict, then, and excommunicate the whole of us," said Fitzurse. "So God help me," said one of the others. "He shall not do that. He has excommunicated over many already. We have borne too long with him." The knights sprang to their feet, twisting their gloves and swinging their arms. The archbishop rose. In the general noise, words could no longer be accurately heard. At length, the knights moved to leave the room, and addressing the archbishop's attendants, said, "In the king's name, we command you to see that this man does not escape." "Do you think I shall fly, then?" cried the archbishop. "Neither for the king nor for any living man will I fly. You cannot be more ready to kill me than I am to die. Here you will find me," he shouted, following them to the door as they went out, and calling after them. Some of his friends thought that he had asked de Morville to come back and speak quietly with him, but it was not so. He returned to his seat, still excited and complaining. "My lord," said John of Salisbury to him, "it is strange that you will never be advised. What occasion was there for you to go after these men and exasperate them with your bitter speeches? You would have done better, surely, by being quiet and giving them a milder answer. They mean no good, and you only commit yourself." The archbishop sighed and said, "I have done with advice. I know what I have before me." It was 4 o'clock when the knights entered. It was now nearly 5, and unless there were lights, the room must have been almost dark. Beyond the archbishop's chamber was an anteroom. Beyond the anteroom, the hall. The knights, passing through the hall into the quadrangle, and thence to the lodge, called their men to arms. The great gate was closed. A mounted guard was stationed outside, with orders to allow no one to go out or in. The knights threw off their cloaks and buckled on their swords. This was the work of a few minutes. From the cathedral tower, the vesper bell was beginning to sound. The archbishop had seated himself to recover from the agitation of the preceding scene, when a breathless monk rushed in to say that the knights were arming. "Who cares? Let them arm," was all that the archbishop said. This clergy was less indifferent. If the archbishop was ready for death, they were not. The door from the hall into the court was closed and barred, and a short respite was thus secured. The intention of the knights, it may be presumed, was to seize the archbishop and carry him off to Saltwood, or to de Morville's castle at Knaresborough, or perhaps to Normandy. Coming back to execute their purpose, they found themselves stopped by the hall door. To burst it open would require time. The anteroom between the hall and the archbishop's apartments opened by an oriel window and an outside stair into a garden. Robert de Broc, who knew the house well, led the way to it in the dark. The steps were broken, but a ladder was standing against the window, by which the knights mounted, and the crash of the fallen casement told the fluttered group about the archbishop that their enemies were upon them. There was still a moment. The party who entered by the window, instead of turning into the archbishop's room, first went into the hall to open the door and admit their comrades. From the archbishop's room, a second passage, little used, opened into the northwest corner of the cloister, and from the cloister there was a way into the north transept to the cathedral. The cry was, "To the church! To the church!" There, at least, there would be immediate safety. The archbishop had told the knights that they would find him where they left him. He did not choose to show fear, or he was afraid, as some thought, of losing his martyrdom. He would not move. The bell had ceased. They reminded him that vespers had begun, and that he ought to be in the cathedral. Half yielding, half resisting, his friends swept him down the passage into the cloister. His cross had been forgotten in the haste. He refused to stir till it was fetched and carried before him as usual. Then only, himself incapable of fear, and rebuking the terror of the rest, he advanced deliberately to the door into the south transept. His train was scattered behind him, all along the cloister from the passage leading out of the palace. As he entered the church, cries were heard, from which it became plain that the knights had broken into the archbishop's room, had found the passage, and were following him. Almost immediately, Fitzurse, Tracy, de Morville, and Le Breton were discerned in the dim light, coming through the cloister in their armor, with drawn swords and axes in their left hands. A company of men-at-arms was behind them. In front, they were driving before them a frightened flock of monks. From the middle of the transept in which the archbishop was standing, a single pillar rose into the roof. On the eastern side of it opened a chapel of St. Benedict, in which were the tombs of several of the old primates. On the west, running, of course, parallel to the nave, was a lady chapel. Behind the pillar, steps led up into the choir, where voices were already singing vespers. A faint light may have been reflected into the transept from the choir tapers, and candles may perhaps have been burning before the altars in the two chapels. Of light from without, through the windows at that hour, there could have been none. Seeing the knights coming on, the clergy who had entered with the archbishop closed the door and barred it. "What do you fear?" he cried in a clear, loud voice. "Out of the way, you coward! The church of God must not be made a fortress." He stepped back and reopened the door with his own hands to let in the trembling wretches who had been shut out among the wolves. They rushed past him and scattered in the hiding places of the vast sanctuary, in the crypt, in the galleries, or behind the tombs. All, or almost all, even of his closest friends. William of Canterbury, Benedict, John of Salisbury himself, forsook him to shift for themselves, admitting frankly that they were unworthy of martyrdom. The Archbishop was left alone with his chaplain Fitzstephen, Robert of Merton, his old master, and Edward Grimm, the stranger from Cambridge, or perhaps with Grimm only, who says that he was the only one who stayed, and was the only one certainly who showed any sign of courage. A cry had been raised in the choir that armed men were breaking into the cathedral. The vespers ceased. The few monks assembled left their seats and rushed to the edge of the transept, looking wildly into the darkness. The Archbishop was on the fourth step beyond the central pillar, ascending into the choir, when the knights came in. The outline of his figure may have been just visible to them, if light fell upon it from the candles in the Lady Chapel. Fitzurse passed to the right of the pillar, de Morville, Tracy, and Le Breton to the left. Robert de Broc and Hugh Mclean, another apostate priest, remained at the door by which they entered. A voice cried, "Where is the traitor? Where is Thomas Becket?" There was silence. Such a name could not be acknowledged. "Where is the Archbishop?" Fitzurse shouted. "I am here," the Archbishop replied, descending the steps and meeting the knights full in the face. "What do you want with me? I am not afraid of your swords. I will not do what is unjust." The knights closed round him. "Absolve the persons whom you have excommunicated," they said, "and take off the suspensions." "They have made no satisfaction," he answered. "I will not." "Then you shall die as you have deserved," they said. They had not meant to kill him, certainly not at that time and in that place. One of them touched him on the shoulder with the flat of his sword and hissed in his ears, "Fly, or you are a dead man." There was still time. With a few steps he would have been lost in the gloom of the cathedral, and could have concealed him in any one of 100 hiding places. But he was careless of life, and he felt that his time was come. "I am ready to die," he said. "May the Church, through my blood, obtain peace and liberty. I charge you in the name of God that you hurt no one here but me." The people from the town were now pouring into the cathedral. De Morville was keeping them back with difficulty at the head of the steps from the choir, and there was danger of a rescue. Fitzurse seized him, meaning to drag him off as a prisoner. He had been calm so far. His pride rose as the indignity of an arrest. "Touch me not, thou abominable wretch," he said, wrenching his cloak out of Fitzurse's grasp. "Off, thou pander, thou." Le Breton and Fitzurse grasped him again and tried to force him upon Tracy's back. He grappled with Tracy and flung him to the ground, and then stood with his back against the pillar, Edward Grimm supporting him. Fitzurse, stung by the foul epithet which Becket had thrown at him, swept his sword over him and dashed off his cap. Tracy, rising from the pavement, struck direct at his head. Grimm raised his arm and caught the blow. The arm fell broken, and the one friend found faithful sank back disabled against the wall. The sword with its remaining force wounded the Archbishop above the forehead, and the blood trickled down his face. Standing firmly, with his hands clasped, he bent his neck for the death stroke, saying in a low voice, "I am prepared to die for Christ and for his church." These were his last words. Tracy again struck him. He fell forward upon his knees and hands. In that position, Le Breton dealt him a blow which severed the scalp from the head and broke the sword against the stone, saying, "Take that for my Lord William." De Broc or Mclean, the needless ferocity was attributed to both of them, strode forward from the cloister door, set his foot on the neck of the dead lion, and spread the brains upon the pavement with his sword's point. "We may go," he said. "The traitor is dead, and will trouble us no more." Such was the murder of Becket, the echoes of which are still heard across 7 centuries of time, and which, be the final judgment upon it what it may, has its place among the most enduring incidents of English history. Was Becket a martyr, or was he justly executed as a traitor to his sovereign? Even in that supreme moment of terror and wonder, opinions were divided among his own monks. That very night Grimm heard one of them say, "He is no martyr, he is justly served." Another said, scarcely feeling, perhaps the meaning of the words, "He wished to be king and more than king. Let him be king, let him be king." Whether the cause for which he died was to prevail, or whether the sacrifice had been in vain, hung on the answer which would be given to this momentous question. In a few days or weeks an answer came in a form to which that age no rejoinder was possible, and the only uncertainty which remained at Canterbury was whether it was lawful to use the ordinary prayers for the repose of the dead man's soul, or whether, in consequence of the astounding miracles which were instantly worked by his remains, the Pope's judgment ought not to be anticipated, and the Archbishop ought not to be at once adored as a saint in heaven. Character of Henry VIII from the History of England. Protestants and Catholics united to condemn a government under which both had suffered, and a point on which enemies were agreed was assumed to be proved. When I commenced the examination of the records, I brought with me the inherited impression, from which I had neither any thought nor any expectation that I should be disabused. I found that it melted between my hands, and with it disappeared that other fact, so difficult to credit, yet, as it had appeared so impossible to deny, that English parliaments, English judges, English clergy, statesmen whose beneficent legislature survives among the most valued of our institutions, prelates who were the founders and martyrs of the English Church, were the cowardly accomplices of abominable atrocities, and had disgraced themselves with the secrecy which the Roman Senate imperfectly approached when it fawned on Nero. Henry had many faults. They have been exhibited in the progress of the narrative. I need not return to them, but his position was one of unexampled difficulty, and by the work which he accomplished and the conditions, internal and external, under which his task was allotted to him, he, like every other man, ought to be judged. He was inconsistent. He can bear the reproach of it. He ended by accepting and approving what he had commenced with persecuting. Yet it was with the honest inconsistency which distinguishes the conduct of most men of practical ability in times of change, and even by virtue of which they obtain their success. If, at the commencement of the movement, he had regarded the Eucharist as a remembrance, he must either have concealed his convictions or he would have forfeited his throne. If he had been a stationary bigot, the Reformation might have waited for a century and would have been conquered only by an internecine war. But as the nation moved, the king moved, leading it, but not outrunning it, checking those who went too fast, dragging forward those who lagged behind. The conservatives, all that was sound and good among them, trusted him because he so long continued to share their conservatism. When he threw it aside, he was not reproached with breach of confidence, because his own advance had accompanied theirs. Protestants have exclaimed against the 6 Articles Bill, Romanists against the Act of Supremacy. Philosophers complain that the prejudices of the people were needlessly violated, that opinion should have been allowed to be free, and the reform of religion have been left to be accomplished by reason. Yet, however cruel was the 6 Articles Bill, the governing classes, even among the laity, were unanimous in its favor. The king was not converted by a sudden miracle. He believed the traditions in which he had been trained. His eyes, like the eyes of others, opened but slowly and unquestionably, had he conquered for himself in their fullness the modern principles of toleration, he could not have governed by them a nation which was itself intolerant. Perhaps of all living Englishmen who shared Henry's faith, there was not one so little desirous in himself of enforcing it by violence. His personal exertions were ever to mitigate the action of the law, while its letter was sustained, and England at its worst was a harbor of refuge to the Protestants. Compared to the Netherlands, to France, to Spain, or even to Scotland. That the Romanists should have regarded him as a tyrant is natural, and were it true that English subjects owed fealty to the Pope, their feeling was just. But however desirable it may be to leave religious opinion unfettered, it is certain that if England was legitimately free, she could tolerate no difference of opinion on a question of allegiance, so long as Europe was conspiring to bring her back into slavery, so long as the English Romanists refused to admit without mental reservation that, if foreign enemies invaded this country in the Pope's name, their place must be at the side of their own sovereign. Religion might palliate the moral guilt of their treason, but it could not exempt them from its punishment. But these matters have been discussed in the details of this history, where alone they can be understood. Beyond and besides the Reformation, the constitution of these islands now rests in large measure on foundations laid in this reign. Henry brought Ireland within the reach of English civilization. He absorbed Wales and the Palatinates into the general English system. He, it was, who raised the House of Commons from the narrow duty of voting supplies and of passing without discussion the measures of the Privy Council, and converted them into the first power in the state under the crown. When he ascended the throne, so little did the Commons care for their privileges, that their attendance at the sessions of Parliament was enforced by a law. They woke into life in 1529, and they became the right hand of the king to subdue the resistance of the House of Lords, and to force upon them a course of legislation which from their hearts they detested. Other kings in times of difficulty summoned their great councils, composed of peers or prelates, or municipal officials, or any persons whom they pleased to nominate. Henry VIII broke through the ancient practice and ever threw himself on the representatives of the people. By the Reformation and by the power which he forced upon them, he had so interwoven the House of Commons with the highest business of the state that the peers thenceforward sunk to be their shadow. Something, too, ought to be said of his individual exertions in the details of state administration. In his earlier life, though active and assiduous, he found leisure for elegant accomplishments, for splendid amusements, for relaxations careless, extravagant, sometimes questionable. As his life drew onwards, his lighter tastes disappeared, and the whole energy of his intellect was pressed into the business of the Commonwealth. Those who have examined the printed state papers may form some impression of his industry from the documents which are his own composition, and the letters which he wrote and received. But only persons who have seen the original manuscripts, who have observed the traces of his pen in side notes and corrections, and the handwritings of his secretaries, in diplomatic commissions, in drafts of Acts of Parliament, in expositions and formularies, in articles of faith, in proclamations, in the countless multitude of documents of all sorts, secular or ecclesiastical, which contain the real history of this extraordinary reign. Only they can realize the extent of labor to which he sacrificed himself, and which brought his life to a premature close. His personal faults were great, and he shared, besides them, in the errors of his age. But far deeper blemishes would be but as scars upon the features of a sovereign, who in trying times sustained nobly the honor of the English name, and carried the Commonwealth securely through the hardest crisis in its history. End of section 24. Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15 by Various. Selected excerpts by James Anthony Froude, Part 3. On a Sighting at a Railway Station, from Short Studies on Great Subjects. Some years ago I was traveling by railway, no matter whence or whither. I was in a second-class carriage. We had been long on the road, and had still some distance before us, when one evening our journey was brought unexpectedly to an end by the train running into a siding. The guards opened the doors. We were told that we could proceed no further, and were required to alight. The passengers were numerous, and of all ranks and sorts. They were third class, second, first, with saloon carriages for several great persons of high distinction. We had ministers of state, judges on circuit, directors, leading men of business, idle young men of family who were out amusing themselves, an archbishop, several ladies, and a duke and duchess with their suite. These favored travelers had Pullman cars to themselves, and occupied as much room as were allotted to scores of plebeians. I had amused myself for several days in observing the luxurious appurtenances by which they were protected against discomfort, the piles of cushions and cloaks, the baskets of dainties, the novels and magazines to pass away the time, and the profound attention which they met with from the conductors and station masters on the line. The rest of us were a miscellaneous crowd, commercial people, lawyers, artists, men of letters, tourists moving about for pleasure or because they had nothing to do. And in third-class carriages, artisans and laborers in search of work, women looking for husbands or for service, or beggars flying from starvation in one part of the world to find it follow them like their shadows. Let them go where they pleased. All these were huddled together, feeding hardly on such poor provisions as they carried with them, or could pick up at the stopping places. No more consideration was shown them than if they had been so many cattle. But they were merry enough. Songs and sounds of laughter came from their windows, and notwithstanding all their conveniences, the languid-looking fine people in the large compartments seemed to me to get through their journey with less enjoyment after all than their poor fellow travelers. These last appeared to be of tougher texture, to care less for being jolted and shaken, to be better humored and kinder to one another. They had found life go hard with them wherever they had been, and not being accustomed to have everything which they wished for, they were less selfish and more considerate. The intimation that our journey was for the present at an end came on most of us as an unpleasant surprise. The grandees got out in a high state of indignation. They called for their servants, but their servants did not hear them, or laughed and passed on. The conductors had forgotten to be obsequious. All classes on the platform were suddenly on a level. A beggar woman hustled the duchess, as she was standing astonished because her maid had left her to carry her own bag. The patricians were pushed about among the crowd with no more concern than if they had been common mortals. They demanded loudly to see the station master. The minister complained angrily of the delay, An important negotiation would be imperiled by his detention, and he threatened the company with the displeasure of his department. A consequential youth who had just heard of the death of his elder brother was flying home to take his inheritance. A great lady had secured, as she had hoped, a brilliant match for her daughter. Her work over, she had been at the baths to recover from the dissipation of the season. Difficulty had arisen unlooked for, and unless she was at hand to remove it, the worst consequences might be feared. A banker declared that the credit of a leading commercial house might fail unless he could be at home on the day fixed for his return. He alone could save it. A solicitor had the evidence in his portmanteau, which would determine the succession to the lands and title of an ancient family. An elderly gentleman was in despair about his young wife, whom he had left at home. He had made a will by which he was to lose his fortune if she married again after his death. But the will was lying on his desk unsigned. The Archbishop was on his way to a synod, where the great question was to be discussed whether gas might be used at the altar instead of candles. The altar candles were blessed before they were used, and the doubt was whether gas could be blessed. The Right Reverend Prelate conceived that if the gas tubes were made in the shape of candles, the difficulty could be got over. But he feared that without his moderating influence, the majority might come to a rash decision. All these persons were clamoring over their various anxieties with the most naive frankness, the truth coming freely out, whatever it might be. One distinguished-looking lady in deep mourning, with a sad, gentle face, alone was resigned and hopeful. It seemed that her husband had been stopped not long before at the same station. She thought it possible that she might meet him again. The station master listened to the complaints with composed indifference. He told the loudest that they need not alarm themselves. The state would survive the absence of the minister. The minister, in fact, was not thinking of the state at all, but of the party triumph which he expected, and the peerage which was to be his reward. The station master said would now be of no use to him. The youth had a second brother who would succeed instead of him, and the tenants would not be inconvenienced by the change. The fine lady's daughter would marry to her own liking instead of her mother's, and would be all the happier for it. The commercial house was already insolvent, and the longer it lasted, the more innocent people would be ruined by it. The boy whom the lawyer intended to make into a rich baronet was now working industriously at school, and would grow up a useful man. If a great estate fell into him, he would be idle and dissolute. The old man might congratulate himself that he had escaped so soon from the scrape into which he had fallen. His wife would marry an adventurer, and would suffer worse from inheriting his fortune. The Archbishop was commended for his anxiety. His solution of the candle problem was no doubt an excellent one. But his clergy were now provided with a harmless subject to quarrel over, and if it was adopted, they might fall out over something else, which might be seriously mischievous. "Do you mean, then, that you're not going to send us forward at all?" the minister inquired sternly. "You will see," the station master answered with a curious short laugh. I observed that he looked more gently at the lady in mourning. She had said nothing, but he knew what was in her mind, and though he held out no hope in words that her wish would be gratified, he smiled sadly, and the irony passed out of his face. The crowd, meanwhile, was standing about the platform, whistling tunes or amusing themselves, not ill-naturedly at the distress of their grand companions. Something considerable was happening. but they had so long experienced the ups and downs of things that they were prepared for what fortune might send. They had not expected to find a paradise where they were going, and one place might be as good as another. They had nothing belonging to them except the clothes they stood in and their bits of skill in their different trades. Wherever men were, there would be need of cobblers and tailors and smiths and carpenters. If not, they might fall on their feet somehow, if there was work to be done of any sort. Presently a bell rang. A door was flung open, and we were ordered into a waiting room, where we were told that our luggage was to be examined. It was a large, barely furnished apartment, like the salle d'attente at the Northern Railway Station at Paris. A rail ran across, behind which we were all penned. Opposite to us was the usual long table, on which were piled boxes, bags, and portmanteaus, and behind them stood a row of officials in a plain uniform with gold bands round their caps, and the dry, peremptory manner which passengers accustomed to deference so particularly dislike. At their backs were a screen extending across the room, reaching halfway to the ceiling. In the rear of it there was apparently an office. We each looked to see that our particular belongings were safe, but we were surprised to find that we could recognize none of them. Packages there were in plenty, alleged to be the property of the passengers who had come in by the train. They were arranged in the 3 classes, first, second, and third. But the proportions were inverted. Most of it was labeled as the luggage of the travelers in fustian, who had brought nothing with them but what they carried in their hands. A moderate heap stood where the second-class luggage should have been, and some of superior quality, but none of us could make out the shapes of our own trunks. As to the grand ladies and gentlemen, the innumerable articles which I had seen put as theirs into the van were nowhere to be found. A few shawls and cloaks lay upon the planks, and that was all. There was a loud outcry, but the officials were accustomed to it, and took no notice. The station master, who was still in charge of us, said briefly that the saloon luggage would be sent forward in the next train. The late owners would have no more use for it, and it would be delivered to their friends. The late owners? Were we no longer actual owners then? My individual loss was not great, and besides, it might be made up to me, for I saw my name on a strange box on the table, and being of curious disposition, the singularity of the adventure made it interesting to me. The consternation of the rest was indescribable. The minister supposed that he had fallen among communists who disbelieved in property, and was beginning a speech on the elementary conditions of society, when silence was called, and the third-class passengers were ordered to advance, that their boxes might be opened. Each man has his own carefully docketed. The lids flew off, and within, instead of clothes and shoes and dressing apparatus, and money and jewels and such like, were simply samples of the work which he had done in his life. There was an account book also, in which were entered the number of days which he had worked, the number and size of the fields, etc., which he had drained and enclosed and plowed, the crops which he had reaped, the walls which he had built, the metal which he had dug out and smelted and fashioned into articles of use to mankind, the leather which he had tanned, the clothes which he had woven, all entered with punctual exactness, and on the opposite page the wages which he had received, and the share which had been allotted to him of the good things which he had helped to create. Besides his work, so specifically called, there were his actions, his affection for his parents or his wife and children, his self-denials, his charities, his purity, his truth, his honesty. Or it might be ugly catalogues of sins and oaths and drunkenness and brutality. But inquiry into action was reserved for a second investigation before a higher commissioner. The first examination was confined to the literal work done by each man for the general good, how much he had contributed, and how much society had done for him in return. And no one, it seemed, could be allowed to go any further without a certificate of having passed this test satisfactorily. With the workmen, the balance in most instances was found enormously in their favor. The state of the case was so clear that the scrutiny was rapidly got over, and they and their luggage were passed into the higher court. A few were found whose boxes were empty, who had done nothing useful all their lives, and had subsisted by begging and stealing. These were ordered to stand aside till the rest of us had been disposed of. The saloon passengers were taken next. Most of them, who had nothing at all to show, were called up together and were asked what they had to say for themselves. A well-dressed gentleman, who spoke for the rest, said that the whole investigation was a mystery to him. He and his friends had been born to good fortunes, and had found themselves, on entering upon life, amply provided for. They had never been told that work was required of them, either work with their hands or work with their heads. In fact, work of any kind. It was right, of course, for the poor to work, because they could not honestly live otherwise. For themselves, they had spent their time in amusements generally innocent. They had paid for everything which they had consumed. They had stolen nothing, taken nothing from any man by violence or fraud. They had kept the commandments, all 10 of them, from the time when they were old enough to understand them. The speaker, at least, declared that he had no breach of any commandment on his own conscience, and he believed that he might say as much of his companions. They were superior people, who had always been looked up to and well spoken of, and to call upon them to show what they had done was against reason and equity. "Gentlemen," said the chief official, "we have heard this many times, yet as often as it is repeated, we feel fresh astonishment. You have been in a world where work is the condition of life. Not a meal can be had by any man that someone has not worked to produce. Those who work deserve to eat. Those who do not work deserve to starve. There are but 3 ways of living: by working, by stealing, or by begging. Those who have not lived by the first have lived by one of the other 2. And no matter how superior you think yourselves, you will not pass here till you have something of your own to produce. You have had your wages beforehand, ample wages, as you acknowledge yourselves. What have you to show?" "Wages," the speaker said. "We are not hired servants. We received no wages. What we spent was our own. All the orders we received were that we were not to do wrong. We have done no wrong. I appealed to the higher court." But the appeal could not be received. To all who presented themselves with empty boxes, no matter who they were, or how excellent their characters appeared to one another, there was the irrevocable answer: "No admittance till you come better furnished." All who were in this condition, the Duke and Duchess among them, were ordered to stand aside with the thieves. The Duchess declared that she had given the finest parties in the season, and as it was universally agreed that they had been the most tedious, and that no one had found any pleasure there, a momentary doubt rose whether they might not have answered some useful purpose in disgusting people with such modes of entertainment, but no evidence of this was forthcoming. The world had attended them because the world had nothing else to do, and she and her guests had been alike unprofitable. Thus the large majority of the saloon passengers was disposed of. The minister, the archbishop, the lawyer, the banker, and others who, although they had no material work credited to them, had yet been active and laborious in their different callings, were passed to the superior judges. Our turn came next, ours of the second class, and a motley gathering we were. Busy we must all have been, from the multitude of articles which we found assigned to us. Manufacturers with their wares, solicitors with their lawsuits, doctors and clergymen with the bodies and souls which they had saved or lost, authors with their books, painters and sculptors with their pictures and statues. But the hard test was applied to all that we had produced, the wages which we had received on one side, and the value of our exertions to mankind on the other. And imposing as our performances looked when laid out to be examined, we had been paid, most of us, out of all proportion to what we were found to have deserved. I was reminded of a large compartment in the Paris exhibition, where an active gentleman, wishing to show the state of English literature, had collected copies of every book, review, pamphlet, or newspaper which had been published in a single year. The bulk was overwhelming, but the figures were only decimal points, and the worth of the whole was a fraction above zero. A few of us were turned back summarily among the thieves and the fine gentlemen and ladies, speculators who had done nothing but handle money, which had clung to their fingers in passing through them, divines who had preached a morality which they did not practice, and fluent orators who had made speeches which they knew to be nonsense, philosophers who had spun out of moonshine systems of the universe, distinguished pleaders who had defeated justice while they established points of law, writers of books upon subjects of which they knew enough to mislead their readers, purveyors of luxuries which had added nothing to human health or strength, physicians and apothecaries who had pretended to knowledge which they knew that they did not possess. These all, as the contents of their boxes bore witness against them, were thrust back into the rejected herd. There were some whose accounts stood better, as having at least produced something of real merit, but they were cast on the point of wages. Modest excellence had come badly off. The plausible and unscrupulous had thriven and grown rich. It was tragical, and evidently a surprise to most of us, to see how mendacious we had been, how we had sanded our sugar, watered our milk, scamped our carpentry and mason's work, literally and metaphorically. How in all things we had been thinking less of producing good work than of the profit which we could make out of it. How we had sold ourselves to tell lies and act them, because the public found lies pleasant and truth expensive and troublesome. Some of us were manifest rogues, who had bought cheap and sold dear, had used false measures and weights, had made cotton pass for wool, and hemp for silk, and tin for silver. The American peddler happened to be in the party, who had put a rind upon a grindstone and had sold it as a cheese. These were promptly sifted out and placed with their fellows. Only persons whose services were on the whole greater than the pay which they had received were allowed their certificates. When my own box was open, I perceived that though the wages had been small, the work done seemed smaller still, and I was surprised to find myself among those who had passed. The whistle of a train was heard at this moment, coming in upon the main line. It was to go in half an hour, and those who had been turned back were told that they were to proceed by it to the place where they had been originally going. They looked infinitely relieved at the news, but before they started, a few questions had to be put to them, and a few alterations made which were to affect their future. They were asked to explain how they had come to be such worthless creatures. They gave many answers, which came mainly to the same thing. Circumstances had been against them. It was all owing to circumstances. They had been badly brought up. They had been placed in situations where it had been impossible for them to do better. The rich people repeated that they had never been informed that any work was expected of them. Their wants had all been provided for, and it was unfair to expect that they should have exerted themselves of their own accord when they had no motive for work. If they had only been born poor, all would have gone well with them. The cheating tradesman declared that the first duty of a shopkeeper, according to all received principles, was to make money and better his condition. It was the buyer's business to see to the quality of the articles which he purchased. The shopkeeper was entitled to sell his wares at the highest price which he could get for them. So, at least, it was believed and taught by the recognized authorities on the subject. The orators, preachers, newspaper writers, novel writers, etc., of whom there were a great many, appealed to the crowds who came to listen to them, or bought and read their productions. Tout le monde, it was said, was wiser than the wisest single sage. They had given the world what the world wished for and approved. They had worked at supplying it with all their might, and it was extremely hard to blame them for guiding themselves by the world's judgment. The thieves and vagabonds argued that they had been brought into existence without their consent being asked. They had not wished for it. Although they had not been without their pleasures, they regarded existence on the whole as a nuisance which they would gladly have been spared. Being alive, however, they had to keep alive, and for all that they could see, they had as full a right to the good things which the world contained as anybody else, provided they could get them. They were called thieves. Law and language were made by the property owners, who were their natural enemies. If society had given them the means of living honestly, they would have found it easy to be honest. Society had done nothing for them. Why should they do anything for society? So, in their various ways, those who had been plucked defended themselves. They were all delighted to hear that they were to have another chance, and I was amused to observe that though some of them had pretended that they had not wished to be born, and had rather not have been born, not one of them protested about being sent back. All they asked was that they should be put in a new position, and that the adverse influences should be taken off. I expected that among these adverse influences they would have mentioned the faults of their own dispositions. My own opinion had been that half the misdoings of men came from congenital defects of character which they had brought with them into the world, and that constitutional courage, right-mindedness, and practical ability were as much gifts of nature or circumstance as the accidents of fortune. A change in this respect was of more consequence than in any other, but with themselves they were all apparently satisfied, and they required only an improvement in their surroundings. The alterations were rapidly made. The Duchess was sent to begin her life again in a laborer's cottage. She was to attend the village school and rise thence into a housemaid. The fine gentleman was made a ploughboy. The authors and preachers were to become mechanics, and bound apprentices to carpenters and blacksmiths. A philosopher who, having had a good fortune and unbroken health, had insisted that the world was as good as it could be made, was to be born blind and paralytic, and to find his way through life under the new conditions. The thieves and cheats, who pretended that their misdemeanors were due to poverty, were to find themselves, when they arrived in the world again, in palaces surrounded with luxury. The cup of Letty was set round. The past became a blank. They were hurried into the train. The engine screamed and flew away with them. They will be all here again in a few years, the station master said, and it will be the same story over again. I have had these very people in my hands a dozen times. They have been tried in all positions, and there is still nothing to show, and nothing but complaints of circumstances. For my part, I would put them out altogether. How long is it to last? I asked. Well, he said, it does not depend on me. No one passes here who cannot prove that he has lived to some purpose. Some of the worst I have known made it last into pigs and geese, to be fatted up and eaten, and made of use that way. Others have become asses, condemned to carry burdens, to be beaten with sticks, and to breed asses like themselves for 100 generations. All animated creatures tend to take the shape at last which suits their character. The train was scarcely out of sight when again the bell rang. The scene changed as at a theater. The screen was rolled back, and we who were left found ourselves in the presence of 4 grave-looking persons, like the Board of Examiners whom we remembered at college. We were called up one by one. The work which had passed the first ordeal was again looked into, and the quality of it compared with the talent or faculty of the producer, to see how far he had done his best, whether anywhere he had done worse than he might have done and knew how to have done, while besides, in a separate collection, were the vices, the sins, the selfishnesses, and ill humors, with, in the other scale, the acts of personal duty, of love and kindness and charity, which had increased the happiness or lightened the sorrows of those connected with them. These last, I observed, had generally been forgotten by the owner, who saw them appear with surprise, and even repudiated them with protest. In the work, of course, both material and moral, there was every gradation both of kind and merit. But while nothing was absolutely worthless, everything, even the highest achievements of the greatest artist or the greatest saint, fell short of absolute perfection. Each of us saw our own performances, from our first ignorant beginnings to what we regarded as our greatest triumph, and it was easy to trace how much of our faults were due to natural deficiencies and the necessary failures of inexperience, and how much to self-will or vanity or idleness. Some taint of mean motives too, some desire of reward, desire of praise or honor or wealth, some foolish self-satisfaction, when satisfaction ought not to have been felt, was to be seen infecting everything, even the very best which was presented for scrutiny. So plain was this that one of us, an earnest, impressive-looking person, whose own work bore inspection better than that of most of us, exclaimed passionately that so far as he was concerned, the examiners might spare their labor. From his earliest years he had known what he ought to do, and in no instance had he ever completely done it. He had struggled, he had conquered his grosser faults, but the farther he had gone and the better he had been able to do, his knowledge had still grown faster than his power of acting upon it, and every additional day that he had lived, his shortcomings had become more miserably plain to him. Even if he could have reached perfection at last, he could not undo the past, and the faults of his youth would bear witness against him and call for his condemnation. Therefore, he said, he abhorred himself. He had no merit which could entitle him to look for favor. He had labored on to the end, but he had labored with a full knowledge that the best which he could offer would be unworthy of acceptance. He had been told, and he believed, that a high spirit not subject to infirmity had done his work for him, and done it perfectly, and that if he abandoned all claim on his own account, he might be accepted for the sake of what another had done. This, he trusted, was true, and it was his sole dependence, in the so-called good actions with which he seemed to be credited. There was nothing that was really good. There was not one which was altogether what it ought to have been. He was evidently sincere, and what he said was undoubtedly true. True of him and true of everyone. Even in the vehemence of his self-abandonment, a trace lingered of the taint which he was confessing, but he was a polemical divine. He had spent his life and gained a reputation in maintaining this particular doctrine. He believed it, but he had not forgotten that he had been himself its champion. The examiner looked kindly at him, but answered, "We do not expect impossibilities, and we do not blame you when you have not accomplished what is beyond your strength. Only those who are themselves perfect can do anything perfectly. Human beings are born ignorant and helpless. They bring into the world with them a disposition to seek what is pleasant to themselves. And what is pleasant is not always right. They learn to live as they learn everything else. At first they cannot do rightly at all. They improve under teaching and practice. The best only arrive at excellence. We do not find fault with the painter on account of his first bad copies, if they are as good as could be looked for at his age. Every craftsman acquires his art by degrees. He begins badly. He cannot help it, and it is the same with life. You learn to walk by falling down. You learn to live by going wrong and experiencing the consequences of it. We do not record against a man the sins of his youth if he has been honestly trying to improve himself. We do not require the same self-control in a child as in a man. We do not require the same attainments from all. Some are well taught, some are ill taught, some are not taught at all. Some have naturally good dispositions, some have naturally bad dispositions. Not one has had power to fulfill the law, as you call it, completely. Therefore it is no crime in him if he fails. We reckon as faults those only which arise from idleness, willfulness, selfishness, and deliberate preference of evil to good. Each is judged according to what he has received. I was amused to observe how pleased the Archbishop looked while the examiner was speaking. He had himself been engaged in controversy with this gentleman on the share of good works in justifying a man, and if the examiner had not taken his side in the discussion, he had at least demolished his adversary. The Archbishop had been the more disinterested in the line which he had taken, as his own works, though in several large folios, weighed extremely little, and indeed, had it not been for passages in his early life, he had starved himself at college that he might not be a burden upon his widowed mother. I do not know, but that he might have been sent back into the world to serve as a parish clerk. For myself, there were questions which I was longing to ask, and I was trying to collect my courage to speak. I wanted chiefly to know what the examiner meant by natural disposition. Was it that a man might be born with a natural capacity for becoming a saint, as another man with the capacity to become a great artist or musician, and that each of us could only grow to the limits of his natural powers? And again, were idleness, willfulness, selfishness, etc., etc., natural dispositions? For in that case... But at the moment, the bell rang again, and my own name was called. There was no occasion to ask who I was. In every instance, the identity of the person, his history, small or large, and all that he had said or done was placed before the court so clearly that there was no need for extorting a confession. There stood the catalogue, inexorably impartial. The bad actions in the schedule painfully large. The few good actions gained with personal motives which spoiled the best of them. In the way of work, there was nothing to be shown but certain books and other writings, and these were spread out to be tested. A fluid was poured on the pages. the effect of which was to obliterate entirely every untrue proposition, and to make every partially true proposition grow faint in proportion to the false element which entered into it. Alas, chapter after chapter vanished away, leaving the paper clean, as if no compositor had ever labored in setting type for it. Pale and illegible became the fine-sounding paragraphs in which I had secretly prided myself. A few passages, however, survived here and there at long intervals. They were those on which I had labored least and had almost forgotten, or those, as I observed in one or two instances, which had been selected for special reprobation in the weekly journals. Something stood to my credit, and the worst charge of willfully and intentionally setting down what I did not believe to be true was not alleged against me. Ignorance, prejudice, carelessness, sins of infirmity, culpable indeed, but not culpable in the last degree. The water in the ink, the commonplaces, the ineffectual sentiments, these, to my unspeakable comfort, I perceived were my heaviest crimes. Had I been accused of absolute worthlessness, I should have pleaded guilty in the state of humiliation to which I was reduced. But things were better than they might have been. I was flattering myself that when it came to the wages question, the balance would be in my favor. So many years of labor, such and such checks received from my publisher. Here, at least, I held myself safe, and I was in good hope that I might scrape through. The examiner was good-natured in his manner. A reviewer, who had been listening for any condemnation, was beginning to look disgusted, when suddenly one of the walls of the court became transparent, and there appeared an interminable vista of creatures of all kinds from land and water, reaching away into the extreme distance. They were those which in the course of my life I had devoured, either in part or whole, to sustain my unconscionable carcass. There they stood in lines with solemn and reproachful faces, oxen and calves, sheep and lambs, deer, hares, rabbits, turkeys, ducks, chickens, pheasants, grouse, and partridges, down to the larks and sparrows and blackbirds, which I had shot when a boy and made into puddings. Every one of them had come up to bear witness against their murderer. Out of sea and river had come the trout and salmon, the soles and turbots, the ling and cod, the whiting and mackerel, the smelts and whitebait, the oysters, the crabs, the lobsters, the shrimps. They seemed literally to be in millions, and I had eaten them all. I talked of wages. These had been my wages. At this enormous cost had my existence been maintained. A stag spoke for the rest. We all, he said, were sacrificed to keep this cormorant in being, and to enable him to produce the miserable bits of printed paper which are all that he has to show for himself. Our lives were dear to us, in meadow and wood, in air and water. We wandered harmless and innocent, enjoying the pleasant sunlight, the light of heaven and the sparkling waves. We were not worth much. We have no pretensions to high qualities. If the person who stands here to answer for himself can affirm that his value in the universe was equivalent to the value of all of us, who were sacrificed to feed him, we have no more to say. Let it be so pronounced. We shall look at our numbers, and we shall wonder at the judgment, though we shall withdraw our complaint. But for ourselves, we say freely that we have long watched him and his fellows, and we have failed to see in what the superiority of the human creature lies. We know him only as the most cunning, the most destructive, and unhappily the longest lived of all carnivorous beasts. His delight is in killing, even when his hunger is satisfied. He kills us for his mere amusement. The oxen load approval. The sheep bleated, the birds screamed, the fishes flapped their tails. I, for myself, stood mute and self-condemned. What answer but one was possible? Had I been myself on the bench, I could not have hesitated. The fatal sentence of condemnation was evidently about to be uttered, when the scene became indistinct. There was a confused noise, a change of condition, a sound of running feet and of many voices. I awoke. I was again in the railway carriage. The door was thrown open. Porters entered to take our things. We stepped out upon the platform. We were at the terminus for which we had been originally destined. Carriages and cabs were waiting. Tall, powdered footmen flew to the assistance of the Duke and Duchess. The station master was standing hat in hand and obsequiously bowing. The minister's private secretary had come to meet his right honorable chief with the red dispatch box, knowing the impatience with which it was waited for. The Duke shook hands with the Archbishop before he drove away. "Dine with us tomorrow," he said. "I have had a very singular dream. You shall be my Daniel and interpret it for me." The Archbishop regretted infinitely that he must deny himself the honor. His presence was required at the conference. "I too have dreamt," he said, "but with your grace and me, the realities of this world are too serious to leave us leisure for the freaks of imagination." End of section 25.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. At the Head of the March, by Henry B. Fuller. Henry B. Fuller, born 1859. New England blood reveals itself in certain characteristics of Mr. Henry B. Fuller's fiction, though his grandfather took root in Chicago even after its incorporation in 1840. Born in the Windy City, of prosperous merchant stock, he is of the intellectual race of Margaret Fuller, and the saying of one of his characters, "Get the right kind of New England face and you can't do much better," shows his liking for the transplanted qualities which began the good fortunes of the Great West. Family councils decreed that he should fill an important inherited place in the business world, but temperament was too strong for predestination. He might have been an architect, he might have been a musician, had he not turned out a novelist. But a creative artist he was constrained by nature to become. His first story, unacknowledged at first, and entitled The Chevalier of Pensieri Vanni, attracted little notice until it fell by chance under the eye of Professor Norton of Cambridge, who sent it with a kindly word to Lowell. This fine critic wrote a cordial letter of praise to the author, and the book was republished by the Century Company of New York in 1892 and widely read. The Chatelaine of La Trinité, his next venture, appeared as a serial in the Century magazine during the same year. Both of these stories have a European background. In both, a certain remoteness and romantic quality predominates, and both have little in common with this workaday world. To the amazement of his public, Mr. Fuller's next book, published as a serial in Harper's Weekly during the summer of the World's Fair and called The Cliff Dwellers, pictured Chicago in its most sordid and utilitarian aspect. King Money sat on the throne, and the whole community paid tribute. The intensity of the struggle for existence, the push of competition, the relentlessness of the realism of the book, left the reader almost breathless at the end, uncertain whether to admire the force of the storyteller or to lament his mercilessness. In 1895 appeared With the Procession, another picture of Chicago social life, but painted with a more kindly touch. The artist still delineates what he sees, but he sees more truly because more sympathetically. The theme of the story is admirable, and it is carried out with a half-humorous and wholly serious thoroughness. This theme is the total reconstruction of the social concepts of an old-fashioned, rich, stolid, commercial Chicago family, in obedience to the decree of the modernized younger son and daughters. The process is more or less tragic, though it is set forth with an artistic lightness of touch. With the Procession is such a story as might happen round the corner in any year. Herr Sienkiewicz's Polianetskis are not more genuinely children of the soil than Mr. Fuller's Marshalls and Bateses. In these later stories, he seems to be asking himself, in most serious words, what is to be the social outcome of the great industrial civilization of the time, and to demand of his readers that they too shall fall to thinking. At the Head of the March, from With the Procession. Copyright 1894 by Henry B. Fuller, and reprinted by permission of Harper and Brothers, Publishers, New York. "Well, here goes," said Jane half aloud, with her foot on the lowest of the glistening granite steps. The steps led up to the ponderous pillared arches of a grandiose and massive porch. Above the porch, a sturdy and rugged balustrade half intercepted the rough-faced glitter of a vast and variegated facade, and higher still, the morning sun shattered its beams over a tumult of angular roofs and towering chimneys. "It is swell, I declare," said Jane, with her eye on the wrought iron work of the outer doors, and the jewels and bevels of the inner ones. "Where is the thingamajig, anyway?" she inquired of herself. She was searching for the doorbell, and she fell back on her own rustic lingo in order to ward off the incipient panic caused by this overwhelming splendor. "Oh, here it is. There." She gave a push. "And now I'm in for it." She had decided to take the richest and best known and most fashionable woman on her list to start with. The worst over at the beginning, she thought, the rest would follow easily enough. "I suppose the maid will wear a cap and a silver tray," she observed further. "Or will it be a gold one, with diamonds around the edge?" The doorknob turned from within. "Is Mrs. Bates?" she began. The door opened halfway. A grave, smooth-shaven man appeared. His chin and upper lip had the mottled smudge that shows in so many of those conscientious portraits of the olden time. "Gracious me!" said the startled Jane to herself. She dropped her disconcerted vision to the doormat. Then she saw that the man wore knee breeches and black silk stockings. "Heaven be merciful," was her inward cry. "It's a footman, as I live. I've been reading about them all my life, and now I've met one. But I never suspected that there was really anything of the kind in this town." She left the contemplation of the servants' pumps and stockings, and began to grapple fiercely with the catch of her handbag. The man, in the meanwhile, studied her with a searching gravity, and, as it seemed, with some disapproval. The splendor of the front that his master presented to the world had indeed intimidated poor Jane, but there were many others upon whom it had no deterring effect at all. Some of these brought art books in monthly parts, others brought polish for the piano legs. Many of them were quite as prepossessing an appearance as Jane was. Some of them were much less plain and dowdy. Few of them were so recklessly indiscreet as to betray themselves at the threshold by exhibiting a black leather bag. "There," remarked Jane to the footman, "I knew I should get at it eventually." She smiled at him with a friendly good will. She acknowledged him as a human being, and she hoped to propitiate him into the concession that she herself was nothing less. The man took her card, which was fortunately as correct as the most discreet and contemporaneous stationer could fashion. He decided that he was running no risk with his mistress, and Miss Jane Marshall was permitted to pass the gate. She was ushered into a small reception room. The hardwood floor was partly covered by a meagre Persian rug. There was a plain sofa of forbidding angles, and a scantily upholstered chair which insisted upon nobody's remaining longer than necessary. But through the narrow door Jane caught branching vistas of room after room heaped up with the pillage of a sacked and ravaged globe, and a stairway which led, with a wide sweep, to regions of unimaginable glories above. "Did you ever?" exclaimed Jane. It was of the footman that she was speaking. He, in fact, loomed up, to the practical eclipse of all this luxury and display. Only 80 years from the massacre, and hardly 800 feet from the monument. Presently she heard a tapping and a rustling without. She thought that she might lean a few inches to one side with no risk of being detected in an impropriety, and she was rewarded by seeing the splendid vacuity of the grand stairway finally filled more completely, more amply than she could have imagined possible through the passage of one person merely. A woman of 50 or more was descending with a slow and somewhat ponderous stateliness. She wore an elaborate morning gown with a broad plait down the back, and an immensity of superfluous material in the sleeves. Her person was broad, her bosom ample, and her voluminous grey hair was tossed and fretted about the temples after the fashion of a marquise of the old regime. Jane set her jaw and clamped her knotty fingers to the two edges of her inhospitable chair. "I don't care if she is so rich," she muttered, "and so famous and so fashionable, and so terribly handsome, she can't bear me down." The woman reached the bottom step, and took a turn that for a moment carried her out of sight. At the same time the sound of her footsteps was silenced by one of the big rugs that covered the floor of the wide and roomy hall. But Jane had had a glimpse, and she knew with whom she was to deal. With one of the big, the broad, the great, the triumphant. With one of a Roman amplitude and vigor, an Indian keenness and sagacity, an American ambition and determination. With one who baffles circumstance and almost masters fate. With one of the conquerors, in short. "I don't hear her," thought the expectant girl in some trepidation, "but all the same, she's got to cross that bare space just outside the door before— Yes, there's her step, and here she is herself." Mrs. Bates appeared in the doorway. She had a strong nose of the lofty Roman type. Her bosom heaved with breaths deep but quiet and regular. She had a pair of large, full blue eyes, and these she now fixed on Jane with an expression of rather cold questioning. "Miss Marshall." Her voice was firm, smooth, even, rich, deep. She advanced a foot or two within the room and remained standing there. "My father," Jane began again in the same tone, "is David Marshall. He is very well known, I believe, in Chicago. We have lived here a great many years. It seems to me that there ought to—" "David Marshall," repeated Mrs. Bates gently. "Ah, I do know David Marshall." "Yes," she said, "or did, a good many years ago." She looked up into Jane's face now with a completely altered expression. Her glance was curious and searching, but it was very kindly. "And you are David Marshall's daughter?" She smiled indulgently at Jane's outburst of spunk. "Really? David Marshall's daughter?" "Yes," answered Jane, with a gruff brevity. She was far from ready to be placated yet. "David Marshall's daughter. Then, my dear child, why not have said so in the first place, without lugging in everybody and everything else you could think of? Hasn't your father ever spoken of me? And how is he, anyway? I haven't seen him, to really speak to him, for 15 years. It may be even more." She seemed to have laid hands on a heavy bar, to have wrenched it from its holds, to have flung it aside from the footpath, and to be inviting Jane to advance without let or hindrance. But Jane stood there with pique in her breast and her long thin arms laid rigid against her sides. "Let her dear child me if she wants to. She shan't bring me around in any such way as that." All this, however, availed little against Mrs. Bates's new manner. The citadel, so closely sealed to charity, was throwing itself wide open to memory. The portcullis was dropped, and the late enemy was invited to advance as a friend. Nay, urged. Mrs. Bates presently seized Jane's unwilling hands. She gathered those poor, stiff, knotted fingers into 2 crackling bundles within her own plump and warm palms, squeezed them forcibly, and looked into Jane's face with all imaginable kindness. "I had just that temper once myself," she said. The sluice gates of caution and reserve were opening wide. The streams of tenderness and sympathy were bubbling and fretting to take their course. "And your father is well? And you are living in the same old place? Oh, this terrible town! You can't keep your old friends, you can hardly know your new ones. We are only a mile or two apart, and yet it is the same as if it were 100. Jane yielded up her hands half unwillingly. She could not, in spite of herself, remain completely unrelenting, but she was determined not to permit herself to be patronized. "Yes, we live in the same old place, and in the same old way," she added, in the spirit of concession. Mrs. Bates studied her face intently. "Do you look like him, like your father?" "No," answered Jane, "not so very much, nor like any of the rest of the family." The statue was beginning to melt. "I'm unique," and another drop fell. "Don't slander yourself." She tapped Jane lightly on the shoulder. Jane looked at her with a protesting, or at least a questioning, seriousness. It had the usual effect of a wild stare. "I wasn't meaning to," she said shortly, and began to congeal again. She also shrugged her shoulder. She was not quite ready yet to be tapped and patted. "But don't remain standing, child," Mrs. Bates proceeded genially. She motioned Jane back to her chair, and herself advanced to the roomier sofa. "Or no, this little pen is like a refrigerator today. It's so hard every fall to get the steam heat running as it should. Come, it ought to be warmer in the music room. The fact is," she proceeded, as they passed through the hall, "that I have a spare hour on my hands this morning. The first in a month. My music teacher has just sent word that she is down with a cold. You shall have as much of that hour as you wish. So tell me all about your plans. I dare say I can scrape together a few pennies for Jane Marshall." Her music teacher, thought Jane. She was not yet so far appeased, nor so far forgetful of her own initial awkwardness as to refrain from searching out the joints in the other's armor. What does a woman of 55 want to be taking music lessons for? The music room was a lofty and spacious apartment done completely in hardwoods. Its paneled walls and ceilings rang with a magnificent sonority as the two pairs of feet moved across the mirror-like marquetry of the floor. To one side stood a concert grand. Its case was so unique and so luxurious that even Jane was conscious of its having been made by special order and from a special design. Close at hand stood a tall music stand in style to correspond. It was laden with handsomely bound scores of all the German classics and the usual operas of the French and Italian schools. These were all ranged in precise order. Nothing there seemed to have been disturbed for a year past. "My, isn't it grand?" sighed Jane. She already felt herself succumbing beneath these accumulated splendors. Mrs. Bates carelessly seated herself on the piano stool, with her back to the instrument. "I don't suppose," she observed casually, "that I have sat down here for a month." "What?" cried Jane with a stare. "If I had such a lovely room as this, I should play in it every day." "Dear me," rejoined Mrs. Bates, "what pleasure could I get from practicing in this great barn of a place that isn't half full until you've got 70 or 80 people in it, or on this big sprawling thing," thrusting out her elbow backward towards the shimmering cover of the keyboard. "So then," said Jane to herself, "it's all for show. I knew it was. I don't believe she can play a single note." "What do you suppose happened to me last winter?" Mrs. Bates went on. "I had the greatest setback of my life. I asked to join the amateur musical club. They wouldn't let me in." "Why not?" "Well, I played before their committee, and then the secretary wrote me a note. It was a nice enough note, of course, but I knew what it meant. I see now well enough that my fingers were rather stiffer than I realized, and that my twinkling sprays and fluttering zephyrs were not quite up to date. They wanted Grieg and Lassen and Chopin. Very well, said I, just wait. Now I never knuckle under. I never give up. So I sent right out for a teacher. I practiced scales an hour a day for weeks and months. Granger thought I was crazy. I tackled Grieg and Lassen and Chopin. Yes, and Tchaikovsky, too. I'm going to play for that committee next month. Let me see if they'll dare to vote me out again. Oh, that's it, thought Jane. She was beginning to feel desirous of meting out exact and even-handed justice. She found it impossible to withhold respect from so much grit and determination. But your father liked those old-time things, and so did all the other young men. Mrs. Bates creased and folded the end of one of her long sleeves, and seemed lapsing into a retrospective mood. Why, some evenings they used to sit too deep around the room to hear me do the Battle of Prague. Do you know the Java March? She asked suddenly. I'm afraid not, Jane was obliged to confess. Your father always had a great fondness for that. I don't know, she went on after a short pause, whether you understand that your father was one of my old beaux. At least, I always counted him with the rest. I was a gay girl in my day, and I wanted to make the list as long as I could, so I counted in the quiet ones as well as the noisy ones. Your father was one of the quiet ones. So I should have imagined, said Jane. Her maiden delicacy was just a shade affrighted at the turn the talk was taking. When I was playing, he would sit there by the hour and never say a word. My banner piece was really a fantasia on Sonnambula, a new thing here. I was the first one in town to have it. There were 13 pages, and there was always a rush to see who should turn them. Your father didn't often enter the rush, but I really liked his way of turning the best of any. He never turned too soon or too late. He never bothered me by shifting his feet every second or two, nor by talking to me at the hard places. In fact, he was the only one who could do it right. Yes, said Jane with an appreciative sigh. That's Pa all over. Mrs. Bates was twisting her long sleeves around her wrists. Presently she shivered slightly. Well, really, she said, I don't see that this place is much warmer than the other. Let's try the library. In this room, our antique and Spartan Jane was made to feel the need of yet stronger props to hold her up against the overbearing weight of latter-day magnificence. She found herself surrounded now by a sombre and solid splendor. Stamped hangings of Cordova leather lined the walls, around whose bases ran a low range of ornate bookcases, constructed with the utmost taste and skill of the cabinet-maker's art. In the center of the room, a wide and substantial table was set with all the paraphernalia of correspondence, and the leathery abysses of 3 or 4 vast easy-chairs invited the reader to bookish self-abandonment. "How glorious!" cried Jane, as her eyes ranged over the ranks and rows of formal and costly bindings. It all seemed doubly glorious after that poor sole bookcase of theirs at home, a huge black walnut thing like a wardrobe, and with a couple of drawers at the bottom, receptacles that seemed less adapted to pamphlets than to galoshes. How grand! Jane was not exigent as regarded music, but her whole being went forth towards books. Dickens and Thackeray and Bulwer and Hume and Gibbon and Johnson's Lives of the Poets and 20 or 30 yards of Scott, Mrs. Bates broke in genially, and enough Encyclopedia Britannica to reach around the corner and back again. Sets, sets, sets. What a lovely chair to sit and study in, cried Jane, not at all abashed by her hostess's comments. What a grand table to sit and write papers at. Writing papers was one of Jane's chief interests. Oh, yes, said Mrs. Bates with a quiet toleration, as she glanced towards the shining inkstand and the immaculate blotting pad. But really, I don't suppose I've written 2 lines at that table since it was put there. And as for all these books, heaven only knows where the keys are to get at them with. I can't do anything with them. Why, some of them weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Jane shriveled and shivered under this. She regretted doubly that she had been betrayed into such an unstinted expression of her honest interest. "All for show and display," she muttered, as she bowed her head to search out new titles, "bought by the pound and stacked by the cord, doing nobody any good, their owners least of all." She resolved to admire openly nothing more whatever. Mrs. Bates sank into one of the big chairs and motioned Jane towards another. "Your father was a great reader," she said, with a resumption of her retrospective expression. "He was very fond of books, especially poetry. He often read aloud to me. When he thought I was likely to be alone, he would bring his Shakespeare over. I believe I could give you, even now, if I was put to it, Antony's address to the Romans. Yes, and almost all of Hamlet's soliloquies, too." Jane was preparing to make a stand against this woman, and here apparently was the opportunity. "Do you mean to tell me," she inquired, with something approaching sternness, "that my father, was ever fond of poetry, and music, and all that sort of thing?" "Certainly. Why not? I remember your father as a high-minded young man with a great deal of good taste. I always thought him much above the average. And that Shakespeare of his, I recall it perfectly. It was a chubby little book bound in brown leather, with an embossed stamp and print a great deal too fine for my eyes. He always had to do the reading, and he read very pleasantly." She scanned Jane closely. "Perhaps you have never done your father justice." Jane felt herself driven to defense, even to apology. "The fact is," she said, "Pa is so quiet. He never says much of anything. I'm about the only one of the family who knows him very well, and I guess I don't know him any too well." She felt, though, that Mrs. Bates had no right to defend her father against his own daughter, no, nor any need. "I suppose so," said Mrs. Bates slowly. She crossed over to the radiator and began working at the valve. "I told Granger I knew he'd be sorry if he didn't put in furnace flues too. I really can't ask you to take your things off down here. Let's go upstairs. That's the only warm place I can think of." She paused in the hall. "Wouldn't you like to see the rest of the rooms before you go up?" "Yes, I don't mind," responded Jane. She was determined to encourage no ostentatious pride, so she made her acceptance as indifferent as she felt good manners would allow. Mrs. Bates crossed over the hall and paused in a wide doorway. "This," she indicated, in a tone slightly suggestive of the cicerone, "is the Grand Salon. At least, that's what the newspapers have decided to call it. Do you care anything for Louis Quinze?" Jane found herself on the threshold of a long and glittering apartment. It was full of the ornate and complicated embellishments of the 18th century, an exhibition of decorative whip-cracking. Grills, panels, mirror frames, all glimmered in green and gold, and a row of lustres, each multitudinously candled, hung from the lofty ceiling. Jane felt herself on firmer ground here than in the library, whose general air of distinction, with no definite detail by way of guidepost, had rather baffled her. She observed critically, as her eyes roamed over the spacious splendor of the place. "Quite an epitome of the whole Rococo period, done, too, with a French grace and a German thoroughness. Almost a real jardin d'hiver, in fact. Very handsome indeed." Mrs. Bates pricked up her ears. She had not expected quite such a response as this. "You are posted on these things, then?" "Well," said Jane, "I belong to an art class. We study the different periods in architecture and decoration." "Do you? I belong to just such a class myself, and to 3 or 4 others. I'm studying and learning right along. I never want to stand still. You were surprised, I saw, about my music lessons. It is a little singular, I admit, my beginning as a teacher and ending as a pupil. You know, of course, that I was a school teacher?" Yes, I had a little class down on Wabash Avenue near Hubbard Court, in a church basement. I began to be useful as early as I could. We lived in a little bit of a house a couple of blocks north of there. You know those old-fashioned frame cottages? One of them. In the early days, Pa was a carpenter. A boss carpenter, to do him full justice. The town was growing, and after a while he began to do first rate. But at the beginning Ma did her own work and I helped her. I swept and dusted and wiped the dishes. She taught me to sew, too. I trimmed all my own hats till long after I was married. Mrs. Bates leaned carelessly against the tortured framework of a tapestried causeuse. The light from the lofty windows shattered on the prisms of her glittering chandeliers, and diffused itself over the panelled loves and graces around her. When I got to be 18, I thought I was old enough to branch out and do something for myself. I've always tried to hold up my own end. My little school went first rate. There was only one drawback. Another school next door, full of great rowdy boys. They would climb the fence and make faces at my scholars. Yes, and sometimes they would throw stones. But that wasn't the worst. The other school taught bookkeeping. Now, I never was one of the kind to lag behind, and I used to lie awake nights wondering how I could catch up with the rival institution. Well, I hustled around, and finally I got hold of 2 or 3 children who were old enough for accounts, and I set them to work on single entry. I don't know whether they learned anything, but I did. Enough to keep Granger's books for the first year after we started out. Jane smiled broadly. It was useless to set a stoic face against such confidences as these. We were married at the most fashionable church in town, right there in Courthouse Square, and Ma gave us a reception, or something like it, in her little front room. We weren't so very stylish ourselves, but we had some awfully stylish neighbors. All those Terrace Row people just around the corner. "We'll get there too sometime," I said to Granger. "This is going to be a big town, and we have a good show to be big people in it. Don't let's start in life like beggars going to the back door for cold victuals. Let's march right up the front steps and ring the bell like somebody." So, as I say, we were married at the best church in town. We thought it safe enough to discount the future. "Good for you," said Jane, who was finding her true self in the thick of these intimate revelations. "You guessed right." Well, we worked along fairly for a year or two, and finally I said to Granger, "Now what's the use of inventing things and taking them to those companies and making everybody rich but yourself? You pick out some one road and get on the inside of that and stick there, and... The fact is," she broke off suddenly, "you can't judge at all of this room in the daytime. You must see it lighted and filled with people. You ought to have been here at the bal poudré I gave last season. Lots of pretty girls in laces and brocades and powder on their hair. It was a lovely sight. Come, we've had enough of this." Mrs. Bates turned a careless back upon all her Louis Quinze splendor. "The next thing will be something else." Jane's guide passed swiftly into another large and imposing apartment. "This I call the Sala de los Embajadores. Here is where I receive my distinguished guests." "Good!" cried Jane, who knew Irving's Alhambra by heart. "Only it isn't Moorish, it's Baroque, and a very good example." The room had a heavy panelled ceiling of dark wood with a cartouche in each panel. Stacks of 17th century armor stood in the corners, half a dozen large Aubusson tapestries hung on the walls, and a vast fireplace, flanked by huge Atlantes and crowned by a heavy pediment, broken and curled, almost filled one whole side. That fireplace is Baroque all over. "See here," said Mrs. Bates suddenly. "Are you the woman who read about the decadence of the Renaissance forms at the last fortnightly?" "I'm the woman," responded Jane modestly. "I don't know why I didn't recognize you before, but you sat in an awfully bad light, for one thing. Besides, I had so much on my mind that day. Our dear little Reginald was coming down with something, or so we thought, and the bonnet I was forced to wear, well, it just made me blue. You didn't notice it?" "I was too flustered to notice anything. It was my first time there. Well, it was a good paper, although I couldn't half pay attention to it. It gave me several new notions. All my decorations, then. You think them corrupt and degraded? Well, returned Jane, at once soothing and judicial, all these later forms are interesting from a historical and sociological point of view, and lots of people find them beautiful too, for that matter. Jane slid over these big words with a practiced ease. They impressed my notables anyway, retorted Mrs. Bates. We entertained a good deal during the fair. It was expected, of course, from people of our position. We had princes and counts and honorables without end. I remember how delighted I was with my first prince, a Russian. Later in the season, Russian princes were as plentiful as blackberries. You stepped on one at every turn. We had some of the English, too. One of their young men visited us at Geneva during the summer. I never quite made out who invited him. I have half an idea that he invited himself. He was a great trial. Queer about the English, isn't it? How can people who are so clever and capable in practical things ever be such insolent tomfools in social things? Well, we might just stick our noses in the picture gallery for a minute. We're almost beginners in this branch of industry, she expounded, as she stood beside Jane in the center of the room under the coldly diffused glare of the skylight. In my young days it was all Bierstadt and the Haas. There wasn't supposed to be anything beyond. But as soon as I began to hear about the Millet and the Barbizon crowd, I saw there was. Well, I set to work as usual. I studied and learned. I want to learn. I want to move. I want to keep right up with the times and the people. I got books and photographs, and I went to all the galleries. I read the artists' biographies and took in all the loan collections. Now I'm loaning too. Some of these things are going to the Art Institute next week. That Daubigny, for one. It's little, but it's good. There couldn't be anything more like him, could there? We haven't got any Millet yet, but that morning thing over there is a Corot. At least we think so. I was going to ask one of the French commissioners about it last summer, but my nerve gave out at the last minute. Mr. Bates bought it on his own responsibility. I let him go ahead, for after all, people of our position would naturally be expected to have a Corot. I don't care to tell you what he paid for it. There's some more high art, said Mrs. Bates, with a wave of her hand towards the opposite wall. Carolus Duran, 50,000 francs, and he wouldn't let me pick out my own costume either. And now, she said, let's go upstairs. Jane followed her, too dazed to speak or even to smile. Mrs. Bates hastened forward light-footedly. Conservatory, that's Moorish, she indicated casually. Nothing in it but orchids and things. Come along. Jane followed, dumbly, humbly. Mrs. Bates paused on the lower step of her great stairway. A huge vase of Japanese bronze flanked either newel, and a Turkish lantern depended above her head. The bright green of a dwarf palm peeped over the balustrade, and a tempered light strained down through the painted window on the landing stage. There, she said, you've seen it all. She stood there in a kind of impassioned splendor, her jeweled fingers shut tightly, and her fists thrown out and apart so as to show the veins and cords of her wrists. We did it, we two, just Granger and I. Nothing but our own hands and hearts and hopes and each other. We have fought the fight. A fair field and no favor, and we have come out ahead. And we shall stay there, too. Keep up with the procession is my motto, and head it if you can. I do head it, and I feel that I'm where I belong. When I can't foot it with the rest, let me drop by the wayside and the crows have me. But they'll never get me, never. There's 10 more good years in me yet, and if we were to slip to the bottom tomorrow, we should work back to the top again before we finish. When I led the grand march at the charity ball, I was accused of taking a vainglorious part in a vainglorious show. Well, who would look better in such a role than I, or who has earned a better right to play it? There, child, ain't that success? Ain't that glory? Ain't that poetry? She broke off suddenly. I'm glad Jimmy wasn't by to hear that. He's always taking up his poor mother. Jimmy? Is he humble-minded, do you mean? Humble-minded? One of my boys humble-minded? No, indeed. He's grammatical, that's all. He prefers isn't. Come up. Mrs. Bates hurried her guest over the stairway and through several halls and passages, and introduced her finally into a large and spacious room done in white and gold. In the glittering electrolier wires mingled with pipes, and bulbs with globes. To one side stood a massive brass bedstead full panoplied in coverlet and pillowcases, and the mirror of the dressing-case reflected a formal row of silver-backed brushes and combs. "My bedroom," said Mrs. Bates. "How does it strike you?" "Why," stammered Jane, "it's all very fine, but—" "Oh, yes, I know what they say about it. I've heard them a dozen times. It's very big and handsome and all, but not a bit homelike. I shouldn't want to sleep here." "Is that the idea?" "About," said Jane. "Sleep here?" echoed Mrs. Bates. "I don't sleep here. I'd as soon think of sleeping out on the prairie. That bed isn't to sleep in. It's for the women to lay their hats and cloaks on. Lay yours there now." Jane obeyed. She worked herself out of her old blue sack, and disposed it, neatly folded, on the brocaded coverlet. Then she took off her mussy little turban and placed it on the sack. "What a strange woman," she murmured to herself. "She doesn't get any music out of her piano. She doesn't get any reading out of her books. She doesn't even get any sleep out of her bed." Jane smoothed down her hair and awaited the next stage of her adventure. "This is the way." Mrs. Bates led her through a narrow side door. "This is my office." She traversed the office, passed into a room beyond, pushed Jane ahead of her, and shut the door. The door closed with a light click, and Jane looked about her with a great and sudden surprise. Poor, stupid, stumbling child! She understood at last in what spirit she had been received and on what footing she had been placed. She found herself in a small, cramped, low-ceilinged room which was filled with worn and antiquated furniture. There was a ponderous old mahogany bureau, with the veneering cracked and peeled, and a bed to correspond. There was a shabby little writing desk, whose let-down lid was lined with faded and blotted green baize. On the floor there was an old Brussels carpet, antique as to pattern, and wholly threadbare as to surface. The walls were covered with an old-time paper whose plaintive primitiveness ran in slender pink stripes alternating with narrow green vines. In one corner stood a small upright piano whose top was littered with loose sheets of old music, and on one wall hung a set of thin black walnut shelves strung together with cords and loaded with a variety of well-worn volumes. In the grate was a coal fire. Mrs. Bates sat down on the foot of the bed and motioned Jane to a small rocker that had been reseated with a bit of old rugging. "And now," she said cheerily, "let's get to business. Sue Bates at your service." "Oh, no!" gasped Jane, who felt, however dumbly and mistily, that this was an epoch in her life. "Not here. Not today." "Why not? Go ahead. Tell me all about the charity that isn't a charity. You'd better. This is the last room. There's nothing beyond." Her eyes were twinkling, but immensely kind. "I know it," stammered Jane. "I knew it in a second." She felt, too, that not a dozen persons had ever penetrated to this little chamber. "How good you are to me." Presently, under some compulsion, she was making an exposition of her small plan. Mrs. Bates was made to understand how some of the old Dearborn Seminary girls were trying to start a sort of club room in some convenient downtown building for typewriters and saleswomen and others employed in business. There was to be a room where they could get lunch, or bring their own to eat if they preferred, also a parlor where they could fill up their noon hour with talk or reading or music, It was the expectation to have a piano and a few books and magazines. I remembered Lottie as one of the girls who went with us there down on old Dearborn Place, and I thought perhaps I could interest Lottie's mother, continued Jane. And so you can, said Lottie's mother promptly. I'll have Miss Peters. But don't you find it a little warm here? Just pass me that hairbrush. Mrs. Bates had stepped to her single little window. Isn't it a gem? She asked. I had it made to order. One of the old-fashioned sort, you see. 2 sash with 6 little panes in each. No weights and cords, but simple catches at the side. It opens to just 2 widths. If I want anything different, I have to contrive it for myself. Sometimes I use a hairbrush and sometimes a paper cutter. She dropped her voice. Did you ever have a private secretary? Me? Called Jane. I'm my own. Keep it that way, said Mrs. Bates impressively. Don't ever change, no matter how many engagements and appointments and letters and dates you come to have. You'll never spend a happy day afterwards. Tutors are bad enough, but thank goodness my boys are past that age. And men servants are bad enough. Every time I want to stir in my own house, I seem to have a footman on each toe and a butler standing on my train. However, people in our position, well, Granger insists, you know. And now business is over, she continued. Do you like my posies? She nodded toward the window, where, thanks to the hairbrush, a row of flowers in a long, narrow box blew about in the draught. Asters? No. But I hoped you'd guess asters. They're chrysanthemums. You see, fashion will penetrate even here. But they're the smallest and simplest I could find. What do I care for orchids and American beauties and all those other expensive things under glass? How much does it please me to have 2 great big formal beds of gladiolus and foliage in the front yard, one on each side of the steps? Still, in our position, I suppose it can't be helped. No, what I want is a bed of portulaca and some cypress vines running up strings to the top of a pole. As soon as I get poor enough to afford it, I'm going to have a lot of phlox and London Pride and bachelor's buttons out there in the backyard, and the girls can run their clotheslines somewhere else. It's hard to keep flowers in the city, said Jane. I know it is. At our old house we had such a nice little rose bush in the front yard. I hated so to leave it behind. One of those little yellow briar roses. No, it wasn't yellow, it was just yaller. And it always scratched my nose when I tried to smell it. But oh, child, wistfully, if I could only smell it now. Couldn't you have transplanted it? Asked Jane sympathetically. I went back the very next day after we moved out with a peach basket and fire shovel. But my poor bush was buried under 7 feet of yellow sand. Today there's 7 stories of brick and mortar. So all I've got from the old place is just this furniture of Ma's and the wallpaper. The wallpaper? Not the identical same, of course. It's like what I had in my bedroom when I was a girl. I remembered the pattern and tried everywhere to match it. At first I just tried on 22nd Street. Then I went downtown. Then I tried all the little places away out on the west side. Then I had the pattern put down on paper, and I made a tour of the country. I went to Belvedere, and to Beloit, and to Janesville, and to lots of other places between here and Geneva. And finally... Well, what, finally? Finally, I sent down east and had 8 or 10 rolls made to order. I chased harder than anybody ever chased for a Raphael, and I spent more than if I had hung the room with Gobelins, but... She stroked the narrow strips of pink and green with a fond hand, and cast on Jane a look which pleaded indulgence. Isn't it just too quaintly ugly for anything? It isn't any such thing, cried Jane. It's just as sweet as it can be. I only wish mine was like it. End of section 26. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, 2022.
Section 27 of The World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by Sarah Margaret Fuller. Marchioness Asoli, 1810 to 1850. Margaret was one of the few persons who looked upon life as an art, and every person not merely as an artist, but as a work of art, wrote Emerson. She looked upon herself as a living statue, which should always stand on a polished pedestal, with right accessories, and under the most fitting lights. She would have been glad to have everybody so live and act. She was annoyed when they did not, and when they did not regard her from the point of view which alone did justice to her. It is certain that her friends excused in her, because she had a right to it, a tone which they would have reckoned intolerable in any other. In the coolest way, she said to her friends, "I take my natural position always, and the more I see, the more I feel that it is regal. Without throne, scepter, or guards, still a queen. In near 8 years' experience, I have learned as much as others would in 80, from my great talent at explanation. But in truth, I have not much to say, for since I have had leisure to look at myself, I find that so far from being an original genius, I have not yet learned to think to any depth, and that the utmost I have done in life has been to form my character to a certain consistency, cultivate my tastes, and learn to tell the truth with a little better grace than I did at first. When I look at my papers, I feel as if I had never had a thought that was worthy the attention of any but myself. And 'tis only when on talking with people, I find I tell them what they did not know, that my confidence at all returns. A woman of tact and brilliancy like me has an undue advantage in conversation with men. They are astonished at our instincts. They do not see where we got our knowledge, and while they tramp on in their clumsy way, we wheel and fly, and dart hither and thither, and seize with ready eye all the weak points, like Saladin in the desert. It is quite another thing when we come to write, and without suggestion from another mind, to declare the positive amount of thought that is in us. Then gentlemen are surprised that I write no better, because I talk so well. I have served a long apprenticeship to the one, none to the other. I shall write better, but never, I think, so well as I talk, for then I feel inspired. For all the tides of life that flow within me, I am dumb and ineffectual when it comes to casting my thought into a form. No old one suits me. If I could invent one, it seems to me the pleasure of creation would make it possible for me to write. What shall I do, dear friend? I want force to be either a genius or a character. One should be either private or public. I love best to be a woman, but womanhood is at present too straitly bounded to give me scope. At ours, I live truly as a woman. At others, I should stifle. All these naive confessions were made, it must be remembered, either in her journal or in letters to her nearest friends, and without fear of misinterpretation. This complex, self-conscious but able woman was born in Cambridgeport, Massachusetts, in 1810, in the house of her father, Timothy Fuller, a lawyer. Her mother, it is reported, was a mild, self-effacing lover of flower bulbs and gardens, of a character to supplement, and never combat, a husband who exercised all the domestic dictation which Puritan habits and the marital laws encouraged. He thought to gain time by bringing forward the intellect as early as possible, wrote Margaret in her autobiographical sketch. Thus I had tasks given me, as many and as various as the hours would allow, and on subjects beyond my age, with the additional disadvantage of reciting to him in the evening after he returned from his office. As he was subject to many interruptions, I was often kept up till very late, and as he was a severe teacher, both from his habits of mind and his ambition for me, my feelings were kept on the stretch till the recitations were over. Thus frequently, I was sent to bed several hours too late, with nerves unnaturally stimulated. The consequence was a premature development of the brain that made me a youthful prodigy by day, and by night a victim of spectral illusions, nightmare, and somnambulism, which at the time prevented the harmonious development of my bodily powers and checked my growth, while later they induced continual headache, weakness, and nervous affections of all kinds. I was taught Latin and English grammar at the same time, and began to read Latin at 6 years old, after which for some years I read it daily. Of the Greek language, I knew only enough to feel that the sounds told the same story as the mythology, that the law of life in that land was beauty, as in Rome it was stern composure. With these books I passed my days. The great amount of study exacted of me soon ceased to be a burden, and reading became a habit and a passion. The force of feeling which, under other circumstances, might have ripened thought, was turned to learn the thoughts of others. By the time she entered mature womanhood, Margaret had made herself acquainted with the masterpieces of German, French, and Italian literatures. It was later that she became familiar with the great literature of her own tongue. Her father died in 1835, and in 1836 she went to Boston to teach languages. I still, wrote Emerson, 1851, remember the first half hour of Margaret's conversation. She was then 26 years old. She had a face and a frame that would indicate fullness and tenacity of life. She was rather under the middle height. Her complexion was fair with strong, fair hair. She was then, as always, carefully and becomingly dressed, and of ladylike self-possession. For the rest, her appearance had nothing prepossessing. Her extreme plainness, a trick of incessantly opening and shutting her eyelids, the nasal tone of her voice, all repelled. And I said to myself, we shall never get far. It is to be said that Margaret made a disagreeable first impression on most persons, including those who became afterwards her best friends, to such an extreme that they did not wish to be in the same room with her. This was partly the effect of her manners, which expressed an overweening sense of power and slight esteem of others, and partly the prejudice of her fame. She had a dangerous reputation for satire, in addition to her great scholarship. The men thought she carried too many guns, and the women did not like one who despised them. In 1839, Margaret began her famous Conversations in Boston, continuing these for 5 winters. Their theory was not high-blown but eminently sensible, writes Mr. Higginson, being based expressly on the grounds stated in her circular, that the chief advantage of women in regard to study was in not being called upon, like men, to reproduce in some way what they had learned. As a substitute for this, she proposed to try the uses of conversation, to be conducted in a somewhat systematic way under efficient leadership. In 1839, she published her translation of Eckermann's Conversations with Goethe, and in 1842, of the correspondence of Fräulein Gonerode and Bettine van Ameren. The year 1839 had seen the full growth of New England transcendentalism, which was a reaction against Puritanism and a declaration in vague phrases of God in man and of the indwelling of the Spirit in each soul. An admixture of Platonism, Oriental pantheism, and the latest German idealism with a reminiscence of the Stoicism of Seneca and Epictetus. In 1840, the Dial was founded to be the expression of these ideas, with Margaret as editor and Emerson and George Ripley as aides. To this quarterly, she gave 2 years of hard work and self-sacrifice. Another outcome of the Transcendental movement, the community of Brook Farm, was to her, says Mr. Higginson, simply an experiment which had enlisted some of her dearest friends, and later she found there a sort of cloister for occasional withdrawal from her classes and her conversations. This was all. She was not a stockholder, nor a member, nor an advocate of the enterprise, and even Miss Fuller's cow, which Hawthorne tried so hard to milk, was a being as wholly imaginary as Hawthorne's Zenobia. Her Woman in the 19th Century, 1844, led Horace Greeley to offer her a place in the literary department of the New York Tribune. It is her praise that she was able to impart a purely literary interest to a daily journal, and to make its critical judgment authoritative. The best of her contributions to that journal were published, with articles from the Dial and other periodicals, under the title of Papers on Art and Literature, 1846. In that year, she paid the visit to Europe of which she had dreamed and written, and her letters to her friends at home are now, perhaps, the most readable of her remains. Taking up her residence in Italy in 1847, and sympathizing passionately with Mazzini and his Republican ideas, she met and married the Marquis Giovanni Angelo Asali. Her husband was 7 years her junior, but his letters written while he was serving as a soldier at Rome, and she was absent with their baby in the country, reveal the ardor of his love for her. During the siege of Rome by the French, Mazzini put her in charge of the Hospital of the Trinity of the Pilgrims. At the very moment when Lola was satirizing her in his Fables for Critics, says Mr. Higginson, she was leading such a life as no American woman had led in this century before. Her Southern nature and her longing for action and love had found expression. In May 1850, she sailed with her husband and son from Leghorn for America. But the vessel was wrecked off Fire Island within a day's sail of home and friends, and, save the body of her child and a trunk of water-soaked papers, the sea swallowed up all remnants of the happiness of her later life. The position which Margaret Fuller held in the small world of letters about her is not explained by her writings. She seems to have possessed great personal magnetism. She was strong. She had intellectual grasp and poise. Possibly at times she had the tact she so much admired. She had unusual knowledge, and above all, a keen self-consciousness. Her nature was too southern in its passions, just as it was too large in intellectual vigor, for the environment in which she was born. She was in fact stifled until she escaped from her egotism and self-consciousness, and from the pale New England life and movement, to find a larger existence in her Italian lover and husband and their child. And then she died. The affectionate admiration which she aroused in her friends has found expression in 3 notable biographies: Memoirs of Margaret Fuller of Sawley by her brother, Margaret Fuller of Sawley by Thomas Wentworth Higginson, American Men of Letters series, and Margaret Fuller, Marquessa of Sawley by Julia Ward Howe, Eminent Women series. End of section 27. Section 28 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15 by Various. Selected excerpts by Thomas Fuller, 1608 to 1661. The fragrance which surrounds the writings of Thomas Fuller seems blended of his wit, his quaint worldliness, his sweet and happy spirit. The afterglow of the dazzling day of Shakespeare and his brotherhood rests upon the pages of this divine. In Fuller, the world spirit of the Elizabethan dramatist becomes urbanity, the mellow humor of the dweller in the town. Too well satisfied with the kindly comforts of life to agonize over humanity and the eternal problems of existence, Fuller, although a Church of England clergyman, was no less a cavalier at heart than the most jaunty follower of King Charles. He had not the intensity of nature which characterizes the theologian by the grace of God. His holy and profane state, his good thoughts in bad times, and good thoughts in worse times, evidence a comfortable and reasonable reliance on the unseen. But they will not be read for their spiritual insight, so much as for their well-seasoned and delightful English. That quaint and fragrant style of his lends charm even to those passages in which his thought is commonplace. It is in Thomas Fuller, the historian and biographer, that posterity recognizes a man of marked intellectual power. His scholarship is exhibited in such a work as The Church History of Britain, his peculiar faculty for happy description in The Worthies of England. Fuller was fitted by temperament and training to be a recorder of his own country and countrymen. His life was spent upon his island. His love was fastened upon its places and its people. Born the same year as Milton, 1608, the son of a clergyman of the same name as his own, he was from boyhood both a scholar and an observer of men and things. His education at Cambridge fostered his love of books. His subsequent incumbency of various comfortable livings afforded him opportunities for close acquaintance with the English world of his day, and especially with its gentry. By birth, education, and inclination, Fuller was an aristocrat. During the Civil War, he took the side of King Charles, to whose stately life and mournful death he has devoted the last volume of his great work, The History of the Church of Britain. Under the Protectorate, the genial priest and man of the world found himself in an alien atmosphere. Like many others in Anglican orders, he was silenced by the sour Puritan authorities, but was permitted to preach again in London by the grace of Cromwell. He was subsequently appointed chaplain to Charles II, but did not live long after the Restoration, dying of fever in 1661. An early instance of modern scholarship is found in the histories written by Thomas Fuller. Being by nature an antiquarian, he was not inclined to find his material at second hand. He went back always to the earliest sources for his historical data. It is this fact which gives their permanent value to the history of the Church of Britain and to the history of the Holy War. These works bear witness to wide and patient research, to a thorough sifting of material. The antiquarian spirit displayed in them loses some of its scholarly dignity and takes on the social humor of the gossip in The Worthies of England. Fuller's other writings may be of more intrinsic value, but it is through The Worthies that he is remembered and loved. The book is rich in charm. It is as quaint as an ancient flower garden, where blooms of every sort grow in lavish tangle. He considers the counties of England one by one, telling of their physical characteristics, of their legends, of their proverbs, of the princely children born in them, of the other worthies, scholars, soldiers, and saints, who have shed luster upon them. Fuller gathered his material for this variegated record from every quarter of his beloved little island. As a chaplain in the Cavalier Army, he had many opportunities of visiting places and studying their people. As an incumbent of country parishes, he would listen to the ramblings of the old women of the hamlets, for the sake of discovering in their talk some tradition of the countryside, or some quaint bit of folklore. He writes of the strange, gay, sad lives of princely families as familiarly as he writes of the villagers and townsfolk. Sometimes an exquisite tenderness lies like light upon his record, as in this of the little Princess Anne, daughter to Charles I. She was a very pregnant lady above her years, and died in her infancy, when not fully 4 years old, being minded by those about her to call upon God even when the pangs of death were upon him. I am not able, saith she, to say my long prayer, meaning the Lord's Prayer, but I will say my short one. Lighten my eyes, O Lord, lest I sleep the sleep of death. This done, the little lamb gave up the ghost. Because of passages like this, Thomas Fuller will always be numbered among those writers who, irrespective of their rank in the world of letters, awaken a deep and lasting affection in the hearts of their readers. The King's Children, from the Worthies of England. Catherine, fourth daughter to Charles I and Queen Mary, was born at Whitehall, the Queen Mother then being at St. James, and survived not above half an hour after her baptizing, so that it is charity to mention her, whose memory is likely to be lost, so short her continuance in this life, the rather because her name is not entered as it ought into the register of St. Martin's in the Fields, as indeed none of the king's children, save Prince Charles, though they were born in that parish, and hereupon a story depends. I am credibly informed that at the birth of every child of kings born at Whitehall or St. James, full £5 were ever faithfully paid to some unfaithful receivers thereof, to record the names of such children in the register of St. Martin's. But the money being embezzled, we know by some, God knows by whom, no memorial is entered of them. Sad that bounty should betray any to baseness, and that which was intended to make them the more solemnly remembered should occasion that they should be more silently forgotten. Say not, let the children of mean persons be written down in registers. King's children are registers to themselves. Or, all England is a register to them. For sure I am, this common confidence hath been the cause that we have been so often at a loss about the nativities and other properties of those of royal extraction. A Learned Lady, from the Worthies of England. Margaret Moore. Excuse me, reader, for placing a lady among men and learned statesmen. The reason is because of her unfeigned affection to her father, from whom she would not willingly be parted, and from me shall not be, either living or dead. She was born in Bucklesbury in London at her father's house therein, and attained to that skill in all learning and languages that she became the miracle of her age. Foreigners took such notice thereof that Erasmus hath dedicated some epistles unto her. Now woman that could speak so well did speak so little, whose secrecy was such that her father entrusted her with his most important affairs. Such was her skill in the fathers that she corrected a depraved place in Cyprian, for where it was corruptly written Nisi vos sinceritas, she amended it to Nervos sinceritas. Yea, she translated Eusebius out of Greek, but it was never printed, because J. Christopherson had done it so exactly before. She was married to William Roper of Eltham in Kent, Esquire, one of a bountiful heart and plentiful estate. When her father's head was set up on London Bridge, it being suspected it would be cast into the Thames to make room for divers others, then suffering for denying the king's supremacy, she bought the head and kept it for a relic, which some call affection, others religion, others superstition in her, for which she was questioned before the council, and for some short time imprisoned until she had buried it, and how long she herself survived afterwards is to me unknown. Henry de Essex, standard-bearer to Henry II, from the worthies of England. It happened in the reign of this king. There was a fierce battle fought in Flintshire and Coleshall, between the English and Welsh, wherein this Henry de Essex, animum est signum simul objectus, betwixt traitor and coward, cast away both his courage and banner together, occasioning a great overthrow of English. But he that had the baseness to do, had the boldness to deny the doing of so foul a fact, until he was challenged to combat by Robert de Montfort, a knight, eyewitness thereof, and by him overcome in a duel. Whereupon his large inheritance was confiscated to the king, and he himself, partly thrust, partly going, into a convent, hid his head in a cowl, under which, between shame and sanctity, he blushed out the remainder of his life. The good schoolmaster, from the holy and profane state. There is scarcely any profession in the Commonwealth more necessary, which is so slightly performed. The reasons whereof I conceive to be these. First, young scholars make this calling their refuge, yea, perchance before they have taken any degree in the university, commence schoolmasters in the country, as if nothing else were required to set up this profession, but only a rod and a ferula. Secondly, others who are able use it only as a passage to better preferment, to patch the rents in their present fortune, till they can provide a new one and betake themselves to some more gainful calling. Thirdly, they are disheartened from doing their best with the miserable reward which in some places they receive, being masters to their children and slaves to their parents. Fourthly, being grown rich, they grow negligent, and scorn to touch the school but by the proxy of the usher. But see how well our schoolmaster behaves himself. He studieth his scholars' natures as carefully as they were books, and ranks their dispositions into several forms. And though it may seem difficult for him in a great school to descend to all particulars, yet experienced schoolmasters may quickly make a grammar of boys' natures and reduce them all, saving some few exceptions, to these general rules. 1. Those that are ingenious and industrious. The conjunction of two such planets in a youth presages much good unto him. To such a lad a frown may be a whipping, and a whipping a death. Yea, where their master whips them once, shame whips them all the week after. Such natures he uses with all gentleness. 2. Those that are ingenious and idle. These think, with the hare in the fable, that running with snails, so they count the rest of their schoolfellows, they shall come soon enough to the post, though sleeping a good while before their starting. Oh, a good rod would finally take them napping. 3. Those that are dull and diligent. Wines, the stronger they be, the more lees they have when they are new. Many boys are muddy-headed till they be clarified with age, and such afterwards prove the best. Bristol diamonds are both bright and squared and pointed by nature, and yet are soft and worthless, whereas Orient ones in India are rough and rugged naturally. Hard, rugged, and dull natures of youth acquit themselves afterwards the jewels of the country, and therefore their dullness at first is to be borne with, if they be diligent. The schoolmaster deserves to be beaten himself, who beats nature and a boy for a fault. And I question whether all the whipping in the world can make their parts, which are naturally sluggish, rise 1 minute before the hour nature hath appointed. 4. Those that are invincibly dull, and negligent also. Correction may reform the latter, not amend the former. All the whetting in the world can never set a razor's edge on that which hath no steel in it. Such boys he consigneth over to other professions. Shipwrights and boatmakers will choose those crooked pieces of timber which other carpenters refuse. Those may make excellent merchants and mechanics who will not serve for scholars. He is able, diligent, and methodical in his teaching, not leading them rather in a circle than forwards. He minces his precepts for children to swallow, hanging clogs on the nimbleness of his own soul, that his scholars may go along with him. On books, from the Holy and Profane State. It is a vanity to persuade the world one hath much learning by getting a great library. As soon shall I believe every one is valiant that hath a well-furnished armory. I guess good housekeeping by the smoking, not the number of the tunnels, as knowing that many of them, built merely for uniformity, are without chimneys, and more without fires. Some books are cursorily to be tasted of, namely, first, voluminous books, the task of a man's life to read them over. Secondly, auxiliary books, only to be repaired to on occasions. Thirdly, such as are mere pieces of formality, so that if you look on them, you look through them, and he that peeps through the casement of the index sees as much as if he were in the house. But the laziness of those cannot be excused who perfunctorily pass over authors of consequence, and only trade in their tables and contents. These, like city cheaters, having gotten the names of all country gentlemen, make silly people believe they have long lived in those places where they never were, and flourish with skill in whose authors they never seriously studied. London, from the worthies of England. It is the second city in Christendom for greatness, and the first for good government. There is no civilized part of the world but it has heard thereof, though many with this mistake, that they conceive London to be the country, and England but the city therein. Some have suspected the declining of the lustre thereof, because of late it verges so much westward, increasing in buildings, Covent Garden, etc. But by their favor, to disprove their fear, it will be found to burnish round about with new structures daily added thereunto. It oweth its greatness unto God's divine providence, to the well-conditioned river of Thames, which doth not, as some tyrant rivers of Europe, abuse its strength in a destructive way, but employeth its greatness in goodness, to be beneficial to commerce, by the reciprocation of the tide therein. Hence it was that when King James, offended with the city, threatened to remove his court to another place, the Lord Mayor, boldly enough, returned that he might remove his court at his pleasure, but could not remove the river Thames. Erasmus will have London so called from Lindus, a city of roads, averring a great resemblance betwixt the languages and customs of the Britons and Grecians. But Mr. Camden, who no doubt knew of it, honoureth not this his etymology with the least mention thereof. As improbable in my apprehension is the deduction from Ludstown, town being a Saxon, not British termination, and that it was so termed from Lan Dian, a temple of Diana, standing where now St. Paul's doth, is most likely in my opinion. Miscellaneous sayings. It is dangerous to gather flowers that grow on the banks of the pit of hell, for fear of falling in. Yea, they which play with the devil's rattles will be brought by degrees to wield his sword, and from making of sport they come to doing of mischief. A public office is a guest, which receives the best usage from them who never invited it. Scoff not at the natural defects of any, which are not in their power to amend. Oh, 'tis cruel to beat a cripple with his own crutches. Learning is gained most by those books by which the printers have lost. Moderation is the silken string running through the pearl chain of all virtues. To smell to a turf of fresh earth is wholesome for the body, no less are thoughts of mortality cordial to the soul. The lion is not so fierce as painted. Their head sometimes so little that there is no room for wit, sometimes so long that there is no wit for so much room. Often the clock loft is empty in those whom nature hath built many stories high. The pyramids themselves, doting with age, have forgotten the names of their founders. One that will not plead that cause wherein his tongue must be confuted by his conscience. But our captain counts the image of God, nevertheless his image, cut in ebony as if done in ivory, and in the blackest moors he sees the representation of the King of Heaven. End of section 28. Section 29 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by Various. Selected excerpts by Émile Gaboriau, 1835 to 1873. To speak of the detective novel is to speak of Gaboriau. He cannot be called the father of it, but the French novelist made us feel so peculiarly his own, developed its type of human nature so painstakingly, created so distinctive a reputation associated with it, that it is doubtful whether anyone can be said to have outrivaled him. Born at Saujon in the department of the Charente Inférieure in 1835, Gaboriau drifted from school into the cavalry service, then into 3 or 4 less picturesque methods of keeping body and soul together, and finally, by a kind of literary accident, he became the private secretary of the Parisian novelist Paul Féval. His first successful story ran as a continued one in a journal called Le Pays. It was the La Rouge affair, but it did not even under newspaper circumstances find any considerable favor until it caught the eye of the astute Milhaud, the founder of the petty journal. Milhaud recognized in the fiction a new note in detective novel making. He transferred it to another journal, Le Soleil. There it made an instant and tremendous success. From that moment, Gaboriau's career was determined and fortunate. In rapid succession followed The Crime of Orival, 1867, File Number 113, 1867, The Elaborate Slaves of Paris, 1869, Monsieur Lecoq, 1869, in which title appears the name of the moving spirit of almost all the other stories, The Infernal Life, 1870, and 4 or 5 others. All these stories have been translated into almost every modern language that has a reading public. They brought Gaboriau a large income during his lifetime, and they are still valuable literary properties. Their author died in Paris, his health broken in consequence of incessant overwork, in September 1873. Gaboriau elevated the detective story to something like a superior plane in popular fiction. It is a question whether he did not say in a large measure the strongest word in it, and to all extents and purposes the last word. His books all have a certain resemblance, in that we start into a complex drama with a riddle of crime. The unfolding always brings us sooner or later to a dramatic family secret, of which the original crime has only been an outside detail. The secret is the mainspring of the book, and about the middle of it the reader finds himself chiefly absorbed by it. Indeed, Gaboriau's novels have often been spoken of as told backward. Most of the novels, too, gain their movement from one source, the wonderful shrewdness and audacity of a certain Monsieur Lecoq of the Paris Detective Service. Monsieur Lecoq was really an exaggeration of the well-known and wonderfully able Paris detective, Monsieur Vidocq, and there are dozens of episodes in the course of Vidocq's brilliant professional career which Gaboriau did not dress up so very much in introducing them into his stories. There is an individuality to each novel, in spite of the family likeness. Occasionally, like Dickens, the author attacked abuses with effect, as in The Infernal Life in The Slaves of Paris, and other books where he has set forth the merciless system of private blackmailing in Paris, with little exaggeration. As to literary manner, Gaboriau was not a writer of the first order, even as a French popular novelist, but he knew how to write, and there is a correctness of diction and a nervous vivacity that is much to his credit, considering the rapidity which he produced his work, and the fact that he had no sufficient early training for his profession. He is seldom slipshod, and he is never really negligent. He has been criticized for making his denouements too simple, if one regards them as a whole process. But his details are full of variety, and the reader of Gaboriau never is troubled to keep his attention on the author's pages, even in the case of those stories that are not of the first class among his works. Perhaps the best of all of the novels is one of the shorter ones, file number 113. The Impostor and the Banker's Wife, The Robbery, from file number 113. Raoul Spencer, supposed to be Raoul de Clameren, began to triumph over his instincts of revolt. He ran to the door and rang the bell. It opened. "Is my aunt at home?" he asked the footman. "Madame is alone in the boudoir next her room," replied the servant. Raoul ascended. Clameren had said to Raoul, "Above all, be careful about your entrance. Your appearance must express everything, and thus you will avoid impossible explanations." The suggestion was useless. When Raoul entered the little reception room, his pale face and wild eyes frightened Madame Fauvel, who cried, "Raoul, what has happened to you?" The sound of her gentle voice produced upon the young vagrant the effect of an electric shock. He trembled from head to foot, yet his mind was clear. Louis had not been mistaken in him. Raoul continued his role as if on the stage, and as assurance came to him, his knavery crushed his better nature. "Mother, the misfortune which has come to me," he replied, "is the last one." Madame Fauvel had never seen him like this. Trembling with emotion, she rose and stood before him, with her tender face near his. She fixed in a steady gaze the power of her will, as if she meant to read the depths of his soul. "What is it?" she insisted. "Raoul, my son, tell me." He pushed her gently away. "What has happened?" he replied in a choked voice which pierced the heart of Madame Fauvel. "Proves that I am unworthy of you, unworthy of my noble and generous father." She moved her head in protestation. "Ah," he continued, "I know and judge myself. No one could reproach my own infamous conduct so cruelly as my own conscience. I was not born wicked, but I am a miserable fool. I have hours when, as if in a vertigo, I do not know what I am doing. I should not have been like this, mother, if you had been with me in my childhood, but brought up among strangers and left to myself without any guides but my own instincts. I am at the mercy of my own passions. Possessing nothing, not even my stolen name, I am vain and devoured by ambition. Poor and without resources but your help, I have the tastes and vices of a millionaire's son. Alas, when I recovered you, the harm was done. Your affection, your maternal tenderness, which has given me my only days of happiness, could not save me. I, who have suffered so much, who have endured so many privations, who have known hunger, have been spoiled by this new luxury with which you have surrounded me. I threw myself into pleasure as a drunkard rushes for the strong drink of which he has been deprived." Raoul expressed himself with such intense conviction and assurance that Madame Fauvel did not interrupt. Mute and terrified, she dared not question him, fearful of learning some horrible news. He, however, continued, "Yes, I have been a fool. Happiness has passed by me, and I did not know enough to stretch out my hand to take it. I have rejected an exquisite reality for the pursuit of a phantom. I, who should have spent my life by your side and sought constantly for new proofs of my love and gratitude, I, a dark shadow, give you a cruel stab, cause you sorrow, and render you the most unfortunate of beings. Ah, what a brute I have been, for the sake of a creature whom I should despise. I have thrown to the wind a fortune whose every piece of gold has cost you a tear. With you lies happiness. I know it too late." He stopped, overcome by the thought of his evil conduct, ready to burst into tears. "It is never too late to repent, my son," murmured Madame Froebel, "and redeem your wrong." "Ah, if I could," cried Raoul. "But no, it is too late. Who knows how long my good resolutions will last? It is not only today that I have condemned myself without pity. Seized by remorse at each new failure, I have sworn to regain my self-respect. Alas, to what has my periodical repentance amounted? At the first new temptation, I forget my remorse and my oaths. You consider me a man. I am only an unstable child. I am weak and cowardly, and you are not strong enough to dominate my weakness and control my vacillating character. I have the best intentions in the world, yet my actions are those of a scoundrel. The gap between my position and my nature is too wide for me to reconcile them. Who knows where my deplorable character may lead me?" He gave a gesture expressing recklessness and added, "I myself will bring justice upon myself." Madame Froebel was too deeply agitated to follow Raoul's sudden moods. "Speak," she cried. "Explain yourself. Am I not your mother? You must tell me the truth. I must hear all." He appeared to hesitate, as if he feared to give so terrible a shock to his mother. Finally, in a hollow voice, he said, "I am ruined." "Ruined?" "Yes, and I have nothing more to wait for, nor to hope for. I am dishonored, and through my own fault, my own grievous fault." "Raoul!" "It is true, but fear not, mother. I will not drag the name that you bestowed upon me in the dirt. I have the vulgar courage not to survive my dishonor. Go, waste no sympathy on me. I am one of those creatures of destiny who have no refuge save death. I am the victim of fate. Have you not been forced to deny my birth? Did not the memory of me haunt you and deprive your nights of sleep? And now, having found you, in exchange for your devotion, I bring into your life a bitter curse. Ungrateful child, have I ever reproached you? Never, and therefore with your blessing, and with your loved name on his lips, your Raoul will die." "Die? You?" "Yes, mother. Honor bids it. I am condemned by inexorable judges, my will and my conscience." An hour earlier, Madame Froebel would have sworn that Raoul had made her suffer all that a woman could endure, and now he had brought her a new grief, so acute that the former one seemed naught in comparison. "What have you done?" she stammered. "Money was entrusted to me. I played and lost it." "Was it a large amount?" "No, but neither you nor I can replace it. Poor mother, have I not taken everything from you? Haven't you given me your last jewel?" "But Monsieur de Clameran is rich. He has put his fortune at my disposal. I will order the carriage and go to him." "Monsieur de Clameran, mother, is absent for 8 days, and I must have the money tonight, or I am lost. Go. I have thought of everything before deciding, but one loves life at 20. He drew a pistol half out of his pocket, saying with a grim smile, This will arrange everything. Madame Froebel was too unnerved in reflecting upon the horror of the conduct of the supposed Raoul de Clamaron to fancy that this last wild menace was but a means for obtaining money. Forgetting the past, ignoring the future, and concentrating her thought on the present situation, she saw but one thing, that her son was about to kill himself, and that she was powerless to arrest his suicide. Wait, she said. Andre will soon return, and I will tell him that I have the need of— How much did you lose? 30,000 francs. You shall have them tomorrow. I must have them tonight. She seemed to be going mad. She wrung her hands in despair. Tonight, she said. Why didn't you come sooner? Do you lack confidence in me? Tonight there is no one to open the safe. Without that— The expectant Raoul caught the word. He gave an exclamation of joy, as if a light had broken upon his dark despair. The safe, he cried. Do you know where the key is? Yes, it is here. Thank heaven. He looked at Madame Froebel with such a demoniacal glance that she dropped her eyes. Give it to me, mother, he entreated. Miserable boy. It is life that I ask of you. This prayer decided her. Taking a candle, she stepped quickly into her room, opened the writing desk, and there found Monsieur Froebel's own key. But as she was handing it to Raoul, reason returned. No, she murmured. No, it is impossible. He did not insist, and indeed seemed willing to retire. Ah, well, he said, then, my mother, one last kiss. She stopped him. What will you do with the key, Raoul? Have you also the secret word? No, but I can try. You know there is never money in the safe. Let us try. If I open it by a miracle, and if there is money in the box, then I shall believe that God has taken pity upon us. And if you do not succeed, then will you swear that you will wait until tomorrow? Upon the memory of my father, I swear it. Then here is the key. Come. They had now reached Prosper's office, and Raoul had placed the lamp on a high shelf, from which point it lighted the entire room. He had recovered all of his self-possession, or rather that peculiar mechanical precision of action which seems to be independent of the will, and which men accustomed to peril always find at their service in times of pressing need. Rapidly, and with the dexterity of experience, he placed the 5 buttons of the iron box upon the letters forming the name Gypsy. His expression during this short performance was one of intense anxiety. He began to fear that the excited energy which he had summoned might fail him, and also that if he did open the box, he might not find the hoped-for sum. Prosper might have changed the letters, and he might have been sent to the bank that day. Madame Froebel watched Raoul with pathetic distress. She read in his wild eyes that despair of the unfortunate, who so passionately desire a result that they fancy their unassisted will can overcome all obstacles. Being intimate with Prosper, and having frequently watched him close the office, Raoul knew perfectly well. Indeed, he had made it a study and attempted it himself, for he was a far-seeing youth, how to manipulate the key in the lock. He inserted it gently, turned it, pushed it in deeper, and turned it again. Then he pushed it in with a violent shock and turned it once more. His heart beat so loudly that Madame Froebel could hear it. The word had not been changed. The box opened. Raoul and his mother uttered cries, hers of terror, his of triumph. "Shut it!" screamed Madame Froebel, frightened at this inexplicable and incomprehensible result. "Leave it! Come!" And half mad, she threw herself upon Raoul, clinging to his arm in desperation and drawing him to her with such violence that the key was dragged from the lock and along the door of the coffer, leaving a long and deep mark. But Raoul had had time to notice upon the upper shelf of the box 3 bundles of banknotes. These he quickly snatched with his left hand, slipped them under his coat, and placed them between his waistcoat and shirt. Exhausted by her efforts, and yielding to the violence of her emotions, Madame Froude dropped Raoul's arm, and to avoid falling, supported herself on the back of Prosper's armchair. "I implore you, Raoul," she said, "I beseech you to put those banknotes back in the box. I shall have money tomorrow. I swear it to you 100 times over, and I will give it to you, my son. I beg you to take pity on your mother." He paid no attention to her. He was examining the long scratch on the door. This mark of the theft was very convincing and disturbing. "At least," implored Madame Froude, "don't take all. Keep what you need to save yourself and leave the rest." "What for? Would a balance make discovery less easy?" "Yes, because you see, I can manage it. Let me arrange it. I can find an explanation. I will tell Andre that I needed money." With precaution, Raoul closed the safe. "Come," he said to his mother, "let us leave, so that we may not be suspected. One of the servants might go to the drawing-room and be surprised not to find us there." His cruel indifference and cold calculation at such a moment filled Madame Froude with indignation. Yet she still hoped that she might influence her son. She still believed in the power of her entreaties and tears. "Ah me," she said, "it might be as well. If they discover us, I care little or nothing. We are lost. Andre will drive me from the house, a miserable creature. But at least I will not sacrifice the innocent. Tomorrow Prosper will be accused. Clamorne has taken from him the woman he loves, and now you will rob him of his honor. I will not." She spoke so loud and with such a penetrating voice that Raoul was alarmed. He knew that the office clerk slept in an adjoining room. Although it was not late, he might have gone to bed, and if so, he could hear every word. "Let us go," he said, seizing Madame Froude by the arm. But she resisted, and clung to a table the better to resist. "I have been a coward to sacrifice Madeleine," she said quietly. "I will not sacrifice Prosper." Raoul knew of a victorious argument which would break Madame Froude's resolution. "Ah," he cried with a cynical laugh, "you do not know, then, that Prosper and I are in league, and that he shares my fate." "That is impossible." "What do you think? Do you imagine that it was chance which gave me the secret word and opened the box?" "Prosper is honest." "Of course, and so am I. But we need the money." "You speak falsely." "No, dear mother. Madeleine left Prosper, and, well, bless me, he has tried to console himself, the poor fellow, and such consolations are expensive." He had lifted the lamp, and gently but with much force pushed Madame Froude towards the staircase. She seemed to be more dumbfounded than when she saw the open safe. "What?" she said. "Prosper a thief?" She asked herself if she were not the victim of a terrible nightmare, if an awakening would not rid her of this unspeakable torture. She could not control her thoughts, and mechanically, supported by Raoul, she placed her foot on the narrow stairs. "The key must be returned to the writing desk," said Raoul, when they reached the bedroom. She appeared not to hear, and it was Raoul who replaced the key in the box from which he had seen her take it. He then led, or rather carried, Madame Froude to the little drawing-room where he found her upon his arrival, and placed her in an easy-chair. The utter prostration of this unhappy woman, her fixed eyes, and her loss of expression revealed only too well the agony of her mind. Raoul, frightened, asked if she had gone mad. "Come, mother dear," he said, as he tried to warm her icy hands. "Come to yourself. You have saved my life, and we have both rendered a great service to Prosper. Fear nothing. All will come straight. Prosper will be accused, perhaps arrested. He expects that, but he will deny it, and as his guilt cannot be proved, he will be released. But his lies and his efforts were lost upon Madame Froebel, who was too distracted to hear them. "Raoul," she murmured, "my son, you have killed me." Her voice was so impressive in its sorrow, her tone was so tender in its despair, that Raoul was affected, and even decided to restore the stolen money. But the thought of Clamorin returned. Then, noticing that Madame Froebel remained in her chair, bewildered and as still as death, trembling at the thought that Monsieur Froebel or Madeleine might enter at any moment, he pressed a kiss upon his mother's forehead and fled. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature. Monsieur Lecoq's System, from file number 113. In the center of a large and curiously furnished room, half library and half actor's study, was seated at a desk the same person, wearing gold spectacles, who had said at the police station to the accused cashier, Prosper Potomi, "Take courage." This was Monsieur Lecoq in his official character. Upon the entrance of Fanfelot, who advanced respectfully, curving his backbone as he bowed, Monsieur Lecoq slightly lifted his head and laid down his pen, saying, "Ah, you have come at last, my boy. Well, you don't seem to be progressing with the Potomi case." "Why, really," stammered Fanfelot, "you know—" "I know that you have muddled everything, until you are so blinded that you are ready to give over." "But, master, it was not I." Monsieur Lecoq had arisen and was pacing the floor. Suddenly he stopped before Fanfelot, nicknamed the Squirrel. "What do you think, Master Squirrel?" he asked in a hard and ironical tone, "of a man who abuses the confidence of those who employ him, who reveals enough of what he has discovered to make the evidence misleading, and who betrays for the benefit of his foolish vanity the cause of justice, and an unhappy prisoner?" The frightened Fanfelot recoiled a step. "I should say," he began, "I should say—" "You think this man should be punished and dismissed, and you are right. The less a profession is honored, the more honorable should be those who follow it. You, however, are treacherous. Ah, Master Squirrel, we are ambitious, and we try to play the police in our own way. We let justice wander where she will, while we search for other things. It takes a more cunning bloodhound than you, my boy, to hunt without a hunter and at his own risk." "But, master, I swear—" "Be silent. Do you wish me to prove that you have told everything to the examining magistrate, as was your duty? Go to. While others were charging the cashier, you informed against the banker. You watched him. You became intimate with his valet de chambre." Was Monsieur Lecoq really in anger? Fanfelot, who knew him well, doubted it a little, but with this devil of a man one never quite knew how to take him. "If you were only clever," he continued, "but no, you wish to be a master, and you are not even a good workman." "You are right, master," said Fanfelot piteously, who could deny no longer. "But how could I work upon a business like this, when there was no trace, no mark, no sign, no conviction? Nothing, nothing." Monsieur Lecoq raised his shoulders. "Poor boy," he said. "Know, then, that the day when you were summoned with the commissary to verify the robbery, you had, I will not say certainly, but very probably, between your two large and stupid hands, the means of knowing which key, the banker's or the cashier's, had been used in committing the theft." "What an idea!" "You want proof? Very well. Do you remember that mark which you observed on the side of the copper? It struck you, but you did not repress an exclamation when you saw it. You had examined it carefully with the glass, and you were convinced that it was quite fresh, and therefore made recently. You said, and with reason, that this mark dated from the moment of the theft. But with what had it been made? With the key, evidently. That being the case, you should have demanded the keys of the banker and the cashier, and examined them attentively. One of these would have shown some atoms of the green paint with which a strongbox is usually coated. Fanfellow listened with open mouth to this explanation. At the last words, he slapped his forehead violently and cried, of himself, "Imbecile!" "You are right," replied Monsieur Lecoq. "Imbecile. What? With such a guide before your eyes, you neglected it and drew no conclusion. This is the one clue to the affair. If I find the guilty one, it will be by means of this mark, and I will find him. I am determined to do it." When away from Lecoq, Fanfellow nicknamed the squirrel, often slandered and defied him, but in his presence he yielded to the magnetic influence which this extraordinary man exercised upon all who came near him. Such exact information and such minute details perplexed his mind. Where and how could Monsieur Lecoq have gathered them? "You have been studying the case, master?" "Probably, but as I am not infallible, I may have let some valuable point escape me. Sit down and tell me all you know." One could not prevaricate with Monsieur Lecoq. Therefore Fanfellow told the exact truth, which was not his custom. However, before the end of his recital, his vanity prevented him from telling how he had been tricked by Mademoiselle Nina Gypsy and the stout gentleman. Unfortunately, Monsieur Lecoq was never informed by halves. "It seems to me, Master Squirrel," he said, "that you have forgotten something. How far did you follow the empty cab?" Fanfellow, despite his assurance, blushed to his ears and dropped his eyes like a schoolboy caught in a guilty act. "Oh, Patron," he stammered, "you know that too. How could you have?" Suddenly a thought flashed through his brain. He stopped and, bounding from his chair, cried, "Oh, I am sure. That stout gentleman with the red whiskers was you." Fanfellow's surprise gave such a ridiculous expression to his face that Monsieur Lecoq could not help smiling. "Then it was you," continued the amazed detective. "It was you, that fat man at whom I stared. I did not recognize you. Ah, Patron, what an actor you would make if you pleased. And I was disguised also." "But very poorly, my poor boy. I tell you for your own good. Do you think a heavy beard and a blouse sufficient to evade detection? But the eye, stupid fellow, the eye. It is the eye that must be changed. There is the secret." This theory of disguise explains why the official, lynx-like Lecoq, never appeared at the police office without his gold spectacles. "But then, Patron," continued Fanfellow, working out the idea, "you have made the little girl confess, although Madame Alexander failed. You know then why she left the Grand Arcage, why she did not wait for Monsieur Louis de Sclameran, and why she bought calico dresses for herself. She never acts without my instructions." "In this case," said the detective, greatly discouraged, "there is nothing more for me to do except acknowledge myself a fool." "No, Squirrel," replied Monsieur Lecoq with kindness. "No, you are not a fool. You are simply wrong in undertaking a task beyond your powers. Have you made one progressive step since you began this case? No. This only proves that you are incomparable as a lieutenant, but that you have not the sang-froid of a general. I will give you an aphorism. Keep it and make it a rule of conduct. Some men may shine in the second who are eclipsed in the first rank." Egotist, like all great artists, Monsieur Lecoq had never had, nor did he wish to have, a pupil. He worked alone. He despised assistants, for he did not wish to share the pleasures of triumph nor the bitterness of defeat. Therefore Fanfellow, who knew his patron so well, was astonished to hear him, who had heretofore given nothing but orders, helping him with counsel. He was so mystified that he could not help showing his surprise. "It seems to me, Patron," he risked saying, "that you take a strong personal interest in this case, that you study it so closely." Monsieur Lecoq started nervously, which motion escaped his detective, and then, frowning, he said in a hard voice, "It is your nature to be curious, Master Squirrel, but take care that you do not go too far. Do you understand?" Fanfreluche began to offer excuses. "Enough, enough," interrupted Monsieur Lecoq. "If I lend you a helping hand, it is because I wish to. I wish to be the head while you are the arm. Alone, with your preconceived ideas, you never would find the guilty one. If we two do not find him together, then I am not Monsieur Lecoq. We shall succeed if you make it your business." "Yes, I am entangled in it, and during 4 days I have learned many things. However, keep this quiet. I have reasons for not being known in this case. Whatever happens, I forbid you to mention my name. If we succeed, the success must be given to you, and above all, do not seek explanations. Be satisfied with what I tell you." These charges seemed to fill Fanfreluche with confidence. "I will be discreet, Patron," he promised. "I depend upon you, my boy. To begin, carry this photograph of the strong-box to the examining magistrate. Monsieur Patrigent, I know, is as perplexed as possible upon the subject of the prisoner. You must explain, as if it were your own discovery, what I have just shown you. When you repeat all this to him with these indications, I am sure he will release the cashier. Prosper Batomi, the accused cashier, must be free before I begin my work." "I understand, Patron, but shall I let Monsieur Patrigent see that I suspect another than the banker or the cashier?" "Certainly. Justice demands that you follow up the case. Monsieur Patrigent will charge you to watch Prosper. Reply that you will not lose sight of him. I assure you that he will be in good hands." "And if he asks news of Mademoiselle Gypsy?" Monsieur Lecoq hesitated for a moment. "You will say to him," he said finally, "that you have decided, in the interest of Prosper, to place her in a house where she can watch someone whom you suspect." The joyous Fanfreluche rolled the photograph, took his hat, and prepared to leave. Monsieur Lecoq detained him by a gesture. "I have not finished," he said. "Do you know how to drive a carriage and take care of a horse?" "Why, Patron, you ask me that, an old rider of the both the circus." "Very well. As soon as the judge has dismissed you, return home, and prepare a wig and livery of a valet de chambre of the first class, and having dressed, go with this letter to the agency on the Rue de l'Orme." "But, Patron—" "There are no buts, my boy, for this agent will send you to Monsieur Louis de Clamaran, who needs a new valet de chambre, his own having left yesterday evening. Excuse me if I dare say that you are deceived. Clamaran will not agree to the conditions. He is no friend of the cashier." "How you always interrupt me," said Monsieur Lecoq in his most imperative tones. "Do only what I tell you, and let everything else alone. Monsieur Clamaran is not a friend to Prosper. I know that, but he is the friend and protector of Raoul de Logres. Why? Who can explain the intimacy of these two men of such different ages? We must know this. We must also know who is Monsieur Louis de Clamaran, this forge master who lives in Paris and never goes to his own factories. A jolly dog who has taken it into his head to live in the Hotel de Louvre and who mingles in the whirling crowd, is difficult to watch. Through you, I shall have my eye on him. He has a carriage, you will drive it, and in the easiest way you will know his acquaintances, and be able to give me an account of his slightest proceedings. You shall be obeyed, Patron." Still another word. Monsieur de Clamart is very irritable and suspicious. You will be introduced to him as Joseph Dubois. He will ask for your recommendations. Here are 3, showing that you have served the Marquis de Sairmeuse, the Count de Comorin, and your last place, the house of the Baron de Worschen, who has just gone to Germany. Keep your eyes open, be correct, and watch his movements. Serve well, but without excess of manner. But don't be too cringing, for that would arouse suspicion. Make yourself easy, Patron. Now, where shall I report? I will come to see you every day. Until you have an order, don't step inside of this house. You might be followed. If anything unforeseen occurs, send a dispatch to your wife, and she will advise me. Now go, and be prudent. The door shut behind Fanfelot, and Monsieur Lecoq passed quickly into his bedroom. In the twinkling of an eye, he stripped off all traces of the official detective chief, the starched cravat, the gold spectacles, and the wig, which, when removed, released the thick black hair. The official Lecoq disappeared. The true Lecoq remained, a person that no one knew, a handsome young man with brilliant eyes and a resolute manner. Only a moment was he visible, seated before a dressing table on which was spread a greater array of paints, essences, rouge, cosmetics, and false hair than is required for a modern belle. He began to substitute a new face for the one accorded him by nature. He worked slowly, handling his little brushes with extreme care, and in about an hour had achieved one of his periodical masterpieces. When he had finished, he was no longer Lecoq, but he was the stout gentleman with the red whiskers not recognized by Fanfelot. There, he exclaimed, giving a last glance in the mirror. I have forgotten nothing. I have left nothing to chance. All my threads are tied, and I can progress. I hope the squirrel will not lose time. But Fanfelot was too joyous to squander a moment. He did not run. He flew along the way to the Palais de Justice and Monsieur Patrigent, the judge. At last he had the opportunity of demonstrating his own superior perspicacity. It never occurred to him that he was striving to triumph through the ideas of another man. The greater part of the world is content to strut, like the jackdaw, in peacock's feathers. The result did not blight his hopes. If Monsieur Patrigent was not altogether convinced, he at least admired the ingenuity of the proceeding. This is what I will do, he said in dismissing Fanfelot. I will present a favorable report to the council chamber, and tomorrow, most likely, the cashier will be released. Immediately he began to write one of those terrible decisions of not proven, which restores liberty to the accused man, but not honor, which says that he is not guilty, but which does not declare him innocent. Whereas against the prisoner Prosper Potomi, sufficient charges do not exist, in accordance with Article 128 of the Criminal Code, we declare there are no grounds at present for prosecution against the aforesaid prisoner. We therefore order that he be released from the prison, where he is now detained, and set at liberty by the jailer, etc. When this was finished, Monsieur Patrigent remarked to his registrar Sigaud, "Here is one of those mysterious crimes which baffle justice. This is another file to be added to the archives of the Record Office." And with his own hand, he wrote upon the outside of the official number, File number 113. Translated for A Library of the World's Best Literature. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 15, by various. Bénito, Perez, Galdós, by William Henry Bishop. 1. The contemporary school of Spanish fiction dates from about the Revolution of 1868, which drove out Isabel II and brought in a more liberal form of government. Without this revolution, it would scarcely have found opportunity for the free expression of opinion and the bold critical tone towards ancient institutions which are among its leading characteristics. It is a fresh stirring of the human intellect, a distinctly new product and a valuable contribution to the world's literature. It is affiliated with the Russian, the English, and other vital modern movements in fiction, and yet it can by no means be confused with that of any other country. Its method is realistic, but one of its leading figures, de Perez, a strong delineator of rural life, protests, as to him and his works, against the use of the word. If, he says vigorously, it means to rank me under the triumphal French banner of foul-smelling realism. That is to say, they consider the best material for fiction to be the better and sweeter part of life and its higher aspirations, and not that coarse part of it to which the French would seem to have devoted an undue amount of attention. The reader of Anglo-Saxon origin approaches this fiction with ease and sympathy. He has not to acquire any new point of view in order to understand it, nor to unlearn any wonted standards of taste or morals. An informing Spanish critic, Emilia Pardo Bazan, herself a novelist of talent, points out that the present Spanish school cannot be said to have a yesterday, but only a day before yesterday. She means that it has skipped a certain interval and connects itself with remoter and not with recent tradition. It really comes down from a time antedating even the great Golden Age. It takes its rise in the wonderful naturalness of the Celestina, a quaint tragicomedy of the year 1499. It bears a close relationship next to Don Quixote and to the novelas picarescas, the stories of amusing knaves in very low life of which Lazarillo de Tormes and Guzman de Alfarache are the best examples, and that French imitation, Gil Blas, better than the originals. A period of very stiff classicism in the 18th century and of extravagant romanticism in the beginning of the 19th followed, constituting the omitted yesterday, and then arrived the vigorous literature of the present time here in question. The qualities of truth to nature, practical good sense, genuine humor, and play of imagination have nearly always characterized Spanish fiction, and these qualities seem possessed by the contemporary novelists in a higher degree than ever before. The picaresque or rogue stories seem to be, their naturalness admitted, a mere string of disconnected adventures, written to the taste of a period that had not the habit of keeping its attention fixed upon anything long, and we scarcely know any leading character more intimately at the end than at the beginning. As against this we have now complete and lengthy novels, in which situations and characters are all worked out upon a symmetrical plan, and in which the conclusions generally follow like those of fate, that is to say, they're not arbitrary, but inevitably result from the conditions and circumstances given. So far as there is English influence in this literature, it may be said to be more in the form of example than as a direct component. It has given the Spanish movement courage and persistence to see the same ideals elsewhere affording profit and pleasure to millions of men. Otherwise it is a mere coloring, a superficial trace. In particular, Perez Galdós is fond of introducing English characters. Some of them have the Dickens-like trait of a beaming, exuberant benevolence, and the athletic parson in Gloria, who risks his life pulling out to the rescue of a wrecked steamer, is like Barry's little minister. Many of his leading characters are of that mixed blood at Cadiz and elsewhere in the south, where one parent is English and the other Spanish, and the offspring have had the advantage of an education in England. He admires English types and ways, and yet with a reluctance, too, which brings it about that they are generally introduced subject to considerable satire and mockery. English steadiness and thrift. Yes, very well, but he has a lingering tenderness still for Spanish levity and improvidence. In Halma, all the Marquis de Ferramor's children have English names, as Sandy, Alexandrito, Frank, Paquito, and Kitty, Catalanita. The Marquis has been a student at Cambridge, and he imports into his career in Spanish politics the thorough study of the question at issue, the conservative temper and abhorrence of extremes, and the correct good form of some finished English statesman. These ideas of English policy and conservatism are talked over again in the tertulias of the amusing family in El Amigo Manso, who have come back wealthy from Cuba, the head of the household with the purpose of going into Parliament and securing a title. The English and the Spanish literary movements may be said to accompany each other amicably, much as Wellington's redcoats and the Spanish troops marched side by side in the War of Independence, which has left a feeling of friendship between the two nations ever since. At the head of the school of fiction in question are 4 writers, namely José María de Pereda, Armando Palacio Valdés, Bénito Perez Galdós, and Juan Valera. They may be considered, in their various ways, as of well-nigh equal merit. Each one has some very distinguished and distinguishing quality, in virtue of which he cannot justly be rated below the others. De Pereda occupies a position apart in devoting himself wholly to the lives of humble people, the mountaineers and fishermen of the Biscayan provinces. He never willingly departs from these scenes, either in his literary or personal excursions. He has his home among them near Santander. Valera stands apart in a different way, and would occupy himself by preference with the opposite class of society. He is the most learned and scholarly of the quartet, and his writing is the most carefully polished in style. He is a scholarly critic and essayist as well as a novelist. He is a realist like the rest, yet eschews, for instance, the imitation of dialect. He is not a realist in quite the same energetic and conscientious way. His atmosphere, while no doubt equally true, is rather dreamy and poetic. Valdés and Galdós are much more vividly modern, and they treat many of the same kinds of subjects, the events of real life such as we see it all around us. Of the 4, Valdés has perhaps, in certain passages, the truest tenderness and most delicate pathos, and the most genuine humour of that sunny kind which allows us to laugh without bitterness. He can sometimes be bitter too, and such a severe social satire as Froth, and such books as The Grandee and The Origin of Thought, leave, like many of those of Galdós, an impression of gloom. Yet even in these we are charmed on the way by his light touch and easy grace of treatment. Galdós is he who takes the gravest attitude. Many great problems of life and destiny occupy him seriously. He not only is very earnest, but seems so, which does not, however, preclude a plentiful use of humour, as will be seen in the examples given. Furthermore, he is much the most prolific of the distinguished group, and to that extent he may be said to have the widest range. These writers are a highly beneficent influence in Spain at the present time, spreading over it, as they do, a multitude of stimulating pictures and liberalizing ideas, cast into charming literary form. They cannot fail to have a considerable effect upon conduct. In its manner, its aversion to obscurity, and fondness for floods of daylight that almost abolish shadow, this fiction is like the Spanish-Roman school of art, the painting of Fortuny, the 2 Madrazos, and others. The 2 seem but manifestations of a common impulse. On another side, it is to be recommended to foreigners as affording a body of information about Spain, such as the mere traveller could never attain, and which it is useless to look for in fiction depending for its interest upon clever devices of plot and fantastic adventure, yet lets an illumination into the heart of what has been the most reserved and mysterious country of Europe. It shows the true Spain, and not merely the conventional one of strumming guitars and jingling mule bells. With all its strangeness, we see it full of that genuine human nature that makes the world akin, and we see, with pleasure and hope, the breaking up of the forces of medievalism, the working of a mental and moral turmoil that is preparing the way for a general betterment. It would not be reasonable to suppose that Spanish literature remained wholly unaffected by the vigorous French movement just across the border. On the contrary, it clearly shows the trace of the robust modern style that has prevailed in France from Balzac to Zola. This trace, however, is in the style and not in the matter. It may possibly have aided the plainness of speech in the Spanish work, which is greater than in English books, and yet this plainness of speech is probably not greater than all books should be allowed, in the interest of their own usefulness, and in order not to be narrow instead of broad pictures of life. The tone towards sexual problems is never flippant. Immorality is never put in an attractive light. There's hardly anywhere a more severe homily on the text that the wages of sin is death than is found in the wretched career of the transgressors in such books as Galdós, Lo Prohibido, Tormento, and La Desheredada. Just as in English books, the young girl, her aspirations and her innocent love affairs before marriage figure largely in these novels. It is not necessary for her to wait until she's married in order to become a suitable heroine for fiction. Religious revolt or dissent, again, is one of the features most often used. There is still a very close union of church and state in Spain, and life has a very ecclesiastical colouring. Nearly every family has ties of relationship or intimacy with some ecclesiastical person of either sex. This brings it about that such figures are as frequent in books as correspondingly in real life. In Valera's Pepita Jimenez, we find an earnest young student, a candidate for the priesthood, son of a noble house, turned aside from his holy career through his father's connivance by the fascinations of a most charming woman, their neighbour. In Valde's Sister San Sulpicio, it is a young novice, a delightfully gay and bright creature, whom love and matrimony withdraw from her convent. In the same author's Marta y Maria, a fair young girl is seen endeavouring to conform in the midst of modern life to the ascetic ideals of the medieval saints, even to the point of wearing haircloth and beating her tender shoulders with a scourge. Galdós' Donna Perfecta and the family of Leon Roch combat the undue influence of the confessor or religious adviser in the family, and Gloria combats the immemorial bitter prejudice against the Jews. As may be seen, many of these subjects, if approached in a flippant way, might easily lend themselves to grossness and scandal, but such is not the Spanish spirit. The tone towards the Church is severely critical, but not destructive. It is the true secular tone of this century, which holds that a conventional attention to the things of the next world is only due when all demands for benevolence towards living men are satisfied. Howells points out that Galdós attacks only the same intolerant ecclesiastical spirit that elsewhere would be known by another name. These critics would reform the party from within, and as they handle with so much skill and consideration the sensibilities of their countrymen who still adhere to the fold, their efforts are the more likely to have a potent effect. It seems a curious anomaly that Perez, the one of them, who is the most modern and stirring in the intellectual way, professes himself the champion of monarchy in its most absolute form. The beginnings of the present fiction are somewhat feebly found in Antonio de Terueba and Madame Bolle de Faber, who signed herself Fernand Caballero, one of the first of those who took a man's name after the fashion of George Sand. These first wrote of other things than the romantic knights and castles, moors, and odalisques of Scott and Victor Hugo. Fernand Caballero, 1797 to 1877, a genial optimist who wrote idealized descriptions of nature, still has a certain vogue. Perez Escrich produced a large number of novels in a humanitarian cast. Fernandez y González poured them out of a cheap order in a torrent and became the very type of hasty production. Pedro de Alarcón figures as a kind of link uniting the earlier period to the present, and such a book as his El Sombrero de Tres Picos, the three-cornered hat, is said to be read by some of the present generation with admiration, but it seems to others a trifle of no great merit, marred by an excessive straining after effect. Nothing in it is simply or naturally said. Students of the more realistic side of the movement should read Madame Pardo Bazan's valuable critical study, La Cuestión Palpitante, the vital question. Various books by the leading authors named have been well translated into English by Clara Bell, Mrs. Mary J. Serrano, Mary Springer, Rollo Ogden, Nathan Haskell Dole, and others. 2. Benito Perez Galdós was born May 10, 1845, in the Canary Islands. Las Palmas, his birthplace, capital of the Grand Canary, is a well-built little town of about 18,000 people, and the island is the most fertile of the group. In climate and situation, the islands belong rather to Africa than Europe. The people are considered descendants of the Gothic inhabitants of Spain, who sought refuge there from the Saracen invasion. Their existence was all but lost to sight for some centuries, and they were only brought under European sway about the time of the discovery of America. These fortunate islands, the somewhat unusual scene where Galdós was born and passed his youth, would seem to offer a fresh literary field, yet no word of description or reminiscence concerning them appears in any of his books. This is perhaps part of the policy of reserve that induces him to deny, even by implication, any biographical details concerning himself, a reserve so marked as to have been generally noted as an eccentricity. Leopoldo Alas, his biographer, in the Celebridades Españolas Contemporáneas, assures us that it was only with the greatest difficulty he drew from him the bare admission that he was born in the Canary Islands. He made his studies there in the State College, and came to Madrid at the age of 18 to study law. He had no great liking for it, and did not follow it further, unless as it became a step for entrance into political life, for he has been a deputy in the National Cortes for Puerto Rico. He did not acquire skill in forensic eloquence. His biographer above states that he cannot put 4 words together in public, nor in private either. A reticent man, he is forced to write in order to find expression. He wrote his first book in 1867 and 68, but it was not published till 1871. In the meantime, the Revolution of 1868 took place, which enlarged the boundaries of freedom in literature as in many other directions, and Galdós at Barcelona had some small part in it. The book was La Fontana de Oro, the Fount of Gold. It treats of the aspirations of the ardent youth of 1820, who rebelled against the reactionary policy brought in by Ferdinand VII after the expulsion of the French from the country. And in the student hero, Lázaro, he perhaps displays his own ideas at the period. Violent political clubs were formed on the model of the Jacobin clubs of the French Revolution, and it is from the name of a café that was the meeting place of the most famous of these clubs that the name of the story is derived. His next book was El Audaz, the Fearless, 1872. The period is the same. The hero is an utterly fearless young radical who has been driven to revolt through wrongs done his family by the Count de Querezuelo. By a peculiar hazard, though far below her in social station, he meets the daughter of the Count, a very proud and disdainful beauty. It is her caprice to fall in love with him, and she remains true to him to the end, when he dies in a street tumult, having first gone mad with his superheated enthusiasm. These early books are conceived upon conventional romantic lines, and hardly gave promise of their author's future fame. They contain, however, passages of strong character drawing, like that of the Porreños, 3 ancient spinster sisters of a fallen patrician house in El Audaz, which are equal to his later work. He next entered upon an extensive enterprise, which soon began to give him both reputation and profit. This was the writing of a score of historical romances, after the model of those of Erckmann Chatrian, called Episodios Nacionales, national episodes. They are divided into 2 series, the first beginning with Trafalgar, 1873, the second with El Equipaje del Rey José, King Joseph's Baggage, 1875. They deal with the 2 modern periods comprising the deliverance of the country from the usurpation of the French, and the more obscure struggles against Ferdinand VII, who sought to reduce the country under the same absolutionist rule that had prevailed before the ideas of the French Revolution liberalized the whole of Europe. The history in these romances is intermingled with personal interests and adventures to give it an air of informality, and though each is complete in itself, some knowledge of Spanish history is desirable as an aid to understanding them. They are considerably interlinked among themselves, the same characters appearing more or less in successive volumes. The hero of the first series is one Gabriel, who narrates them all in the first person. He is a poor boy who becomes servant to a family near Cadiz. He accompanies his master on board the huge Santísima Trinidad, the largest ship of her age, and is able to describe in detail the action of Trafalgar, the description being the more interesting for us as coming from the Spanish point of view. In La Corte de Carlos IV, the court of Charles IV, 1873, we find him page to a leading actress and an eyewitness to the degeneracy of that monarch and his favourite Galdós, which resulted in the seizure of the country by Napoleon for his brother Joseph. In La Batalla de las Arapiles, translated by Rollo Ogden as the Battle of Salamanca, 1875, the last of the series, the same Gabriel is a major and performs an important commission for Wellington. He has risen to this level step by step, and on the way has had as many adventures as one of the Dumas guardsmen, and has carried them off as gallantly. In the second series of Episodios, Salvador Monsalud is the principal character. He is a young fellow who's led by dire want, and also by sharing the liberalized French view of the decadence and worthlessness of the Spanish form of rule, to take service in the bodyguard of Joseph Bonaparte. A chapter full of strength and pathos in King Joseph's baggage shows him disowned by his mother and cast off by his village sweetheart on account of such service, both of them frantic with a spirit of independence like that which animated the Maid of Saragossa. A feature of this book that gives it originality was that the action turns not upon the usual principal features of battle, but upon the fate of the rich baggage train of booty with which Joseph Bonaparte had hoped to escape to France after his brief, disastrous reign. The Episodios have had an extensive influence, and have been imitated under a like title in the Spanish Americas. The author's tone toward the past is generally severe and disdainful. Quote, "Had Spain perchance a constitution when she was the foremost nation in the world?" End quote. He puts into the mouth of one of his characters with sardonic intent. He has been called unappreciative, and his attitude towards Spanish antiquity has been protested against by other leading writers of more conservative feeling as unwarranted. These romances contain some passages showing an aversion to the barbarities of war, but in general they are less humanitarian than those of Erckmann Chatrian. They are principally devoted to glorifying Spanish fortitude and courage. These books are a great advance upon the two earlier novels. From the first they show literary workmanship of a high order. They possess ingenuity of plot, sufficient probability, and graphic power of description, movement, and conversation. In the latter respects, indeed, they surpass some of the author's later works that make more serious pretensions. The wider and more definitely literary reputation of Perez Galdós rests upon more than a score of other works in addition to the above. These are distinctly novels as contrasted with romances, and they treat of contemporary life in a method that aims to be conscientiously observant and impartial. It is often said without much reflection that we see enough of the things close about us, and need our literary recreation in the remote and strange. But it must be recalled that we see those things without the eyes of genius, and he is a true benefactor who poetizes and dignifies life in making evident that all of life is vivid with interest, even that part of it nearest to us which, without such illumination, we may have thought devoid of it. The words in which the ostensible narrator of Lo Prohibito, Forbidden Fruit, 1885, explains the purpose of his journal may well enough be taken to exhibit the method of Galdós. It was to set down, quote, "my prosaic adventures, events that in no way differ from those that fill and make up the lives of other men. I aspire to no further effects than such as the sincere and unaffected presentation of the truth may produce, and I have no design upon the reader's emotions by means of calculated surprises, frights, or conjurer's tricks through which things look one way for a time and then turn out in a manner diametrically opposite." End quote. The titles of a number of his principal books, not hitherto given, with dates, are as follows. The dates are those when they were written, and they were generally published shortly after. Donna Perfecta, 1876. Gloria, 1876. Torquemada en la hoguera, Torquemada at the stake, 1876. Marianela, 1878. La Familia de Leon Roch, Leon Rock's Family, 1878. Los 100,000 Hijos de San Luis, The 100,000 Sons of St. Louis, 1877. Of the Episodios, Un Facioso Más, A Rebel the More, 1879. The completion of the Episodios, La Desheredada, The Disowned, 1881. El Amigo Manso, Friend Mild Man, 1882. El Doctor Centeno, 1883. Tormento, 1884. La de Bringas, That Mrs. de Bringas, 1884. Fortunata y Jacinta, 1886. Miau, 1888. La Incognita, The Unknown, 1889. Realidad, Reality, 1890. Angel Guerra, 1891. Torquemada en la Cruz, Torquemada on the Cross, 1894. Torquemada on el Purgatorio, Torquemada in Purgatory, 1894. Torquemada y San Pedro, 1895. Nazarén, 1895. Alma, 1896. Even in his new departure, Galdós did not at once enter upon his final manner. Donna Perfecta, the family of Leon Roque, and Gloria are quite distinctly didactic, or novels with a purpose, while Marianella is somewhat cloyingly sentimental, a prose poem after the manner of Ouida. In spite of all this, however, Donna Perfecta has been pronounced by many his best work. It is the one that has obtained greatest celebrity abroad, and it is the one, all things considered, likely to be the most satisfactory example of his work to the English reader. La Desheredada marks the transition to his final period, and he has put it upon record that with this book the real difficulties of his vocation began. It is a poignantly affecting story of a poor girl who was brought up by a parent half knave and half insane to believe that she was not his daughter but that of a noble house. After his death, she undertakes in all good faith to prosecute her claim and is thrown into prison as an impostor. Her heart is broken by the disillusionment. She cannot adjust herself to life again without the sweetness of that beguiling belief, and so in the end, not having the boldness to die, she throws herself upon the street, a social outcast. Both in the person of Isidora and others, the book is a moving treatise on false education. Other leading figures are her brother, a young hoodlum and thief, the burden of whose career she has also to bear upon her slender shoulders, and the pampered son of the poor sastres, who have denied themselves bread that he might have an education and luxuries. He has 100 fine schemes for getting a living, but never a one of them includes turning his hand to a stroke of honest labor. El Amigo Manso is an extended piece of character drawing, self-told in a gently humorous vein. It gives an account of a college instructor, very benevolent, very methodical and prudent, and a trifle conceited and patronizing, who's in love with a pretty governess. By the time he's settled all his judicious pros and cons, the pretty governess, who really cared nothing about him, is engaged to a suitor of a more dashing sort. The scenes of Tormento, La de Bringas, and Miau are laid chiefly among the class of minor office-holders, with whose manners the author shows an exhaustive familiarity, and each has its peculiar tragic situation in itself. Realidad, written once in the form of a novel and again as a drama, treats of the subject of a wife's infidelity as it might pass in real life, instead of in the conventional and hackneyed way. Its title seems to propose to adhere even closer to the exact truth than do the others. There come to mind, in its suppressed passion and its calm intellectual and bitter philosophy, suggestions both of Ibsen and Sudermann. The banker Orozco, a noble and reserved nature, does not slay his wife, does not banish her from him, nor even make her reproaches. Augusta, on her side, wonders if his mind is not giving way. This bitter commentary on life is as near as her smaller mind can approach to a comprehension of his magnanimous conduct. The same Augusta earlier has said in conversation, quote, "Real life is the greatest of all inventors, the only one who is ever ready, fresh, and inexhaustible in resource." End quote. In these books, however serious, the purpose does not obtrude to the detriment of art. The reader is left free to draw his own conclusions, as from events in actual life. The author ostensibly is neither for nor against, and yet he leaves us in no doubt as to his decision, always a moral and stimulating one. The favourite scenes of Galdós' books are in Madrid and in the small suburban resorts round about it, or at the numerous mineral springs which are so important a feature of Spanish summer life. He himself lives at Madrid, but goes for the season to a summer place he owns on the bold cliffs of the Bay of Biscay at Santander. There, too, he is near to Perez, between whom and himself a remarkable friendship exists. A friendship so strong, warm, and long continued has been recognized as a notable feature in the careers of both. It is the more remarkable because, except in literature, which both set above everything else, he is violently opposed to most of the views of Perez, a conservative of the conservatives, even to the point of preferring the absolutist pretender Don Carlos for king. Even at Madrid and at Santander, however, Galdós' scenery is mere stage-setting. He does not describe nature sympathetically, nor aim to render local colour in an accurate way. As the action must pass somewhere, he gives it just as much of a setting as will suffice, and seems satisfied with that. The impression of his books on the whole is a gloomy one. He who sees life clearly must perchance see it darkly, and few see it more clearly than Galdós. Yet his admirers will not have it that he is pessimistic, because nature herself is not pessimistic. Even the sadness of nightfall ought not to be considered gloomy, they say, with much show of reason, since it's only the preparation for another day. End of section 30. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2022.